All right. Hello, guys. I think we're live. Can everybody hear us out there? Is there
I
anybody
can
out
hear
there
you.
to hear us? I guess would be the
Yeah,
first
there's
question
a
to
few
ask.
people out
Hello,
there.
guys. I think we're live. Can everybody hear us?
Oh, wait, that was my echo. I can only interact with the chat over here for some reason. I did say hit that like. Yeah, everybody, I hear you.
All right. Yeah. Well, if you're on the panel, you have no access to the chat. You have to get to another
Yeah,
get to your YouTube on another window or tab or something in order to do it. So
I'm over here in
I
my.
guess I guess we got 5 people in here. It says. If you're one of them, then make that four. So anyway, we'll give it a second, see if anybody comes in. Maybe they don't care to hear what we have to say tonight.
Well, usually give people a few minutes. YouTube's been being stupid. All the tech things are being stupid recently, man. It's like I'm looking on Facebook and I see a post comes up and I react to it. Like my daughter posted a thing and I reacted to it, and about an hour later, I get a notification about it. That she posted that, and I'm like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock, I already responded to it like an hour ago. Just some of the
Hello,
dumb
James the Mick. How you doing? I see Della Perry out there. Uh, I don't know if they're still
yeah.
here, but there's a few. There's Delete Frauditors, SD666,
There's somebody
AVR Works, Pinkerton. Hello, everybody.
hello from
Jeannie,
Arizona, she says.
is
That's
that
we were just talking about how bad Arizona is for police, man. It's one of the worst. I see all these auditor videos all come out of there, out of Arizona.
well, what about you, American Pride? How you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
I'm good to go. I'm a happy camper.
Yes,
You know
sir.
me. I always say I'm good for nothing, but guaranteed good for it. Somebody has to be, right?
Oh yeah,
We
yeah.
all
I'm
can't.
I'm like a
We all can't be rich and powerful. Some of us just have short, furry, and funny. So I do everything I can just to stick with my strengths. You know.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm like a kid waiting on Christmas now because I done ordered a new scope for my AR-10, and this one's 4 to 12 power, so this one's got some good range on it.
Is
Um,
that is that the image that I saw?
yeah, yeah, and I've
That
also
is
got
that is
a
that is a
laser
pretty
board,
looking scope.
a
That is a
laser.
very pretty looking scope.
Oh yeah, it's I've got one just like it on my other AR, my AR-15, and I love it. Um, and then plus I got a laser bore sight system coming too, so it fits every caliber between 177 to 50. So that'll be a lot easier because the price of ammo when you're trying to go out and zero shit. And sometimes when your shit's in the cabinet, it gets knocked around, can get knocked out of zero and shit like that. So that's going to be real handy. Looking
We
forward to
should
that.
all we should all have such toys to play with.
Well, I find them to be pretty integral. I mean, if your guns aren't sighted in, and well maintained, then you might as well not even fucking have them.
Well, I agree completely. I agree completely. If it's not a weapon yet, there exactly is your freaking problem. It's not a weapon yet, and if there's not a bullet in the chamber and it's not clean and ready to fire, it won't. And if it don't, guess what? You don't have a weapon yet. You're going to have to beat them with it instead of shoot them.
Yep, you ain't got time for all that nonsense.
My advice is get a Glock. That way you don't have to worry about it. You can pretty much bury that sucker in sand, get it out, and shoot it if you want.
Yep, that's what I carry is my Glock 48. If I'm not carrying the Glock 48, I got the 1911.
Tell me that Glock isn't, for my preference, it's like the easiest to break down, clean, and maintain and take care of and throw right back together. I mean, it's quick, it's easy, it's simple.
Oh yeah, yeah. They're a dream. I mean, they're just like the most functional, practical um one of the firearms that I've ever known. I've got that Glock 17. It's a Gen 1. There's been thousands of rounds fired out of that thing, and I have never had a misfire. And if I have, it was due to the ammo. Never had that pistol malfunction on me one time, and that thing is from like 1981 or some shit.
Hello, John Smith. Hello from Southeast Ohio. We have someone there from Northeast Ohio. I've got 30 people in here. So, first of all, I'll say that here lately, for the last few weeks, I've been dealing with some health issues myself. I've been a little sick, been a little down, but I'm starting to feel better now, getting back on the better, the uphill run at it anyway. And anyway, all this sitting around has given me time to think a bit. And I guess my biggest question is, what is one more video of anything the police are doing in Ironton? If I go in there and film one more video, what is it going to do for you other than nothing? Because I can't think of anything, any reason uh, to keep posting what I have. Uh, the people who I have an interesting mix, get an interesting mix of people on this channel. I have people who love the cops, and I have people who absolutely hate the cops. You know, I get both kinds on here, and the people that love the cops usually watch the videos and go, see, they're doing this and they're doing that and they're doing great. And the people who hate cops say, no, see, they're doing this, they're doing that. You know what I mean? And but my apparently all it's helped to do is cause arguments. It hasn't really. I don't understand what we're going to fix by doing it, I guess is what I'm saying. So if anybody else can tell me exactly what it is that I would achieve, you know, I've put in, as they say, public information requests. I'm still waiting. Apparently, I'm going to be waiting. Um, I haven't found anything right away that says there's any law that says they have a specific amount of time, you know. So, you know, I guess until I get it, I'll be waiting, you know. But some things are easy to get, others aren't. And but I don't understand what it is, you know, showing you another traffic stop in Ironton is going to prove to you. So, you know, if you guys know something, let me know. What do you think, American Pride?
Well, to be honest with you, like we was talking earlier before the live started, you know, and I don't see what another, you know, us chasing the police is going to do. Because I mean, for one, I mean, yeah, I don't agree with 99% of their pullovers. I think it's bullshit. I'll come straight out and say it. You know, the 100 feet prior. Correct me if I'm wrong. 100 feet prior turn signal.
Yes,
I
100
mean,
feet.
most of these blocks ain't even 100 feet long.
They are right almost. They are just a little tiny bit over 100 feet. So if you're waiting till like half a block to signal, you're waiting too late in 90% of the downtown area.
Right, right. And
Well,
the obstruction of the tag, you know, you can see the, you know, where it says Ohio. You can tell that's Ohio, you know, and we've actually told people, you know, take the plastic covers off your tags. They're still not doing it. And, you know, we offered people to come out and join us, help us, you know, record, and no one wants to do it. Everybody wants to sit there and hide behind the keyboard
yeah.
and type. Oh, you're doing this wrong. You're doing that wrong. Well, come out with us. Quit talking, because a pair of lips will say anything.
Now, earlier up in the chat, somebody did say, let's see, where is that? Here it is. Apparently, I'm being told now. Of course, I have no way of confirming this at the moment. This come in the chat earlier. Just said that Rights On, along with Tim Lyons, will be in Ironton on the 24th, harassing townspeople and police. Be on the lookout. Well, I figure I'll let them handle their own. If they get to bugging the people will let them know, I'm sure. And if they get to bugging the police, I guess that'll be between. I'll leave that between them. But I believe the 24th is fight night, is it not, Sovereign?
Yeah, it is. It is.
So I
It
won't,
is.
you know, Ironton is theirs. Show me how it's done, guys. You know, show me how
Well,
it's done.
all right. So here's what I'm looking at with this. Okay, people get upset because you're not being confrontational with the police. Okay. Well, I'm going to make this real simple. I live in a small town too. And I would probably, although we probably have our share of the same type of shit going on, and we have in the past, I've learned at this age not to shit where you eat, you know?
Right.
And in these areas like this, you know, you can, these people want to talk a big game, but are they going to be there for you when shit hits the fan? Probably
They are
not.
not.
Probably not. On to the next cat video, you know? This is what we're dealing with a lot with out here. And so that being said, another aspect of it is this. If you can't put it together in your brain by watching these, and also current news events that have come out of the area, and put fucking 2 and 2 together, then I'm sorry, I can't, nobody can help you. Nobody can fucking help you. Because look, here's the totality of what we got going on. We know that that's lays right along a known drug corridor. Secondly, we know that these stops are all bullshit, pretextual crap for that they really don't have any right to pull anybody over for. A blinker, really? You're gonna take all that time to go through a blinker? They all end up in a search. Every one of them end up in a search. Okay, we've got that. Some of these videos even include a recently fired or relieved Ironton police officer.
I was told that he resigned. He was
Okay,
not
well,
fired.
either way, we know what the totality of the circumstances behind that was. There again, another case of put two and two to fucking together. All right. Now, if you can't put together and deduce a situation from that without somebody actually laying it out, then maybe you should start off with dot to dot puzzles. You know, it's that's there it is for you. There it
Hey,
is.
David.
Yeah.
Hey, David. Ryan Youngblood says not just confrontational, you don't hold them accountable. So I guess I have a
Hold
question.
them accountable
Was
for
that
what?
does that mean that I go out and if I decide that they're doing something I don't like or doing it in a way I don't like, I scold them like I'm their third grade teacher? And is that holding them accountable? And if it is, do you think they're going to stop, or do you think they're just going to find some reason to get me out of their way, take me off the street, and go back to doing what they were doing to start with? Just out of curiosity from your point of view.
There's a reason. Well, yeah, of course. That's that's what they're going to do. You know, that's what they're going to do. That's what they've done. Crisis is as old as time immemorial. You can go back probably to Roman times. You had the same fucking shit going on. People that are in positions of power are usually people that were seeking power. And a lot of times, unfortunately, for corrupt means. We like to say power corrupts, but actually what it is power attracts the corrupt and corruptible. And there again, what are you going to do? So let's suppose you're a good cop. Put it into context of any other type of a job situation. Are you going to be the guy that narcs out the guys that were there already at the job for a few years? Are you going to be the troublemaker? Are you going to be the one that everybody ostracizes? And chances are, if shit's that bad, as I've said before, a stream can rise no higher than its source. And that's all there is to it. A stream can rise no higher than its source. So usually, a lot of times what happens, somebody comes in, they see this corruption going on, they say, hey, this is bad, I'm going to the chief. They go to the chief or to the commissioner or who the fuck ever, and they find out that this shit goes all the way to the top. And they end up with the shitty end of the stick. So many times people just go, I'm going to just have to look the other way because I've got a mortgage. I've got, I'm not saying that's right, but that's how it goes. So if you go out there and start yelling at the cops or giving them shit, what are you really accomplishing? That's like going to a restaurant and yelling at your waitress about what's on the menu. Okay. And I'm going to tell you another thing. Protesting doesn't fucking work. Okay. They're not listening. They don't care.
They laugh at your protesting signs and slogans and go right on to work and vote for the same shit anyway.
They go and do the same fucking shit anyways. And you go home broke because you spent money at the craft store to make a fucking sign that nobody give a shit about. So how long are you going to keep doing this crap? How long do we just keep putting up with it? When do we just finally say, no, we've had enough?
See, that's kind of what I'm saying. If Ryan, I understand what you're saying. I get what you mean. I hope you understand what I'm saying. If I and American Pride Ohio, if me and him are the only two people in this town that are worried about whether or not the police are held accountable, and apparently it's that way, most of the town seems happy with their police department. And that's not because I'm trying to make them look good. That's right. Just the way it seems to me. It's not, if you ask them, don't ask me. My opinion doesn't matter here. I just try to show what I see. But my question is, isn't there a better way to combat tyranny than to literally run through a town and chase the police around? I mean, I realize that maybe some people feel that needs to be done.
Well, it's not going to do shit. It's not going to do shit
tyranny.
It's not going to do shit unless the people around there get their act together. You can't be their shepherd. Okay. The biggest problem you have is ignorant fucking people. Okay, that's what it is. They don't know their rights. They don't know how to assert themselves. They've been fucking beaten down and trained to respond to a fucking costume. That's what's happened with them. And they're never going to, you can't free people. People have to free themselves. And that's all there is to it. I know I've freed myself. And the way you do that is, first off, you free your mind and your ass will follow. You got to get out of this goddamn perception deception that you're under. People are under this perception deception. You see it all the time when they say, well, the crime's going up. We need to have more police. Why? The police are not preventing crime. They're a reactionary force. They're not actionable. Why don't you become an actionable person, a response-able person? And that's the problem. We don't have enough response-able people. Sorry, I've said my rant.
Well, like I said, to me, it seems like everybody's okay with it. You know, like the vast majority is just cool with the way shit is, and it doesn't matter if it's Ironton or the entire state, the entire country. You know, it seems like people the world over, some people have had enough, and everybody else is just, they're okay with it. They're not worried about it either way, it seems.
Well, that's exactly it. And why are they not? Because everybody's waiting for a fucking savior. Everybody's waiting for a hero.
Well, they know. They at least have reason to believe that elections may not be elections, that they may be more like selections, and mainly just because even if your vote matters, you still only get to pick between the two candidates they'll put up to be president anyway. You really don't get a choice, you know. But
well, there again,
you know, everybody turns out to vote for a hero. Unfortunately, if voting was going to vote in a hero, then sometime in the last 200 years it would have gotten better instead of turning into what it has.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Be the hero. Okay. It's that simple. Be on an individual basis, each person. If you're tired of being fucked with, then stop being fucked with.
Exactly.
If you're okay with it, then fucking go along with it. That's it. That's you. It has to be on an individual basis. And if more and more people on an individual basis will stop cowering under the thumb of Big Brother and realize that Big Brother is only there because they serve at our pleasure, not despite us. That's bullshit. And once you get that established, once you get the established idea that, hey, no, I'm not going to be run roughshod, and more people are like that, the less and less of that kind of shit's going to go. You already see it. They start throwing up their hands going, oh, you're one of those, right? Well, that's because they're running into enough of them. So be one. It's not hard. You know what your rights are. Jesus Christ, you can get a little thing and carry it around in your fucking shirt pocket that has your Bill of Rights. Incidentally, that's the only part of the Constitution that has fuck to do with you. Is the Bill of Rights.
Interesting. It's interesting that you mentioned that. Back whenever I would give people a trifold who wanted one, when Chile was giving out the free trifolds, and I'd make people copies, I always gave them a copy of the first 10 amendments. Everyone that asked for a trifold, I made sure they had that, because then I would tell them, look, don't use this, make sure you know this. Yeah. Don't use the trifold, make sure you understand these. If you understand these, you don't need the trifold. You just need to know what your rights are, and then you are responsible for standing on those. I can't come and save you. The police aren't going to tell you what your rights are. They will tell you have the right to remain silent after you've told them everything they want to know.
There's nothing magical. There's nothing magical about this piece of papers in here.
Right.
Nothing magical about it. It's a list. And what is it a list of? It's a list of rights given to you by who? By your creator. Now, did government create you? No. Thomas Jefferson didn't create you. George Washington didn't create you. Okay? Your natural rights are to be able to say what the fuck you want, defend yourself any way you see fit, be able to worship whatever God or no God that is your preference. You also have the God-given right to not be hassled by people and ask for your fucking papers. These are just inherent God-given rights. The only way they can get by with going against basically God's law is with your consent. And if you don't consent, they got shit. That's all.
Well, don't hold back now. Tell us how you really feel about it.
Well,
we don't want to be left wondering.
listen, people
But you
need
are
to
you are
understand.
correct. It is each individual's responsibility to make sure that their rights are upheld. The army's not going to leave whatever country it's in to come home and take care of it. You know, my question always is, if we send, and you have to go back to what the average American's idea of the military is. If we send all these young men and women out to die and kill in the name of American freedom, then who the hell is keeping this country free? So when they come home,
Well,
they
it's
come home
supposed
to
to. It's
to the place they were supposedly defending.
well. First off, they're not supposed to exist. Okay, they're not
Only
supposed
during
to
wartime,
exist.
right?
We're supposed to have a navy. We have a standing navy. That's what we're supposed to have, not an army. All right. So who is? There's a good question. Who is left to defend those liberties at home? Well, it says so in the Second Amendment that a well-regulated militia. Who is the militia? You are the militia. That's who. Look up the definition. You are the militia. So it's your actual responsibility, not just your right. It's your duty and your responsibility to be well versed in defense. Because when the First Amendment fails, that's when the Second Amendment comes in.
Or any other amendment. That's the only reason that we have any of them, is
Well,
because
yeah,
we are the last ones left who literally are able to defend it.
it's sort of like, okay, just like the rattlesnake. Okay, what does a rattlesnake do when you approach it? What's the first thing the rattlesnake does? He coils up and he rattles his rattle, right? What is that? That's his First Amendment right there. That's his First Amendment to say, hey, don't tread on me. Don't fuck with me. Now, if you do against his wishes and fuck with him, what happens next? He strikes, he bites. That's his Second Amendment right there. That's how that's supposed to work.
Hey, James, I don't know if I'd say we talk a lot of politics on this channel. I talk about politics, but I don't have a side. I'm probably one
Liberty's
of those
not
very few
politics.
people. I'm one of those very few people in the world that see everybody's kind of caught up. If they find out that I don't support Biden, then they assume that I am a Trump supporter. If they find out I don't support Trump, then they assume that I support Biden. It is almost impossible for the average person to understand that I don't support either candidate, and there's nothing you can tell me about them that is going to change my mind. So for me, it's not about a left versus right. It makes no difference to me. I think it's all a big dog and pony show to keep people sitting back in this pretend world that there's a fucking savior that's going to get enough votes and come in and change the whole government system and give people their power back. People don't understand that it's their own responsibility and duty to stand up and take their power back one event at a time, whether it's with the local police or whether it's with the Washington's District of Criminals, as I've heard it called.
Well, that's just a corporation, anyways. It has nothing to do with you. People all getting in there worried about who the CEO of this corporation is going to be, and it doesn't fucking matter because it's been a steady left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, right into a fucking hole. Okay. So it doesn't matter what, it's both two wings of the same bird. I mean, do you think it's better to be kicked in the face with the right boot or the left boot? Which one's better? Neither. It doesn't matter. They're both going to kick you in the fucking face. So, no, James, I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about natural law. I'm talking about liberty. Okay. That has nothing to do with politics. That has everything to do with being a free human man
Hey,
on the land.
we should treat politics just like drugs. We should learn to just say no.
Well,
Just say no. Just say no to politics. Quit arguing about it. Get back out of that left-right
anybody
tide.
thinks they can vote their way out of this stupid shit is clearly deluded. If you really
I,
think
I,
you can vote
in
your
order to
way out,
understand that, what the people need to do is pull themselves out of their whatever left-right ideas they have. They need to get back to center line. They need to walk the center line between the two parties and realize that there's a third and fourth perspective, that there isn't just one or two, and that both sides make a lot of sense in certain areas. And both sides have good ideas, both sides have terrible ideas, but the people need to actually educate themselves on what these people are doing. Because if they don't,
first they got
guess
to
what's
get in. First, they got to get this idea of where in the fuck do they get the right to think that they can make other people live the way they want them to live, despite whether or not they want it or not. That's fucking bullshit.
Well, because they've been convinced that this is a democracy, and in a democracy, 51% of the people absolutely control 49.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
As you say, it's like a mob mentality, mob rule at that point.
See, I don't want
whatever the majority of people want, good or bad, death or life, will get it because the majority want. That don't make any sense.
Hold on one sec. Hey, wife. Yeah. Yeah. No. The whole thing's a big fucking dog and pony show. It's like, do you really do what? Let me ask you something, and I'll ask anybody in the chat this. What is it that government does for you that you could not do on your own? Thank you.
Slow ride. I'm not sure if it's me you're talking about, or American Pride, or Sovereign, or all three of us, but I'm glad to hear it. I hate to hear that you were fooled by Chile. A lot of us were. So was I in the beginning. It happens. It happens. You see, we all kind of we're in that spot in history where, like, we just need a fucking hero. We're like, if somebody just stood up with a fucking cape and some tights on with some rippling muscles and went at it, we'd follow them. And every once in a while you get that spark of patriotism, that spark of, I want to do something to make my mark and change things. And certain people have a way of getting you pretty fired up, and when they've done that, and then you realize later that you were fooled, it sucks. Trust me, I know, I've been there. So anyway, whatever you said to me, and I don't even remember. So to me, it wasn't no big deal. I got pretty thick skin.
Well, it's a thing too. It's like people get fooled by a cult of personality so easily. They really do. I mean, you've had several. You look at people now that are quite nefarious in history, and they were just that, a cult of personality. People full-heartedly believe the persona that's placed forth by these TV heads, is what I call them. They're just these fucking heads you see on that glowing box. They come on there and they say some shit, and it either pisses you off or it makes you glad, or pisses somebody else off, or some other kind of shit. And that ain't really what they're saying. I mean, you expect me to believe that a billionaire is hanging out with a world-class fucking child sex trafficker and didn't know? He didn't know. Oh shit, no, we don't vet the people we hang out with. Or that Joe Biden's on the up and up. Look, here's the reality. Every one of them is a fucking asshole. If you get to that level of politics, you are an asshole. That's the only way you're going to get to that level of politics. That's how seedy that game is. Okay, it's nothing more than the clever use of euphemisms and half truths and lies to achieve power over people, pushing forth the idea of safety and security over liberty in order to grab more and more and more power. Now we're to the point where people are so goddamn dumb that they don't even understand that the ATF does not have the power to make fucking laws. And here they are going door to door, going to collect up on fucking suppressors and shit. What in the world is that? And people are just
I have to answer this. I have to answer this. I assume this was directed to me. I was being asked, was I fooled by Chili or was I fooled by Kate? Well, actually, it's not about who I was fooled by. It's who looked me in the eye and bold-faced lied to me while he looked me in the eye. That's the problem that I have with Chili. It has nothing to do with what Kate ever said about Chili, or how Josh feels about Chili, or how Flat Derp or Leducator or anybody else in the world feels about Chili. Understand that none of these people had the relationship with Chili that I did. So I stood and looked him in the eye while he looked me back in the eye and bold-faced lied to me. So does it matter what it was that his, quite a few lies, does it matter that he lied to me, or is it okay because you think that he is right about some things? No one ever said that he wasn't right about some things, or at least I haven't. So understand exactly why I have a problem with Chili. How did he lie?
A blind squirrel find a nut every once in a while. And so that being said, whether or not Kate is a bitch or whatever, whoever Chili thinks of her, or his followers thinks of her, or whatever. I'm neutral on the whole thing as far as that's concerned. Even if it's true, the things that they say about Kate, and even if it's true, the things they say about Josh, it doesn't make Chili any less of an asshole. Okay? All that is, oh, don't look at me, look over here. Well, no, we're not looking over there right now. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in you. You see, you're still an asshole. It doesn't matter. It's like a rapist, or let's say a serial killer going, oh, what are you locking me up for? I only killed 9 people. John Wayne Gacy killed way more than that. Well, it doesn't matter. You still killed 9 fucking people. You know, that's
all right. Well, I tell you what, I have responded to the one Chili comment there, just because I was asked. However, this is not about to turn into a Chili bash show.
Oh, shit,
everybody thinks I do that enough, and you know, I won't disagree with the fact that I have taken the liberty of bashing Chili. But in case you haven't noticed, that's not what my channel is. It's not what I do. I might join others doing it sometimes just
Yeah.
because it's fun and funny, but I do not. I do not, and I don't want to do that here. This show is not about Chili. This show is about Ironton Auditor, American Pride, Ohio, and possibly Sovereign Soul. You know, as the three of us seem to be like the three amigos sometimes. This is about me and my decision about my channel personally. American Pride, of course, he'll have to make his own decision about his and whether he associates with me and David and all that. But you know, I'm wondering exactly why I should go back out and film another single traffic stop. Some people say, well, they're acting for your cameras. Well, then that means I won. And then everybody else says, well, no, you know, you're making them look good, or you're making them look bad, or whatever. And my only problem is all it seems to do is cause an argument. It's not fixing anything, because all the stops have been exactly the same from the first one to the last one, you know. And there's other things that happen. You guys have to know that, like, I have been in places where people have had weapons held to their head, threatening themselves or others. I've been there. I have been cussed by a few people because they thought I was going to end up putting video on YouTube about those things. I don't. You know, for me, it's not. I'm not trying to hurt the people. You know, but whenever I heard all these stories coming out about how the Ironton Police Department was, I decided to go find out. Now, did I find out anything? Absolutely. Is my opinion that valued? Not really. Some people think they need to hear it, but I'm more worried about your opinion. You know,
Yeah.
it's not about what I think they're doing, because I've tried not to really put my opinion out there too much, because I want you to have the information. I expect you to be mature enough, and I'm talking to everybody out there listening. I expect you to be mature enough to watch the video and decide for yourself what you think, instead of having to wait on a commentary by me or someone else to tell you what to believe about that particular sequence of events. What do you think, American Pride?
You know, I mean, from get go, we have offered, you know, because there's been a lot of lips in this town say a lot of stuff, you know, and when we're out there recording and all that, you know, uh, I know some people's, you know, oh, you're a bootlicker, you're this, you're that. You know what? No, it's not. In all honesty, I do not like police. None of my family have ever liked a cop, but a few on the Ironton Police Force now. I have played basketball with my entire damn life, you know, and do I trust cops? No, never will, never will. You know, and I've gotten emails, and I'm sure IA has gotten emails. Hey, what was the obstruction for? Well, I mean, for one, it was a bullshit pullover, just if someone's got drugs in the car. And, you know, I understand
Here's the problem, man. If we don't say that while it's happening, and then we don't get, some people don't like it when I use the word confrontational, when we don't try to school these cops and hold them accountable, then people assume that we're too dumb to know. Certain people assume that we're too dumb to know, and that if only we had done that, maybe someone's rights wouldn't have been violated.
Well, 9 out of 10 times, those people are allowing their own rights to be violated. It's not up to you to fucking protect their rights. It's up to them to protect their goddamn rights. If you're too stupid to know that you can say, I don't consent to search or seizures of any of my property. They don't know that you can say that. They don't know what the fuck. They don't know you don't have to talk to them. They ask me, where are you going? I just go that way. Well, where are you coming from? Well, obviously that way. What the fuck? Are you here to discuss your day with me, or are you giving me a ticket? What the fuck are we doing here?
You know, it's funny because I have done that, but I haven't been so confrontational about it. And we both have had a laugh about it, you know, when I've been pulled over. So, you know, you cannot give up any information without saying shit like, I ain't gonna tell you a motherfucking thing, you pig. Quit trying to violate my rights. You know what I mean? There's a whole different way of approach and handling it.
I'm looking at it like this. It's like, wait a second. Did you pull me over to try to be my friend, or did you have a reason? Okay, you're on the clock right now, and I don't have time for your fucking nonsense. That's my thinking on it. You can be assertive without being an asshole. And when they start wanting to ask you, oh, well, where are you going? Oh, you don't want to talk to me? Don't act like you got hurt feelings. You're just fishing. Okay? You're just fishing. So you're never going to change police departments. Who just said that? Andrew, you're never going to change that.
No.
They've been like that. They've been like that forever.
It sure isn't going to happen through a YouTube channel and you know, following them through the streets. I can tell you that. That's not how that's going to work.
So no, you're not ever going to change it that way. But the reality of it is people need to wake up, pull their own fucking heads out of their ass. Like I say all the time, if you free your mind, your ass will follow. And goddamn, when somebody's trying to tell you what your rights are and how to assert them, don't give them a bunch of goddamn shit.
Tina asked for
the thing I ever heard of. That's like a slave getting mad at somebody trying to free him.
Tina asked for a link. I put one in the chat.
Oh yeah, there's.
Oh, I see Jeebus in the house. Hello, Jeebus. How you doing tonight?
What's going on? Jeez.
I have a question. Earlier in the chat, before we started the live, someone put in there that you and Rights On might be in on the 24th auditing Ironton. Is there any truth to that? That link's on there, by the way, Jeebus, if you want to come up.
Yeah, come on up, Jeebus.
See my shirt? Y'all.
Hello, Tina. How you doing tonight?
Nice shirt. Something. Hold on. See
nice shirt, Sovereign.
Let me see.
I like that, Sovereign.
Okay. I'm going to share a treat with y'all. Hold on a second. You guys ready for this?
We're ready.
Ready.
I'm working tonight, so I wanted to share with you guys.
Who's that?
So I'm going to see if I can get my... Here, let me get you a picture. Let me find one. There is... Oh, here we go. You guys see this?
Is it My Life, My Way? Oh, cool. Oh, is that John Schneider?
It is John Schneider.
Awesome.
Oh, geez, there you go. Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So I just wanted to...
I follow him on YouTube.
Yeah. So here's his big guitar. I just wanted to share with you guys. I didn't know what you were talking about.
He comes out here to Cooter's garage.
Right. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. What have I got? Look at this, Sovereign.
Oh, kick ass. Nice. Yeah, I think they got the. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having. Did you see John Schneider's covering of Alec Baldwin shooting?
Yeah, I did.
He got more coverage. I did the same thing. On a Facebook video, a short one on Facebook, showing exactly that with a single action revolver. I was like, look, there's no way you can accidentally do that.
Yeah. So I'm sitting out here at the merch table. But yeah, I've worked with John since 2016.
Well, listen, if you get a chance to say anything to him, tell him that Lou Ray says howdy.
I will. I'm in Branson, Missouri, and he's going to be here not next weekend, but like all the way on weekends through December the 4th. So cool. I'll be hanging out with him, and if anybody knows who Confederate Railroad is?
Yeah.
Cody McCarver from Confederate Railroad is part of his Stars and Bars band. So Cody's up there shredding the guitar right now as we speak.
Kick ass. Kick ass.
Yep. So you guys don't follow Doug Schneider on YouTube or Facebook or TikTok or Instagram. Go follow him because he is a good old boy and
real down to earth. Real down to earth.
earth.
Common sense.
John and I were together we were on the road, John and his wife Alicia and I, during the last election. So I know where he stands, but he did a great political breakdown of the Rust accident with Alec Baldwin. I just have to show you this keychain. Isn't this cute? That's a keychain.
Huh. Yeah, that little place up there, that Cooter's Garage, they got like, if you can think of it, Dukes of Hazzard, they got it. They even have the horn you can put in your vehicle. It does the.
Yep. Anybody is a fan of Smokey and the Bandit? John wrote, starred, and directed this. It's called Stand on It. Or sorry, this one's Poker Run. This one is Stand on It. John wrote, directed, and starred in it, and it's a tribute to Burt Reynolds with Smokey and the Bandit and Cannonball Run. So it's really cool. Neat. And Mickey Gilley and Johnny Lee make an appearance in it. That's who he's performing with is Johnny Lee. Because we lost Mickey Gilley this year. And so John's filling in for Mickey.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Yeah, we lost Mickey Gilley. I forgot about that.
We lost Mickey Gilley, yep. So Johnny Lee was just on stage. See if I can turn this around. So you guys can see.
Oh, nice.
Johnny Lee and Mickey. So yeah. Anyway, I won't keep everybody because I know you guys are talking about lots of good things. I just wanted to bring a smile to everybody's face.
Yeah, well, thanks for showing up, Tina. Awesome.
And I'll talk to you guys later.
All right.
You have a good night here.
Bye, Tina.
Okay, bye.
Jeebus, that was actually a comment at the beginning of right before I went live. It was on there. It was made by, the name was SD666. That was just what they typed in there that you guys got in on the fourth, and I figured I'd ask. So that's where that came from.
Oh, no, don't be saying shit like that, SD666. That's not right.
Yeah, there ain't no point in making having.
No, I mean, what the fuck is that shit, man? Look it. When you start going fisticuffs over goddamn opinions and ideals, that's just stupid, man. Ain't it bad enough that we got a bunch of children in Washington, D.C. and in Beijing and Moscow and shit that do that fucking shit and put us in the middle of it anyway?
Right.
What the hell you want to copy that kind of fucking behavior for, man? Remember what I said about being your own wise ruler? Be your own wise, benevolent ruler. Yeah, try that.
You know, I don't make threats, and I would rather that nobody else did in here. To be honest,
it just turns
it's not about that. It's not about that. And if it is, then y'all are getting the wrong damned idea. At some point, we're going to have to learn to agree to disagree on certain topics so that we can stand united on the things that we need to stand united on.
Listen, that's just a high school pissing contest. That shit right there. Grow the fuck up. Grow the fuck
My
up.
pecker's bigger than yours. Watch this.
Here's your best weapon right here. Learn how to fucking use it.
So anyway,
That's
Don
the thing,
Pennington.
most people don't know how.
That's true. Don Pennington was asking, what's the topic tonight? Well, the topic is, kind of what next? I can't really find a reason to keep running through Ironton and filming the police stops. I mean, I've heard a couple comments, but, my problem is I spend a lot of money, a lot of wear and tear on my vehicle, and a lot of time, effort, and energy, goes into that and it doesn't seem like it's really doing anybody any good. Everybody sees what happens. It happens constantly. It happens every time. And there you go. I mean, there's really not much else you can say. Apparently, every stop I film is going to be about the same. You know what I mean? That just seems to be the way that it works.
It's not like it's New York City.
Right. Well, Slow Ride was asking if I thought the cops in town respect what I did or if they put on a show for my camera. Well, I tell you, I don't think that they necessarily like me being out there. I think that maybe one or two of them don't mind so much, and that they enjoy it because they think it paints them in a good light and they're okay with that. I think they're just, I think they remain indifferent to it. I think they don't mind. I think they don't mind me being there, obviously. That does not mean that we're friends. Trust me, we don't have long phone conversations. We don't have barbecues. I don't know any of these guys personally. I've never met any of them out of uniform, except for Sergeant Spalgeric, and that was just for a few minutes at the court that day. It's the first time I seen him out of uniform. You know, so I don't know any of these guys in their personal lives. I only know them when they're in that car.
Well, like I said, I played basketball with Joe Akers and Brad Spalgeric my whole life. And ever since they got that uniform, I have never once seen either one of them two out of uniform.
You know what, Terry, what you was talking about for where does it go from here? I think topical discussion is where it should go. Topical discussion. It doesn't have to be about it, just whatever. I mean, they're holy shit. You think Fucknut was given content? Just look at the world. I mean, just pull up the fucking daily news for Christ's sake and look at what they're trying to run on everybody. And look at it from the humorous position that I do. I'm like, you know, this, I mean, this is like a really bad movie. And people, and what gets me, what's so funny about it is the audience is just sitting here going, oh my God, can you believe it? And it's like, yeah, man. Yeah, I can. And you're just sitting there. Okay, that's cool. Whatever. You know, so that's what I see as topical discussion. I mean, some of the shit that's going on around us, it's all connected to this whole well, for lack of a better term, perception deception that everybody has, this mass fucking hypnosis that everybody seems to be under, you know? I've never seen, like, you know, as you mentioned earlier, like the Masshole Report and some of these other channels, Team Skeptic and shit. I was watching Team last night, and I enjoy his content to the most part, but man, I just couldn't get on with him last night. He's sitting there, some of the shit that they say about, oh, sovereign citizen, and I'm like, oh my God, why do they keep using that fucking term? Anyway, and they, you know, this, oh, that sounds like some Sov sit shit. And it's like, no, it's not Sov sit bullshit. This is reality. You saying it's bullshit doesn't make it bullshit. It's just the fact that you don't like it because it doesn't fit into the paradigm that you believe. That's what it is. I mean, a simple evening of reading will show you that this is not bullshit stuff. So I'm sitting here going, what in the fuck is wrong with somebody that they're trying to show you how to obtain your liberties back and you want to fight them tooth and nail? How deep is the Stockholm syndrome in somebody's mind that is like that? I mean, even if you don't even believe it, consider the information, because refuting something without investigation is the epitome of ignorance. Absolutely. And everything that's said can be backed up, and they just want to discount it like, no, that's not what it means. And I love when the fucking British attorney registry loyalists come in and start wanting to preach about, oh, you only if you're a lawyer. Yeah, well, if you're a corporate entity, that's probably true. But people just don't understand that. They can't understand. And the thing when they get on this about, oh, there's that word salad. You dumb motherfuckers. Word salad, what the hell do you mean? Words have meanings. They have definitions. Just because you changed the definition recently doesn't mean that's not what it means. Good God. You know, I'm sorry. I get pissed off about that shit.
Andrew M., you're correct. I agree with you that my channel doesn't necessarily have to be about audits, and maybe change it up and go another way. That's kind of what I was talking about tonight. That's what I mean by what's next. You know,
Seinfeld was about nothing. Think about that.
What, you think I can do a whole show based on nothing?
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is just based on like just whatever, you know, and I like these where they're driven by the chat. You know, where somebody, you know, they'll come in and it usually brings up topics. You throw out a topic and it's something that's recent. You know, just like some of the crazy shit, like fuck Joe Biden's speech the other day. What the fuck was that creepy shit, right?
Right. I want to say real quick, just to hold that thought for just a second. Amanda J., hello, good evening. Thank you very much. And if you haven't checked out her channel, guys, go check out Amanda J. I don't have a link right away. I wasn't prepared for that, but I'll try to get one here in a second and throw it in the chat. Anyway, hello, and hello to everybody else out there that I haven't spoken to individually. Sorry, we get caught up BS in here, so it's hard to get to everybody individually, but I appreciate each and every one of you that are here.
It's like I was watching it, I saw that and I was like, what the hell? Look at this backdrop and shit. And it was like right out of V for Vendetta. I mean, who set that up? And then turn on there and turn more than half of the Americans against the other half of Americans. Like, okay, let's have civil war now. Let's blow the whistle and do it. I mean, what's going on with that?
Hey, Terry, check out Don Pennington's comment.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool.
I'll be the first to tell you, Don. Appreciate that.
What'd Sarah say? I missed that. Oh, I can go up. Somewhere up here.
Kickstrobe wants to know how come we talk about everything except the topic of my channel. Why don't y'all ever talk about something substantial?
Well, what would you consider to be substantial?
Yeah, you throw out the topic. Let's
tell us. Bring something up right now. We're going to put you on the spot. Who asked that? Who said that?
Kickstrobe?
Jackie Hale is naked.
There you go.
Jackie Hale is naked. Okay, Kickstrobe, give us a topic. Go. You're on the spotlight. In fact, I don't know, maybe he could come on here and talk.
That's what I was getting ready to.
You know, you have to make us like the Brady.
How about I throw the link out there and you can come up and tell us about it? How about that?
There you go. Let's see what's up with that.
Hey, there you go. ZXL Master put Amanda's link up there. Thank you, ZXL. I appreciate that.
Jackie Hale, now listen, you'll probably have to put a robe on if you come on. She said she's naked. So
talk about the massive amount of litter and our lack of local picking up the litter.
Well, let's first take a look at this. How did
you want the easy answer to that? Every time you see something on the ground somewhere that you don't think it should be, stop, pick it up, and do away with it. Put it where it's supposed to be. That if everybody did that, there wouldn't be anything laying around.
Well, why is there shit laying around in the first place? There's your problem. Why is there
because people have no pride in themselves or anything else.
There you go. That's why. And that's why there's all the litter around right there. And that's what they want. They obviously want that, or they wouldn't have it. That's any of these situations. People either want it. If they didn't want it, they wouldn't have it. And that's like this shit that we've got going on in our country right now. It's like if you didn't want that, we wouldn't be having it. So how is it that we're having it?
Well, see, that's kind of why I started this, and that's what I've always wanted to talk about. And the only way that you get your freedom back, if you want the short answer, is you take it back.
Yep.
Whether you take it back against a cop on the side of the road and you don't let him violate your rights, or whether you take it all the way to Washington, D.C., the only way to have your freedom is to take it. Mm-hmm. No politician is going to magically wave a pen and take away government and give you your power back. The only way that happens is when we all stand up and quit pretending that they control us and show them that we, the people, are the controlling power. That takes sanity. It takes sanity, and it starts with peaceful non-compliance. Understand the words coming out of my mouth. It takes peaceful non-compliance. That's where you start, and you maintain your freedom.
I ain't living under nobody's bullshit. I mean, it's like free yourself. That's it. If you want to be free, be free. It's that simple. But also understand the cost of freedom. And like I've said before, if you're gonna rule yourself, which you pretty much do anyway, don't you? I hope so. I hope that the reason that you don't commit heinous acts is not because you think there's a magic piece of paper that's preventing you from that. It's if you are basically governing yourself, well, you have to be a wise ruler. You have to be benevolent. You have to be judicious. You have to be wise. So be all the things that you would want a wise ruler to be, because you are your ruler. It's real simple.
All right, Andrew, I'm listening. What direction do you think that I should go? If you want, I'll throw a link. Let me go ahead and throw that in the chat there, and if you want to come on,
Shooting sports.
it'll be there.
Shooting sport. Somebody say shooting sports. What direction do you think you should go, Terry?
Well, I really don't know. What I want is to help wake people up out of their slumber, to wake them up out of that hypnotic sleep that they're in, the ones especially that don't realize that it's happened yet. You know, I want people to see the truth, but I don't want to be, see, I don't want a channel where I spend my time making fun of other people or talking about how much of a shit job they're doing. That's, you know, it's not me. It's not who I am. It's not who I want to be. You know, I really am about the people. I really am about United We Stand. I really am about trying to unite people, you know, and it doesn't matter who you are, what you've done, what your background is. All that matters is if you're willing to be honest and be better today than you were yesterday. That's really all it takes. If you are, then you're the kind of people that need to get together, learn how to agree and agree to disagree so that we can get back to we the people.
Well, I think you're exactly right. And the way you got to do that, though, is sort of like, okay, so suppose you got a person been hypnotized by somebody and they've been told that a ballpoint pen is flaming hot, and they believe it and they actually get burned by it and shit, right? You can't go up to them and wake them up by taking the pen out of their hand. You got to wake them out of the trance. And unfortunately, this trance is really, really heavy duty. It's reinforced by the television. It's alchemy, man. It's illusory magic. It's speech magic. It's pharmakia, and it's sigil magic. And they're illusion with all sorts of illusions involved with it too. Black is white. Everything's upside down. It's just everything's the opposite. People not realizing that they're under this spell, and they keep going for it. They keep going for it instead of going, you know what? Enough. I stop. I'm done. I'm over.
Okay, exactly. You know, teach about laws passed, and connect things together. You know, case law. I'm not an attorney. I do not plan on going to the law library for hours to bring case law and to study case law, because I don't give two shits what case law says. Case law doesn't make you a free person.
No.
Studying case law is just going to waste your time. What you should study is the Bill of Rights, and don't ever let anybody take any of those away from you. If they do, make them have to force it.
Yeah,
and you know what? And you know what? If you're a real, what people think they are, if you're a real American patriot, then you will go to the death before you will allow someone to take your freedoms. If you will not and are not willing to go to the death to protect your own freedoms, then you do not, hold on a second. If you are not willing to go to the death to protect your own freedoms, then you do not deserve the freedoms that others have died to make sure that you have the opportunity to die for, because that's the only way you can have it in the end. If someone is intent on killing you to take them, there you go. I mean, there's no other way that can be. But if everybody's not willing to do it, then the few of us that will aren't going to amount to a drop in the bucket, as they say. It's going to be like carrying a bucket with holes. You still out there with us, American Pride? What you got to say?
You know, you pretty much just took everything I wanted to say, but congrats on that.
Go ahead and say it your own way, then, man. It's yours. Go ahead. Stage is yours.
But I mean, you know, they're wanting us to teach them about, you know, case laws and, you know, Ohio laws. I mean, that ain't our responsibility as adults. They should study this.
Well, technically, it's not our responsibility to teach them anything. But if I'm going to teach them something, case law is not really going to help them in their everyday lives. What I want to do is wake them up to what's actually going on. You know,
Right.
show them who and where the real enemy is. Because a lot of people are ready for a fight, but they have failed to identify their enemy properly. And you know, I think that that part of the knowledge train really helps a lot. You know, when you see where it comes from rather than trying to strangle it off from the bottom, trying to work your way up. You know, if that were going to work, we'd already done that a long time ago. You know, it ain't like people ain't went to city council meetings and bitched. You know what I mean? It ain't like people ain't filed complaints. It ain't like people ain't complained and you know, and protested, whined and cried. But you know, apparently that didn't fix anything because we're worse now than we used to be. So you know, the question is, at what point are people going to be so tired of the bullshit that they're going to stand up and go, you know what? I'm tired of the bullshit. I am so tired of the bullshit that I'm not going to stand for the bullshit anymore. I'm tired of this dog and pony show that they run 24/7 on TV to tell us how the world is. When we walk around, we don't see any of that happening. You know, I'm tired of them telling us how racism is a huge systemic problem in America, so we have to get on here and argue about it and shit. Well, you know how to kill that? Just quit fucking talking about it and it goes away in a heartbeat. You know, real people don't have that problem. You know, that's a small majority of the population, and they don't make up the majority. You know, the majority of us are just people that want to live and let live. We're looking for that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And you know, so how do we get from where we are now to getting to that point? To where even if we have a disagreement on some stupid social issue like race or religion or creed or whatever, that our little disagreement about that doesn't matter. We're still allies. We're still allies because we're we the people. How do we get to that?
Well, first off, if you go with case law, this is first and foremost. I'm gonna give you guys, and maybe you've heard this before. Okay, law cannot be written by man. Man cannot create law. Law is already established. Man can only create legislation, dictates, and mandates. That's all. Okay, parchments. We already know that these things, if you create a victim, murder, rape, arson, theft, any of that that leaves another in an adverse situation is a crime. Okay, those are the only crimes. That is the only time you've broken the law. Legal does not necessarily mean lawful. And so when we get into case law, we're merely looking at the opinions of men who are pretty much politicians. And so, what validity does that hold other than in just, oh, well, some guy that's been dead for a long time said this. Oh, okay, well, then that makes it right. No. Okay, so case law, yawn. I wouldn't go with that. That's part of the entrapment. That's part
Hey,
of the
Jeebus wanted the link to join. I just put it in the chat, Jeebus.
So yeah, that's all part of the fucking smoke and mirrors that keeps you enslaved with that horse shit. You're gonna let a bunch of dudes sitting there with black robes, Saturnian robes, sit there and decide. Let's see if they. Let's see how. Let's look at their opinion. Dred Scott. Oh yeah, Supreme Court decision right there. Supreme Court's been on the wrong side of so many fucking issues that it's not even funny. And that's probably because it's under Uniform Commercial Code. It's not the Supreme Court of the United States of America. It's the Supreme Court of the fucking corporation. It has nothing to do. It has fuck to do with your constitutional rights. And incidentally, the Constitution, there's only one little part that has shit to do with you, and that's the Bill of Rights. The rest of it doesn't even concern you. It has nothing to do with you. Never has, never will.
But it's about government and how it's structured, what it can and what it cannot do. And the Bill of Rights is a specific list of things, not an all-inclusive
See
list.
that the
It's a specific
Constitution
list of
develops,
things that limits their power to take those away from us. It wasn't them being nice enough to grant them to us. We had them. They agreed not to fuck with them.
right. Well, they actually had to petition to have those put in at the Continental Congress or at the Congressional Congress when they were coming up with this. They had to put a petition in there to put that. And what that does is it actually The Constitution is for the structure of the corporation. The Bill of Rights is for free men. And it was a separation of the free man from the corporation. And that's exactly why Washington, D.C. is a city state. It is a territory. It is not part of the United States. Never was part of the United States or meant to be part of the United States. It was a neutral meeting point for all of the representatives to meet of the different districts. That's all it was for. And that's why people don't understand that. But what it's become is a part of the ruling city states, of which there are three, and that is the Vatican, London, and Washington, D.C. These are all three city states, and they control the three arms of the world, basically. The Vatican controls the spiritual, the London controls the financial, and DC is the military. There it is.
Right, but understand the way. It's not that I agree or disagree with what you're saying. My point is, to a lot of people who don't have any knowledge of such things, then what you're saying to them, you might as well be speaking Greek.
Well, it comes right down to this simple owner. This simple
You just have to break
idea
it
of
down
ownership.
for some people.
It's a simple idea of ownership. Who owns you? You or someone else? Okay.
Well, a lot of people have never even thought about that. They assume that they're not owned. There is no matrix. They are not a slave. They chose their job. They get up, they do it, they come home, they pay their bills and go to bed.
So they identify with a clan, don't they? And that clan is based on a line that is drawn on a geographic area, right? And so now we foster in this idea of patriotism. All right. So what made them assume automatically, because you were born within the confines of a certain gang's territory, that you were automatically a member of that gang? How did that happen? When did you consent to that? You never did. This is what you got to come to the realization of, and you have to do it outside of emotion. You really do, because they try to stir emotion with this thing. But in all reality, like for instance, I was born in Michigan. If I was born about 60 miles east of where I was, I would be praying to a maple leaf banner instead of the red, white, and blue banner. And I would be saying that Canada is the greatest country in the world and all this other shit. It's all about, they get you right from the time you come out. They claim you as property. So you turn 18 years old, they send you a letter in the mail and say, hey, go off and murder people or be killed. Oh, okay, sir, thank you. And you're doing it for your country. You think
now you're not old enough. No, you're not old enough to smoke or drink. But we put a rifle in your hand and send you out as a paid corporate assassin.
Well, think about the shit we say. We tell soldiers and police, right? Oh, thank you for your service. What is service? Let's look at what's that really mean. When you tie a cow out for a bull to service, what do you thank you for your service? When you're thanking them for your service, you're thanking them for fucking you. That's basically what you got going on, man.
You have been served.
Yes. And listen, we say some of this shit and we don't realize how silly it actually is. We don't really realize, and just shit that is all the time. Like for instance, people all the time, like cockatoos talking about freedom and democracy, freedom and democracy. And it's like,
I love your cockatoo. I love your cockatoo sound, by the way.
But I mean, for real, what's that? Those are the two opposite fucking things. Freedom and democracy are like opposite of each other completely. But people use them in the same goddamn sentence as though they're like one and the same. They go together and they don't even think about what the fuck they're saying. I had another one just a minute ago. I can't remember what it was. Another one people all the time just say, and they don't realize how stupid it actually is. And it's like, if you only understood what English language actually is, as opposed to how you're using it, oh my God.
Well, I cannot count how many times I have said in the last probably 5 to 8 years that if only people understood the language they spoke. We misspeak so much. I know there's a popular saying here, and I use it all the time in order to make this point. People around here, when they don't care about something, they have a way of snapping and going, well, I could care less about that. And my question is, if you could care less, then why are you caring so much about it? Because what you meant to say, what you actually meant to say, was exactly opposite of what you just stated. And if I say something to you about it, you'll actually have the audacity to get mad at me and say something like, well, you know what I mean. Well, what happens if I don't know what you mean? What happens if I'm so damn dumb that all I know is what you said to me? So you see, you really need to understand what it is that you're saying. You need to understand the definitions of the words that you use, and you need to look those up in a dictionary instead of assuming that you understand everything there is to know about the word through context, because I promise you, you do not. Another great word you can look up is decadent, because that is used in describing a great many things in our world today. But if you look that up, you will find out that the definition to that is sinful, or in a state of moral decay. So, you know, using that as a great descriptive term, it doesn't quite work. You know, understand the words you use. It is very important.
So, yeah, and rather than go, hey, wow, I never thought of it like that, thanks, that you're met with consternation and fucking pissed offness. And what's that do to this immersion into ego, this pride, this earthly? They want you.
You know what the Bible says about it. The Bible says that if you correct a wise man, he will thank you, but if you correct a fool, he will hate you for it. Yeah. And that is an absolute fact. It's easy to prove. And there are very few people, upon finding that they're wrong about something, that they're able to not be angry with you because they were too dumb and you've now enlightened them. You know, right. So, you know, don't fear learning. You know, I'm just now 48 years old, and I am learning that everything I thought I knew, I don't know. There he is. Hello, Jeebus. How you doing tonight?
How you doing, Jeebus?
Hey guys, it's Sarah. Sorry to disappoint.
Sarah, how you doing tonight?
What's up, Sarah?
Oh, that's all right. How you doing tonight, Sarah?
No, he's here too.
So
hey man, we're hanging in here. Good to hear from you.
Right on, right on. We were just this mass psychosis that everyone in the world, not everybody, but many in the world seem to be trapped in. It's like a mass psychosis. We were kind of, I don't know if you caught that it's a 4-pillar alchemic spell comprised of Nokia, Pharmakia, illusory, and sigil magic. And I think it's exacerbated by the recent change in television. Since they went to that digital signal, I've seen shit just go off the rails, man.
So what's up, Sarah? How you doing tonight? Is there something you wanted to talk about?
Nothing in particular. It is very good to hear from you, Terry. We think about you, wonder about you. Hope you've been doing all right. I do want to let you know again, because I haven't talked to you since, that you showing up that day, regardless of your initial purpose, just the fact that you came and talked to me, that really meant a lot to me. I think that a lot of people.
You mean for your domestic violence awareness thing? Hey, why wouldn't I be there?
Yes, definitely. And I think, you know, there's so many people that just want to troll and add to the drama, and I think people can do bad all by themselves. What help do they need from others? Like, that was strictly for awareness purposes. Man, it's rough for everybody right now, not just anyone in particular. And
well, see, just know that I had been given false information. Apparently, I don't know where it came from. I just received an email that said, on whatever day it was I did the first video about the. I was sent an email and told that there was supposed to be a protest asking for Pam Wagner's resignation, and that you two had set it up. This is an email that I received, and that's why I went in there to show that there was, you know, I don't know what people were talking about, but there is no protest here. Supposedly, you know, it was Chili's idea. These are all things that I heard, and that's why I told him the next time I heard something like that, I would ask him, which is why I asked about the supposed comment from SD 666 that was talking about it, about them being in on the 24th. I won't be there. I'll be over in Ashland. You know, that's where all the YouTubers will be. That's fight night. I invite you all. going to be out, y'all.
Yeah, front row ticket.
Because I mean, they're even like Irish demons coming in, man. Like there's some big names coming in. Maybe y'all can meet some of the other YouTubers, have a good time.
Right, and a lot of ours was we're not we don't want animosity. It's not nothing to do with pointing fingers. Us really starting our channel in the first place had only to do with sharing our story and what we were going through, because even prior to who coming here, I had been reaching out to people. So many people, and it's like nobody wanted to help. And to me,
he was just the one who responded, was he not?
Yeah.
Hey Terry, it's Tim. So we reached out to other YouTube channels that and we reached out to Lackluster, and I'm not putting the guy down or nothing, but he didn't respond to our email, and I don't think he even saw it. He commented in one of our videos of one of the traffic stops, if that's what you want to call it. It was bogus all from the get, but he commented, "I'd like to cover this." So we sent him an email and said, feel free. But my point is that he didn't come back to us until he saw that our video had gotten like 50+ thousand views. So there's that. That's where we're at with a lot of the YouTubers. It's all about the views. It's all about getting followers, and that's not what we're here for. We don't care if people like us or not, but
I'm kind of right there with you. Now, I won't complain. It is nice having, I mean, I don't have a big channel. I have a very small channel, but there are a lot out there with a lot smaller channels than I have. So I'm very grateful to have my channel and my platform. However, I do want to use it responsibly. And, I agree with you guys. There doesn't need to be animosity. What we need to do is be able, as I always say, to agree to disagree on certain topics so that we can be together on the things that we need to be united on.
Yes,
you're right. But for a lot of people, you got to understand that it's not real life for them. It's just entertainment,
Right,
so
right. YouTube
create channels based on just.
Well, that's why I said earlier, I don't want a channel where all I do is take other people's content and make fun of them for it. Now, those channels have their places. I do watch, I get entertained from it. I laugh right along with them sometimes, but that's not what I want to do. That's, I'm not that type of an entertainer. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. I don't really want to do that. That's not my goal. I want to bring people together. I don't want to find people to pick on. I want to find people to raise up.
Yeah,
you gotta find common ground, man. And our common ground is look, do we recognize that there are a lot of law enforcement that are abusive with their power, and they're really going above and beyond, and most of the time for nefarious reasons? Yes, we are in agreement of that. And I think that kind of being unified in that aspect of it. But that is really important. But the thing is I'm with Terry. We need to educate people. You're not going to get anywhere out there pissing off police. I mean, look what they did in Arizona, in Oklahoma. Okay, all they did was go, "Oh, okay, well, fuck you. We're just going to make a law that you can't do that anymore." And it's like, really, you didn't even run this by any committees or anything. How did that pass constitutional muster? But we see what happened, right? So what's that tell us? That tells us that our redresses of the government are not working. They're not listening. They don't give a fuck. So what we have to do is educate the people and get them to pull themselves out of their ass and get rid of this perception deception. Stop responding to the costume. That's all it is. Okay? It's just another person.
Hey, Sovereigns, the XL Master had a comment for the whole panel. I'm not sure what it's about. It said, had you answered him in the comments, notification would have been instant. So I must have missed something. Do you know what they're talking about? Anybody up here?
I don't know.
I have no clue.
I must have missed that one. And Wake Up American Resist says, that's the so-called American way. That's why I enjoy this channel, real talk with real people. Right? Yeah, we're just people that happen to be behind the camera, not often in front of it, but definitely behind it some. I know Tim and Sarah, they have their own thing going. Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, he has his. American Pride's got his channel. You know, a lot of other channels out there, a lot of content. You know, but here we're not stars. We're not famous. We're just some, you know, some good old country folk, just some good old boys who really do believe some of the shit we say.
We have a lot of the same views as SSU in there, you know, as far as
The masses being on autopilot.
yeah, because you know, to label someone a sovereign citizen when you know, we're all supposed to be sovereign citizens, you know. But it's like the cops and the government officials, they're the only ones that are really enjoying that title. Like, you know, just say you know, like the mayor of Ironton, he gets pulled over for he left the bar, he was drinking, state boy pulled him over. Did they tow his vehicle? Absolutely not. Had that been, you know, the average Joe that didn't have the money to get his vehicle out of impound, would they have towed their vehicle? Absolutely.
Oh, I guarantee they would have towed it.
Well, what people first, and I don't know if you've heard me say this before, Tim, but the thing is, we got to get rid of this fucking term. You cannot be a sovereign citizen. If you try to be a sovereign citizen, you will get yourself in trouble because you got your foot in both camps. Okay? You got your foot in both camps. So you're either sovereign, which merely means self-ruling.
Yes.
Okay, it doesn't mean you have special privileges or anything else like that. It doesn't mean that there's no rules.
It just means
if that's what it meant, then the police would be the only sovereign citizens.
Right.
It just means that it just means that you believe that it doesn't have to be written on a piece of paper with someone else telling you what the penalty will be so that you don't rape and murder. That you just agree not to rape and murder because you don't do it because it's the right thing.
Although I consider myself sovereign, self-ruling, what I do have rules, okay? And those rules are based on natural law. So it doesn't mean that, oh, well, that means I can just kill somebody with impunity. No, it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean any of that because I want you to live like I do. And in order for you to do that, I don't want to do things to you that I wouldn't want done to me. Things that I wouldn't want you to do to me, I'm not going to do to you. Okay.
And now you're talking about universal law, you know.
Right. That's natural law. Natural law is universal. That's why I say man cannot write law. Man cannot make law. Law is already established. Okay. All he can do, for instance, he can make things legislative. In other words, legal or illegal. And you can put it in the context of slavery. Because at one time was legal. Was it lawful? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But it was legal because there was someone wrote down on a piece of paper. So legislation is very often not moral at all. For instance, we have laws that say that you have to give a certain amount of your money to another agency or some kind of government. Well, that's fucking robbery is what that is.
Mm-hmm.
You see? So how did these people get this power over me? I surely didn't give it to them. It's assumed and it's held on me at the threat of violence. So how are you free again?
I've got to answer another comment here. It's from Terry, none of your biz, asking if I'm still cool with Chili. And then a few comments later asking if he's still liked on this cast. It's not about, well, I'll tell you how I feel about Chili personally. And it has nothing to do with what he does when he's in front of that camera. I'm talking about personally off the camera. I don't like Chili. I don't. I just don't. I don't trust Chili any further that I could pick him up and throw him, and that wouldn't be all that far. Now, that's just me personally, and I'm not telling you how to feel about Chili. That's all up to you. You feel how
I don't want this to be about
however
Chili.
you want to. No. But I just want people to know that I personally, I do not like the guy, and that's just it. I'm not trying to insult him. I'm just saying I don't like him. Obviously, he doesn't like me. He's sure had a lot more to say about me than I ever have about him. So I'll just leave that out there, and you guys, you know what. But as far as like me and Chili having a beef, I don't think that we do. Apparently, he's suing everybody, you know, and it ain't got nothing to do with me. I ain't done nothing except for report what I know. So, you know, But again, you know, I didn't want this to become about Chili. Just to explain that, you know, for me, this ain't about. I don't give a damn what Chili does on his channel or in his life. That's up to him. I don't watch his stuff. Of course, I can't miss it because everybody tells me about it, you know, sends me clips of it, you know, but I personally don't watch, I don't subscribe.
And once again, we're going into the fact that everyone, you know, is not really in this for any particular reason other than entertainment. And so the people that are being entertained by the feuds that are going on YouTube, of course, they're going to send you emails and try to stir the shit pot because, you know, they love the smell of it.
No, I have to say that I've had my fun at Chili's expense, and I still do. I mean,
hey, here you go, Sovereign. I have to say something here, man. Yeah. He said every time he watches my channel, I talk about Chili a lot. Well, if you ever notice, that comes from people like you that can't keep his name out of your mouth in the chat. That comes from people like you who always have to bring him up. We were doing fine not talking about him until you guys started. So now you know where the Chili talk comes from. That comes out of the chat. It's not because I try to make the show about it. It's because you come on here and try to. So, you know, just so everybody sees how that works.
Yes. They love the mess. They love the mess. The thing is what I found on a human scale, though, yes, I dislike some of the shit he does, and it's because it's such an antithesis to what I try to bring to people. He is the upside down pentagram, and I'm trying to teach people to be the right side up pentagram. And what I mean by that, when the pentagram represents the 5-pointed star, if you will, represents the top point is spirit. The other 4 legs are the 4 elements of earth, air, water, and fire. Okay. When you invert that, it puts the earthly elements above spirit and basically will crush the spirit. And it's a total immersion into the ego, into the earthly. And that will cause people to do reprehensible things to one another in the name of acquiring more stuff.
Well, think about what Lucifer said. You know, he basically, you know, he could do what God does. That's what we're seeing now within the governments and stuff. They're, you know,
they're trying to be God.
They are lording over you. That's what they are doing.
What they do is try to govern that which has already been created. And we see them do that, like even down to the farming level with the GMOs, right? It's not good. God's creation's not good enough. We pervert it. You don't see.
I'm not sure if you're aware of this channel, Sovereign Soul, but there's a channel called End Times Productions where they do a small series about Washington, D.C. and the dark magic that's taking place there when they inaugurate their presidents and stuff like that.
Well, let me ask you, I don't know if you were here earlier. What did you think about that shit with Biden in that speech the other day?
Oh, God. I you know, I don't even, when I see Biden on anything, YouTube, news, I just turn the channel.
Well, did you see it though? I mean, or even any pictures from it?
No, I'm not aware.
Oh my God. It looked like it was right out of V from Vendetta. It was right out of that.
It definitely looked like an entire Hollywood promotion, did it not?
Yeah, man. It was like red. It was almost satanic, man. It was red lights behind him in the shadows. There's 2 Marine guards. The only time a president ever has military presence is during wartime. And then
question for you: were they on each side of him?
Yes, in a Masonic
then
fashion.
That's the 2 pillars.
Yeah, I know.
If you watch a lot of Hollywood productions, there's like Ghostbusters, The Matrix, Tron, all these big major motion pictures. There's that Freemason symbolism with the 2 pillars and the portal in the middle. You know, the 101 LOL, if you will.
Yes. Dude, I saw it in the TV show Stargate one time. I was like, it is
the Stargate. That is the exact yes.
Okay,
that's
so
exactly
what was happening in this episode? It was Apophis was coming. You know, it was some kind of a big to-do going to happen. And there, I looked at the way the Stargate was sitting there, and I looked at the steps going up to it, and I was like, "Whoa, hold on a second." The first thing that came out was these 2 gold guards, right? And one was
the gatekeeper and the keymaster.
But one was obviously shorter than the other, right? And they stood on either side of the gate, and then out of there came the god. Boom! right out of the Stargate. I was like, holy
Yeah,
shit.
just like on Ghostbusters at the end of Ghostbusters 1, you know, you've got I think it's Gozer.
Yes.
You know, the god, but you know, there's a pyramid there, and then there's the two pillars, and on the two pillars are the two guard dogs, the gatekeeper and the keymaster. And at the top of the pyramid, you know, is the portal that opens up. If you look at the Freemason symbolism, if you go to any of their temples, you'll see the two pillars, and then you'll see there's a like an arc, but it's got a piece missing at the top. The piece that hasn't been put in place yet, right? And usually you'll see that piece laying somewhere around on the bottom. That's what they call the great work, you know, the emergence. And they talk about it in so many Hollywood flicks. It's not even funny.
Wow, they're almost like censoring out every fucking picture from it. This is unreal. This is unreal. I'm trying to find a picture of this dude's speech. Let me see. This is really
All right, guys, I'm gonna step away here for just a second. I'll leave the show in your capable hands since you are handling it anyway. I'll be right back.
I think I can share. Yeah, this is a kind of a nice way of looking at it.
I started ignoring anything that had to do with Biden when he walked up to the camera and said, "My butt's been wiped." Like that.
Yes, I know. Let me see. I think I got. Oh, I gotta wait for him to approve it. Anyway, yeah, it looked really, really creepy. And then he said that Trump supporters were a threat to the American way and are a threat to our democracy. And it's like, what? What? Hold up, man. What are you talking about? I've never seen a president divide shit that hard like that. And with that backdrop, oh my God. It was like, it was creepy. It was creepy. But I think we're on the verge of something going to happen, man. I really do.
Oh, we've had the feeling in our gut for years. For the past 5 years, there's just been a feeling in our gut. And like when me and Sarah met, I don't know, it's really hard to explain, but I've seen a lot of things that I'd never seen before in my life, just strange. And we're talking like, don't think I'm crazy here, but UFOs and stuff like that. And
there you go. I got it up there if you want to share something. So.
Oh yeah, okay. Let me see.
And things like that, they're going to become more common, you know.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I got you. Oh, I got us up there. Okay. Yeah, look at this thing.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
You had this Marine here.
That's the whole red and blue there too. You see that in a lot of Hollywood productions too.
There was trying to see if there's any there's no they've about scrubbed every image from that because everybody was calling out how fucking bad it was. Wonder if we can find it on YouTube anywhere. It was not a good speech. And then they hire 87,000. Do you know that by hiring 87,000 more armed IRS guys, that gives the IRS a bigger army than Italy?
Well, hell, they're going to need it with all of us, the deplorables that obviously aren't paying enough tax yet.
Well, see, that's just it. That's another thing everybody's got fucking bamboozled into. Let me see here. There we go. Then we can filter it. There. All right. We'll wait for the commercial. But this thing about income tax, holy shit. People really understood about that. Nobody would pay it because you don't have to. You're not obligated to.
The President of the United States, Dr. Joe Biden.
Yeah,
Doctor.
that is the two pillars, and you notice the presidential seal in the middle there, that circle. You got your basic 101 symbolism there. That's your two pillars, and you got the portal in the middle.
Yeah.
How you like that red light that faded in there?
See the steps? See the steps? These lights? Look at these lights, are really intricate down here. Pay attention to those. Oh, come on, speed it up, old man. I don't even know where the fuck is this. Look at, he looks like he's photoshopped in or something, don't he? Like he's green screen.
So what, you think them and the podium are real and everything else is green screened?
Yeah, yo,
Yeah.
most definitely. I'm seeing that.
Now, why did they dim this light so it's red? Look at.
Ain't that just the craziest thing you have ever seen? From, I mean,
There
in a
he stands
presidential
right in front of the
speech,
portal.
in a presidential speech, I mean, seriously, what the hell is that?
What do you expect? It's Biden.
Can you see why
It's
people need to wake up? Can you see why
downright
people
demonic.
need to wake up to what's going on here? You know,
That's right
You
out
see
of
the two pillars on the side of where he's got the American flag, and there's the doorway, and on
Yeah,
each
right
side of
there.
the doorway they've got the two pillars.
Yep. And there's the archway over top.
Yeah.
The archway. It's the sun and the moon. Yeah, it's all Masonic. I know.
Oh wow. Wow. And you wouldn't believe I've got a whole album, a collage, if you will, of
You can put that down. We just wanted to see the backdrop. Dude.
license plates from Freemason vehicles in the area. And, you know, I see about 5 or 6 of them a day just when I go out to the grocery store, anywhere. I mean, I don't know if they're wannabes and they get these license plates made or whatever, but it seems like there's a Masonic lodge in every small town. I mean, how
Yep.
many are there in just one small area like this? This is not a big area.
Listen, they're everywhere. They are everywhere. And this thing is so crazy, man. Do you know during the Civil War, Masons would display their compass and square symbol on their uniforms if they were a Mason. And if you saw an 8, you didn't shoot another Mason, regardless.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, what the fuck? You got
well, you
rules
do.
for war?
I don't know if you're aware, Tim, but here there is a great majority of the local population in the tri-state area who are indeed Mason. However, each one of these people are kind of like most people. They're just people that go there for the socialization and the fun of the club. They're not necessarily not necessarily versed in some of the things that we speak of.
They're not hip to what they're doing. I mean, they're you know, they go to church, but you know what the compass and the square is supposed to represent, right? It's Adnan and Lucifer. There's an A and there's an L.
Mhm.
And what the Freemasons believe is that that they can emerge the two, you know, into one. It's all about dualism.
Well, it stems from this idea of the possibility that Christ was actually Lucifer's redemption. And I've heard
Well,
that.
I would assume if you subscribe to the common Christian idea, if Lucifer were to come to the Father with a repentant heart, then the Father would have no choice but to use that same salvation.
Now you're talking about the movie Dogma.
Yeah.
I don't know
Oh,
if
is there
you've seen
a
that.
movie about that shit? Is there?
Well, yeah,
I don't
kind
watch
of.
a lot
Yeah.
of movies.
You know, there's two angels, and one's Barnaby, and one I believe his name's Loki. And the two angels, you know, the Catholic Church, they put forth this this campaign to where anybody can be forgiven of anything, and they come out with this idol, and it's called Buddy Christ. I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with this, but you know, these angels. Once the Catholic Church deems that once you walk through this door, you're forgiven of all your sins, right? And that's it. And that was a man that put that in place. So the angels are like, oh, cool. So they've been, you know, cast down out of heaven with Lucifer. So in this movie, they decide that once they walk through these doors, that they, you know, basically they go on a killing spree and they kill everybody that they feel is, you know, wasted breath on earth. You know, they're righteous in their own cause. So they go and they, you know, they murder all these corporate giants and all these people, and then they think, okay, well, we're going to walk through this doorway and then we're going to go back to heaven. No matter what we do, we're going to be accepted. And
Well, see, I hadn't seen that movie, so that sounds interesting. But like I
would
said, I assume
highly
with if you
recommend you watch
subscribe to the normal Christian ideas, then wouldn't he also have to be forgiven if he asked, with a repentant heart, of course. Whether he does or whether he won't, that's an argument for another day. But since you had mentioned that he was also the redemption of Lucifer, I would assume that would be true.
I think what it comes down to is that you're basically, all right, it's this. God is the higher conscious, whereas the devil, Satan, that's ego. That's material. That's the self. Okay.
Yep.
And when you get those out of balance, you get those completely out of balance. Now you're out of harmony. Now, that's the constant battle. The idea of the God man, the Christ, the Krishna, is all stemming from basically it's within you. And in order to find it, you must open the 7 seals. You have to open the 7 seals. There's 7 seals. You open those 7 seals, and the temple is built. And then you come face to face with God. And you'll be quite surprised when you find out who that is. So you can take scripture as a literal story, or you can look at it for the encoded things that are within it. But you also have to understand that it's astrozodiological. Most of what Christianity and shit is right now is just nothing more than sun worship. It's always been sun worship. The risen sun. That's why we worship on Sunday.
Yep.
The first day of the week, or as the Christian Bible puts it, the Lord's Day, the first day.
Right. When it tells you in Scripture that you're supposed to rest on the Sabbath, which is Saturday.
Yeah, well, everybody's been arguing about that for a long time.
Saturn Day, actually. It was originally Saturn Day. So there was Sunday for the sun, then there was Moon Day for the moon, which is now Monday, and then there was I believe it was called Tears Day, which is
or Marston in Spanish, isn't it? It's Mars Day. The goddess of war. It was the same. Mars and Tears are the same.
They're going from the old Aryan calendar. Actually, it was Sunday, Moon Day, Wotan's Day, or no, I'm sorry, Tears Day, Wotan's Day. Then there was Thor's Day, which is now Thursday, and then there was Frigg's Day.
Yeah,
and now it's Friday.
Freya, the fertility goddess.
Yeah.
Thank God it's Frigga.
So you got to look at this. This is what I'm saying about like our, like I always talk about our time being fucked with, and if there is a such thing as this millennial reign, I've looked at and I found that there's others that have come to this same idea. I started looking into some of this mud flood shit, and I started getting the ideas like this 1,000 years of a fucking dark age, nothing happened. And then all of a sudden, out of that is born these magnificent buildings and architecture that, we can't even recreate today.
That become nothing but factories and government offices and churches, by the way.
Yeah. Post office. Come on. So I'm looking at this shit and I'm like, wait a second. There's something really gloriously missing from these wonderful structures. Where the fuck are the bathrooms? Right? I'm like, wait a second. So yeah, so you gotta look
then we hit the big stink, do we not?
Well, 1846, you had the big stink of Europe, and it was like all of a sudden they didn't know what to do with all this sewage. Now wait a second, the Romans knew what to do with sewage, and here in 1846, you can't figure out what to do with all the poop. What's the problem here? Here's my thing, is that these people, the rest of the dead, inhabited the things that they found dead or founded, and they were not in a perfect body as during the millennium, the 1,000 years, because you look right before that, the fall of the Roman Empire, they said it took 100 years. I don't believe that. You look at some of these ruins and that shit looks like it was blowed up, man. Like, look at Machu Picchu. Look at these fucking places. Look like they were blowed the fuck up.
Or even melted. Some of the the stone
And you know for a
structures
fact,
and
and you
temples that
know
were
for a
carved out of
fact,
stone.
and you know for a fact they were built to withstand earthquakes.
Right.
So knowing that an earthquake would only make them fall together the way they're put together. Of course, if you don't know this about these buildings, then you need to look into them a little bit deeper. But they were set up so that like any vibration would cause the weight to fall together, and it, so under normal circumstances, it's not just going to fall over. It would take something like a bomb to blow it up.
Well, some things that point to those structures being from a millennial reign. And just bear with me. One, like Versailles. I mean, it's not like they didn't know how to work water, because they have gravity-fed pumps that work these fucking magnificent fountains. This place has hundreds of rooms, and it's just ornate as hell. Not a single fucking bathroom in the place, right? And I'm like, okay, wait. This is starting to sort of make a little bit of sense. This is, what was the Sistine Chapel? It was painted by who? Michelangelo. Isn't there an Archangel Michael? Maybe it was him. I don't know.
Michael Angel.
Yes.
Hey, hold on to that for just a second. Let me hurry up and get this out of the way. Wake Up America and Resist sent me $19.99. Let's keep the stream going. A few bucks to help Terry with the StreamYard bill. Appreciate it. Thank you. Always appreciate it. And Don down there giving me $1 too. Appreciate it, Don. Thank you.
Cool beans, man. Right on. But so I'm looking at this, and it's like there's so much mystery around the early 1800s that is on up through the 19th century.
Sorry, one more. Interrupt you one more time. Yeah. Don't worry about it, Don. You didn't have to give anything, man. $1's the same as $1 million to me. It's all the same. I appreciate you just as much. Don't ever think that I don't. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. I'm sorry, Sovereign. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Right.
Just want them to know I'm grateful.
SSUM. Are you hip to the whole World Fair thing? The revolving around that, where they supposedly erected all these huge buildings and structures that they totally look ancient, and they did this World Fair thing, and then right afterward they just demolished all of it.
Supposedly built it in less than 2 years. That's all the landscaping, fountains. Nikola Tesla at the Chicago World's Fair, 1898, I think he had the contract for the lighting of it. This thing was magnificent. It was magnificent. Ran for 6 months, and then they tore it down. What?
And they tore it down. I think it was an excuse to tear it down.
It was, absolutely. And it was.
They're definitely rewriting history, and that's a little proof right there.
Well, see, and there again, there's the new people. I'm just going to call them the new people. That came here and found dead these things. They had these world fairs to introduce some of the technology to them without introducing all of it to them. I mean, for crying out
which
loud,
they possessed for thousands of years.
Yeah, I mean, think about this. Or is our history really that old? I mean, we know everything that we've been told is a fucking lie.
Well, you see in the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs and stuff, you see the scarab beetle, how it's used so often and everything. And then you think about men like Viktor Grebennikov, who was an entomologist that accidentally came across anti-gravity technology when he realized that a beetle didn't fly, it levitated.
Well, yeah, all insects. Listen, that buzzing noise you hear it's not all created by their wings flapping in the wind. It's because
the Earth's resonant
vibration through those tubes. They have tubes. Those veins in their wings are tubes. They're actually using sonic levitation, man.
They're using the what do they call it now? It's called the it's the Earth's resonant frequency, the Schumann.
Schumann resonancy. Well, yeah, everything has a frequency. That's what I say about 9/11. Is that where the fuck did the towers go? Right?
Hey guys, I want to say something.
Yeah.
I want to say something to CP here. He said, Terry, I enjoy your work, but UFOs, Masons, ghost stories, tax evasion, I'm out. I came to Ironton Auditor, not to Sovtard coast to coast. Have fun. I'm sorry, CP, that we weren't, that I wasn't as entertaining for you tonight. Maybe we'll catch you on the next run. Maybe it'll be a little bit better. Maybe we'll keep Sovtard out or something. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that means something directly to you, Sovereign, or if we're all just considered Sovtards. I'm not sure how that's working.
Listen, it's just what compliant, willing slaves say in the heat of their Stockholm syndrome. It's all. Don't
And I
let
want
it.
to point out once again, Terry, about the or Sovereign Soul, my bad. With the Twin Towers. So what did they do with after the Twin Towers fell? You got what? Ground zero, right?
Right.
There's your 101 symbolism once again. They took the
Oh.
2 pillars down and opened up ground zero, which is there's your, it
Well,
goes back to
take a look at what 9/11 looks like when it's written in Roman numerals.
Oh,
Right. So this whole thing, where did all that material go though? Where did it go?
and Terry, it is don't let it get under your skin, man, because what the CP was expecting was for chili bashing. He thought he was going to come on here and catch some chili bash. So
Yeah, well, that's just
they
what
say
everybody
no
expects.
publicity is bad publicity. So
Well, it's not about whether or not I want to give him publicity. It's not worth my time. It doesn't interest me. I'm not interested in what he's doing or not doing. You know what I mean? So this show isn't going to be about chili, and it's not really going to be about only Ironton Police videos. Yeah, maybe I'll still go out and do some videoing, but there's got to be more to this channel. If not, I'm just wasting my time and I'm wasting everybody else's. You know what I mean? If they're not learning anything, if it's not bringing us closer together, then I'm not serving the purpose I set out to do. So I either have to change and find some way of getting that done or just quit, one or the other.
Where the rock comes in to either scroll left or scroll right or change the channel.
yeah, like Sarah said, that's where you can invoke your right to scroll left or scroll right or just change the channel.
So
right.
Peter Lemire said that he's an atheist, which, based on what I found out, means that you don't believe in yourself. How about that? How cool.
Say that again.
I said he said he's an atheist, and from what I figured out, that means that you don't believe in yourself. You have no connection to a higher self whatsoever. I don't believe that. You do dream. I would hope you do. If you don't,
Yeah, speaking of dreams, just night before last, I dreamt that I was shot in the back of the head and in the back by what I thought might have been an off-duty cop from Ironton. And,
you had a dream.
Our dreams are from our subconscious. That's things that we think about, things that we worry about. But
okay, let me ask you. I mean, does it bother you? Do you think? Do you feel that it is an actual possibility that you may be shot in Ironton by an Ironton police officer? I ask you because you have had more run-ins with them than I, for sure.
Well, I will tell you this. I have a recorded phone call, and I'm not going to put that out there. But I do have a recorded phone call from someone who claimed to be my friend, and I've known him for a while, lightly associated with the gentleman. And he called me one day and he said that, and he sounded real serious and, really worried about me, and said that someone had been offering, I don't want to call them names because, I don't judge people, but IV users, we'll put it that way, that they were trying to pay IV using people that, they know, maybe confidential informants or something, that they were offering $5,000 to kill me.
Holy shit!
And I keep that phone call.
Well, you can't tell me whose name, but is that an Ironton police officer? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not an Ironton police officer. That's someone who,
okay,
has connections with the biker gangs. And, we talked about this, Terry,
right. I was just, I was making sure the audience understood.
Me. If I'm going to go, then it's my time to go. But it was more like a warning, I just want, he was like, I just want to let you know that they're offering people $5,000 to kill you, and $5,000 to a drug user is a lot of money. And I would agree with that, but I didn't take it as serious, as I guess,
I guess you're like me now, man. We actually have our claim to fame. We have struck a chord so deep that some people think they might want to kill us because of it. Ain't that funny?
Yeah, it's laughable.
I mean, that you and I, just two tiny little hillbillies from the tri-state area here, that we would anger someone so much over nothing that they might want to kill us or hurt us that kind of way. How silly is that?
We have a lot of and this is everywhere. There's a lot of very ignorant, angry, reactionary type of people. The lower the intellect, the more apt they are to react without thinking, to react before thinking, if they have the ability to think.
I want to address something that SD666, wow, that this guy is saying. He's asking me on the chat here, how come you can't give the captain a chance?
Camping.
He meant to say captain. So, you know, in response to that, as far as Captain Goo is concerned, I've never had any direct. I can say that he hasn't really done me wrong, save for the fact that when his officers had my fiance cuffed up and in the back seat of their car, and this was malicious behavior. This was all retaliation. You know, when he came on scene as a supervising officer, you know, he's supposed to get the information and find out what's going on. And let's put it this way: she should have been let go out of those cuffs. The minute he came there and found out why they cuffed her up, which was for talking, you know, I guess one of the officers didn't like her speaking while he was speaking, but you know, she was offering some helpful information to the officer to help him understand that the reason he pulled us over for was bogus. You know, he pulled us over for a tinted tag cover, which is nowhere near as tinted as half the tag covers I see driving around Ironton every day, and I guarantee you they don't get pulled over for it. You know, and then he went to the old the thing that they pulled us over for twice before. Our vehicle appears to be a silverish bronzish color.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. I remember seeing about that. I was like, that's fucked. It's
on the registration.
You got that from like a secondhand car lot.
Yeah, I bought it from my cousin's car lot. But my point is people get their cars painted all the time, and we'd already looked into this because we'd been pulled over for it before. So we already knew it was bullshit. He followed us the minute he recognized our vehicle. He saw our car. He circled back around. He waited on the same street that that his brother waited on for Sarah after that incident. You know, they posted up on Vine Street, waited for us to pass him, and then got behind us. You know, he rode behind us for a minute. He ran our tags. He saw a good, you know, something he could tangibly use as an excuse to pull us over, and he pulled us over. But my argument was the minute that I handed him my license, registration, and proof of insurance, which was in his hand, and on camera, I tell him, there's the registration, you know, there's the VIN number right there. Just take a look. It matches. It comes back as a tan vehicle. Now your suspicions can be nullified and we can go, right? And he says, and I quote, well, I'm not even disputing that. Well, then why are we still sitting here waiting for your backup to come and throw handcuffs on my old lady? Like, why are we, what are we doing here? I asked him to escalate, and he raises his voice and says, I am just, and he starts just stuttering over his words. Like he can't even grasp the English language. He's so pissed off that somebody said something smart to him. And that's what we're dealing with. It's just their ego can't allow them to be wrong. And
well, unfortunately,
he knew why he pulled us over.
That's the type of personality. And listen, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but from Homeland Security, there was a memo had gone out to the HR departments of law enforcement around the nation to stop not focus on hiring the higher IQ people that applicants, and focus more on the lower IQ order following type, the people that were real gung-ho and wanted to get out there and fight and that kind of shit. And during this time, this was right after 9/11. And during this time, we've seen a steady militarization of the police. So we add that personality that's in there now 20 years later, and this is what they focused on, along with the militarization. They go through these briefings and these trainings that are basically teaching them that the public are the enemy, that they're at war with the public, and everybody's trying to fucking kill them. That's what they go out in the street dressed like they're going to Fallujah.
I've heard that.
Hey Jeebus.
Yeah.
You have your videos posted somewhere, don't you? Aren't they on Facebook?
Yeah, I need to rename those videos so that people can find them easier, because they're listed just under the date, you know.
Well, if you have like a link to get to them, would you post it in a private chat there, and I'll grab it and throw it in the chat? Everybody know where to find you.
Yeah, I can do that.
That way, anybody wants to go check out Jeebus' page and check out his videos, and then you guys, you'll see what he sees from his point of view.
Well, I mean, it's not like I said, I don't want to make this all about me or nothing like that, but like he said, where they pick the people with the lowest IQ, and they just follow their orders. And these cops, and this is why we don't have such a division, Terry, between you and I, because I believe wholeheartedly that these guys really believe that they're just, quote, doing their job, unquote. They haven't received the proper training. Most of these guys, their dads were cops.
Yeah.
And,
Right. I've only recently started to know this kind of stuff. Like I said, I never knew. I don't know any of these guys personally. I only know them when they have the badge on and they're in their car. You know what I mean? Or in the office. I don't know any of these people personally. I never have.
There was right here in this county where I'm at, we are having a sheriff's election coming up, and it's the current sheriff, who is Chad Cubbage. His name is Sheriff Chad Cubbage, and he is going up against against one of the deputies, who's his cousin, Aaron Cubbage. So it's going to be
how's cousin Cubbage going to do better than his cousin Cubbage? Where did we lose? I guess we lost Tim, did we?
I think we did. Bring him back. Where'd you go, Tim?
I don't know. He's not
He
back.
might have go to get that link and got lost or something.
Oh well, if he makes it back, we'll get him back up here.
Let's see.
Help me watch backstage just in case I don't see it pop up, guys. Y'all can see backstage too, right? If anybody else comes in.
Yeah, I can. Well, I think so. I think I can. Anyway, I just put a thing up.
Well, guys, I hate to run, but I got to be up at 7 a.m. in the morning.
Oh shit!
I'm remodeling my whole house. I've been remodeling my whole house for the past month. Terry has helped me a lot, and I do appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
But I just bought a house in Ironton, and literally had to remodel from one end to the other. So, yeah, I gotta go. I just got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. And Terry, appreciate you having me on. Cybern.
Anytime, sir. Anytime.
Right on, Cybern, always a great time.
Right on, brother. Have a good one.
Yes, sir.
And everybody out there in the chat, go check out American Pride, Ohio.
Terry, Jeebus Crisp said post the link again.
All righty, guys. Have a good night.
See, I was paying attention. See you later, buddy.
There is the link again.
There it is, the link. The missing link. No.
The missing link.
The missing link. The missing link.
Well, it was missing. Now it's not. Now you don't see it. Now you do. Magic. Boom. Poof.
What happened? Oh, wait. Did he come up here? Thought I saw him. There he is.
There he is. Hello, Jeebus. Welcome back.
Cool.
Sorry about that.
No worries. No worries. Man, I can't.
So like I said, I'm new to the YouTube thing, and I'm on a phone here. So
yeah, that's what I was figuring. I
was trying to scroll back and read one of the comments because someone was asking me a question, and I can't scroll on my TV because I've got it up on the screen here, and when I tapped on the screen, it just completely cut me off.
Do you know who it was? I'll scroll back, see if I can find it.
I believe it was someone asking us, did Chile actually help us? And, like I said, here we go with the whole Chile thing. It seems like that Chile is the one that brought us all together, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Whether in a negative or positive light, we all found each other because of Chile. And that's the point that I want to make. It was that, like the man or not, my view on it is that he was a necessary tool because he brought light to this town and the situation and the things that were going on here. Did he do everything perfectly and do everything right? Absolutely not. We tried reaching out to him and saying, humble yourself, guy. Sarah messaged him the day before he came up here, and you know, in the dude's defense, he dropped everything he was doing and he came up here. Was it because he thought it would give him a story for his channel? He could get some views? Maybe, probably, but he told us that from the get. He said, you know, I do everything that I do for me, you know, and what you do from there is up to you. And yeah, I can understand that. But like I said, he was a necessary tool because no one else would have done what he did. You know, no one else was willing to get up in these guys' faces and say, hey, look, take a look at it, which is totally what they needed to do. And after he was gone, then Terry, you know, continued to stay on him and record him. And yeah, you know, it did have an effect because, you know,
Well,
oh my
you know
God,
what I
the
saw?
stories that we get from
Hold on. If you say it had an effect, are you talking about me being on scene that
I'm
had
talking
an
about
effect?
you and your camera filming them during traffic stops. You know,
How did that have an effect? You tell me what it would have been like had I not been there, because I wouldn't know. I wasn't there, and
well, you can see
that's
that on
sometimes is the
some of the
problem.
videos that are on our channel. You can see that, but there are other people that we know personally. Like I know I'm not going to put her name out there because, you know, but we know a girl who was being harassed just like Sarah was. She moved to Kentucky and she changed her name.
Yeah.
That's how bad they were fucking with her.
Do you have? Were you able to grab that link for me so I can post it in the chat
Yeah.
to your
Well,
to
I
your
don't
videos?
know if I'm going to lose you if I do this, but what I'll do is,
If you do, you can pop right back up, man. I'll put you right back on.
we don't have a laptop. I'm on Sarah's phone here doing the live stream, and I can go on my phone and get the link and post it in the comments.
Now, the
Yep.
thing I noticed,
What you'll have to do, hold on. What you'll have to do is you'll have to post it in the private chat,
Okay.
like
Yeah.
from where you're at, because if you're not a moderator, it won't allow you to post the link. It'll post everything except the link, and it'll leave it blank.
To the video that Goo was in from the March 3rd incident.
Okay.
But if you throw it into the private chat, I'll copy it.
And what you're wanting is the are you wanting the traffic stop with Blankenship, or are you
Well,
wanting the part from the phone where Goo came and
I assume any video that you throw up will give people an idea how to find you so that they can watch them all, right?
okay.
Will that be
Well,
like a link to your
traffic stop video?
You know what I mean? A link to your video, or a link to your page, or wherever these things are stored, like a link to your channel or whatever it's considered. So
Okay,
that you know, so that people in the chat will know exactly where to find you, and they don't have to look for you. They can just hit the link, and then they can watch. They can watch what you guys throw out and see what they say.
Yeah, I just put a link to the channel on there.
Okay,
That's the
so in the
easiest way to do
private
it.
chat, I don't know.
I totally disagree if people are arguing with what they think someone else says unless they've went and checked it out.
Right.
So if you really want to know what he says, then you go watch his stuff and you make up your mind. You'll see it from that point of view.
I watched the only thing that came into my head was when I watched this guy, when he sucked up into his ego. It was sort of like he was kind of ego, even though I'd catch him all the time, I'd be watching his shit going, wait a second, man, that ain't right. He's wrong about that. And anyway, and then I'd put something in the chat and he'd give some shit about it. And I'm like, wait a second, this guy, he just wants to be the big duck in the puddle, man. That's all. He's not really into this helping and shit. And where I really seen him go is when his video was featured on High Impact Clicks or one of Brian Young's channels, I think Grease Monkey or one of those that he's got. Anyway, the one where he got pulled over, I guess in Arizona or New Mexico. And after that, his subscriber, he blew up and he let that shit go to his fucking head. He did. I watched him, man. And the only thing I could think of was Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars, man. And if you're familiar with that song, it's about a rock star who gets sucked up into his own fucking ego. And
were you able to get that link, Tim?
Yeah,
Tim?
Yeah, I'm sending it to you right now.
Okay.
Hey,
Awesome.
hey, can you highlight that one right there with Peter talking about the Big Bang? I want to ask him a question about that. So, Peter, this Big Bang that took place of nothing exploding into everything, whenever has there been some explosion where the pieces don't radiate away from the center, but rather somehow come together later after this supersonic fucking explosion. Anyone that has ever watched an explosion happen will note that the particles of that explosion radiate away from the central point and therefore could never come together to be able to form into, I guess, balls of dirt and balls of burning gas. I guess that's what you're getting at. But I'd like to know how the fuck you get an explosion to where the pieces come together.
I only have a question: is when was there ever an explosion when there was nothing, that somehow everything exploded into being? And how would we prove if that even happened? I mean, if we were to believe it and assume that it is 100% true, how would we prove that?
Oh, because the astronomers heard it, don't you know? They was able to hear it because the speed
You
of
know,
sound.
there's also a thing, a phenomenon. It's not really a phenomenon; it's natural, but it's called sonoluminescence. Has anyone ever
Yes.
heard of that?
Yep.
Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
basically, the
Yes, sir.
mantis shrimp has this ability to clack his mandibles together and cause the water molecules to collide so violently that they create basically a miniature sun underwater.
Yep.
And the heat from it, I mean, is unfathomable. It's
Yep.
it's it's hotter than our sun. So
Well,
what they did, they found out that they could run a resonant frequency into a water molecule
mhm.
and recreate this. And what you see is that the water molecules collapsing on each other in a violent way. And then you'll see a small portal kind of open up. And then out of that portal will come a blue light, and it's a star. So yeah, star in a jar, exactly.
Mhm.
So my question is to a lot of atheists and a couple of my friends that I've conversed with about this, that claim they can explain things, and that they can explain the universe and how it's just it's always been there and whatnot. When that small portal opens up in that water molecule, what's on the other side of that? Where does that light emerge from? And
Well,
the Bible talks about how God speaks everything into existence. There's your frequency, but where does it come from?
Let me ask an even deeper question. At the time of this Big Bang, or the time previous to the Big Bang, in the time before the Big Bang, before there was ever a bang, big or small, before this happened, we have to assume something here. If you want to say that at that time there was absolutely nothing, then I want you to have to understand that something to contain it, what we consider space, this unending nothingness, that in and of itself is a something. So if you have absolutely nothing and nothing becomes something, then my question is, you have to get past the idea of having a space to contain something. Not only was whatever came into being, but the space to contain it must have as well.
He says here that he said that the larger chunks have gravity. There's no proof of that anywhere other than some guy about 200 years ago hung some balls up in a shed and sat about a quarter of a mile away with binoculars or some shit and watched it. And he said, "Oh, that proves it." And it's a ridiculous ass thing. If that were true, if mass attracted smaller mass, then that would mean that the largest piece of furniture in my home would gather all the dust. That's just
what would really blow some people's mind is to think that there's more space in your body, or anywhere else for that matter, than there is matter.
There isn't. Well, matter isn't even anything. Matter, what they found is that on the atomic level, as they speak, that is nothing solid there whatsoever. It's nothing more than a toroidal energy field governed by a frequency.
Right.
That's
they find
it.
a void.
So what happens is that everything is in movement. This is even in Hermetic teaching, that everything is in constant motion. Everything is vibration, energy, and resonance. And like you were pointing out, it says in Western culture that in the beginning there was only the word, and the word was God. God basically spoke.
What do you think that word is? It's the frequency.
Well, there it is, right there. It's sound.
Just
Look,
like
some
people could grasp the idea that light is a byproduct of sound, we could understand things a little better.
It's nothing more than a disturbance of the aether. Take a look. This is what the natives, this is their creator. This is Cocapelli. He played his flute, a vibration, a sound, and brought the universe, one word, universe, one one phrase
One word.
into existence.
Spoken right.
Do you see that comment there, David? Says a completely sterile test tube heated to high temperatures, and then a frequency such as voice vibrates in the tube, and amino acids are created. Well, my question is, well, look, I'm going to assume that that's true. Give me a second here, because I have a question. Okay, so you have the amino acids. Can you then take those amino acids and form life? That is my question. And if you can, how is that done? That would be an interesting topic, I think.
I think that if there's any amino acids from somebody breathing into the voice of, they're vibrating into a tube, it's coming out of their own mouth. No, I don't believe that. Not for one fucking minute. I think that's just some pseudoscience shit that somebody said. I'm sorry, I just don't. The cause of gravity? Gravity. Okay. There is no such thing as gravity. Okay, I'm going to explain this real. I'm going to explain this.
No, I'm not laughing at you, man.
I know that sounds crazy. Well, if I pick something up and drop it, it will fall. Well, if I pick something up and I drop it into a bucket of water, now everything changes, doesn't it? Because
well, my question is to you: if, let's say, if you were taught something your entire life,
right,
and I mean, it was indoctrinated into your mind as fact, and you're just set in your ways, and someone says something to you that doesn't agree with that, wouldn't you say that it was crazy?
Well, yeah.
No, the way I've always heard that put is that you being stubborn.
Here's the reality of it. It's real simple. It's a matter of density and
being stubborn is just lack of.
Well, I mean, being so stubborn to refuse to see what anyone else has to say, to ever understand that what you think might not be true. No, you're too stubborn to believe any of that. Right. Makes sense.
Okay, so here's like if the apple that fell on Newton's head, if it had gone into a bucket of water, well, we'd have a different situation altogether. I don't know why this wasn't realized. Of course it was, because they had to have this magic fucking word gravity, derived from the Greek gravitas, which merely means weight. Okay, what is weight? Weight is a measure of an object's density within a given medium. In this case, it's the surrounding atmosphere. Okay, now we change that medium to a denser medium, like, say water. Now, where is gravity? Where's this force that's pulling me to the ground? It's no longer in effect anymore. I've sought and found my equilibrium. That's what's going to happen with everything. The downward vector is nothing more than incoherent electrostatic attraction. Not much different than when you rub a balloon and stick it on the fucking wall. All it does, it doesn't pull. It's just a direction. That's all. It's the direction in which things sink and the opposite direction of which they float. You're between two Gaussian surfaces. We call it the ionosphere. I call it the firmament. It's positively charged.
You know,
the
when
earth,
they talk about the firmament in the Bible, they talk about the waters above.
The waters above and the waters below. Absolutely.
And space does act like water. We've seen this with somatics. We've seen this with Dr. Emoto's work, where he speaks words into water molecules as he freezes them. And then you get the negative words come out as a really distorted, ugly kind of pattern with a geometrical shape. And then you get, love, God, things that are positive in nature, things that make you feel good when you speak them. And it comes out as this beautiful geometric shape, this little snowflake, as you will.
It's been well known for a long time. And this is one of the reasons that the big they changed the standard tuning from A at 440 or 432 hertz to A at 440 hertz. A at 432 hertz is that's the frequency of nature. That's the natural frequency. A440 is not. In fact, it's harmful. It's a harmful frequency on a cymatic level. When you see experiments done with cymatics comparing the two tunings of the same note, the frequency that evolves from the 432 versus the A440 is much more intricate. I play guitar and I tune my guitar to 432, and some really interesting things happen. I start playing songs I've never played before. I start fretting chords that I'd never learned.
Get
And this was
inspired.
taught in the ancient times. These you know,
These are
it was
well
taught in
known.
the ancient times. Now what we have is a
We're
manipulation.
playing catch up. We're playing catch up with knowledge we almost have no way to attain.
Like
Yeah,
the
well,
like the solfeggio frequency, or like Leonardo da Vinci was talking about. Leonardo da Vinci, he did a painting, The Last Supper. They found that in The Last Supper, on the table, the pieces of bread are actually music notes on a scale.
okay.
And when they play that, it's played on 432.
Yep. Yep.
And
Which numerically, and I don't know how many of you are into that either, but I believe there's a lot to it. If
Before we go too far on that, I want to answer Peter Lemire. He said, "Why are there elections for police officers to begin with?"
yeah.
As far as I know, the only police officer here
Sheriff.
that is elected is the county sheriff,
County sheriff.
and his deputies are his choice. And as far as like the police chief, I'm pretty sure that that's handled like is that like the wouldn't that be like a commissioner or something? Maybe the mayor, city council. I'm not sure how that works.
Sheriff
I don't.
and police. The sheriff and police are actually two different organizations.
Right.
The police are actually not constitutional, but the sheriff is. We're supposed to have a sheriff. In fact, the county sheriff is one of the most powerful positions in the land.
Absolutely, because he comes directly elected by the people.
Yep. So that's one of the that I was going to address that too. What he was talking
and anyone who lives in this area knows that. I mean, I know there's been a lot of dirt that's been dug up on the Ironton police and everything and whatnot. And I know they got their little secrets too, but and Terry, I'm pretty sure you know this. We worry because, when you start auditing the sheriff's department and the things that they're doing and the things that they're dipping their hands in, that's when it becomes not just, screw the YouTube channel. Now you're putting yourself in danger. And these guys, they don't have body cameras and they don't have dash cameras. Like, there's actually a gentleman that came up here from Texas that did a story on the cockfighting. And,
yes, that was the Shark Channel, Showing Animals Kindness and Respect is the name of the channel. If you go
so what he found out,
if you go to look that up on YouTube, really quick, Tim, if you go to look that up on YouTube, you must type in the search the words "Showing Animals Kindness and Respect." If you just
I
type
posted a video of it
you'll
on
just
our
get out.
channel when we first started our channel. I posted a video on that. The guy was assaulted by a couple of guys. I actually know who one of them are. And they're tied in with the sheriff's department in a way to where,
and that's not new. Hey, Tim, that's nothing new, brother. We had the same fucking thing happen here. Exactly. What you just told, that story you just told happened right here in my county too.
Well, if you'd allow me to, I want to look something up. And so Sarah was emailing this guy. He had came here, and basically he goes around the country and he films different towns. And I think it's called America's Ghettos or something like that. What was it called?
The title of the video was Appalachian Slums.
Was Appalachian Slums, I believe. And
I actually have seen that video. I have watched that one.
So we got an email back from this character, and he was really, I mean, I want to read the reply that he sent us. Because he wanted no part of it.
Is it called Southern Life?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I found it. I got it right here.
Okay. And I want to read you the email that he sent back to us regarding, what he thought of when he came here and talked to a few people and stuff. And, it's going to make the people of Ironton it's going to paint them in a negative light. But I want y'all to understand that this is not everybody. This guy's experience when he came here from out of town and tried to do. And I'm going to let Sarah read this to you. Okay. This was the reply that he sent. Well, she's going to read you the message that she sent him and then read you his reply.
Terry, I will.
And this is a guy that doesn't live here, that doesn't have to live with this every day. He's not even from around here. Okay.
All right, I'm interested. You got me biting. I want to hear it.
Right on. And Terry, I'll get these to you. Okay.
Awesome.
This I sent this April the 1st. It says, "Hi, my name is Sarah Page, and I came across your video on YouTube covering parts of Ironton, Ohio. I said it's not something that you really cover on your platform, but I'm reaching out to any and all that will help expose their corruption. Some of the stories shared are sickening. Many have contacted higher authority, but nobody will help. I tried reporting it through all upper channels and even contacted the FBI, who hung up on me several times and was threatened with arrest by the chief of police if I moved forward with a complaint. I said, if at all possible, I would greatly appreciate help getting the issue exposed. As well, please share content you find when you visit." And pretty much he said, "We are not activists." And this is the gentleman that has the channel, like Southern Life. He says, "We are not activists, and we're not here to degrade or demonstrate against law enforcement. Bing bong, all small towns are corrupt. Why do you think a house in Ironton cost around $20,000? Because it's garbage. There is no fixing that place. Just look through the comments on my video. It will give you an idea how that town and its people are beyond repair. Spend less time doing activism and more time working so you can get yourself and those you love out of that hellhole. And if
Wow.
those people are really that bad, you would be afraid to speak out. And you never hear me say much about Alabama, but you know why? Because they can make you disappear and then lead the search team that searches for you. The FBI knows all small towns are corrupt, not just there, but all over our country. And sadly, they don't get involved unless it's too late. So best thing you can do is leave. There are better places, but you're not going to find it around that area. You have to slave away for the American dream, or at least be in a better area. And when a town goes to crap like that, corruption is at the forefront. Sorry, I can't help you. I want nothing to do with that town. It is clearly some of the most stubborn and envious people I've ever ran across in my life. I'm still getting threats from there."
And it's not just that guy. And I don't want to paint Ironton or the tri-state area in a negative light at all, but that's what you're dealing with. And the people, like when Chili came here, I got to bring it up, but I sent a lot of people were messaging me and saying, how can I get a hold of this YouTuber that's in town trying to dig up all this dirt? Because I got story to tell. I got video. I want to talk to this guy. Most of these people, they don't want to be known. They don't want the cops here to know that they're telling their they're afraid of the retaliation that they're going to get.
That's exactly right.
And that's why whenever people say, oh, well, Terry's not an auditor, he's not auditing. Well, in all honesty, I don't blame him for just standing there with the camera and not getting involved, because he doesn't want to be a target. He just wants to put the information out there. He wants people to see what's going on. But then, what you had there was the cops know you're there, so what are they going to do? Are they going to at this point, they've already been exposed, and all they want to do is prove this shit wrong.
Yeah.
So what are they going to do? Are they going to act out in front of a camera? No, they're not. So do we blame Terry for that?
It's so important. Which is why it's so important that if you have an encounter with law enforcement, whether it's in Ironton or anywhere else, make sure you have your camera rolling. Make sure you have
big
your
message
camera
here.
rolling.
That's the that's the best advice I could give anyone here. Because
make sure you have your camera rolling.
Oh God, yes. Well, that's you have to, because unfortunately in this world, many people, and a lot of them, especially in the police force, we've investigated ourselves and found that we did nothing wrong. They tend to if it's not recorded, it didn't fucking happen.
And like this guy from this
they don't have any sense of no I don't know what I'm looking for. They no human portion to them. You know what I'm saying? They have no humanity within their own selves. I guess I don't know how you can go against your heart like that and do the
Well, you
types of
can't.
things that they do to people. Even if it is your job to be one of those people, I don't know.
You know, I want to share a couple more stories from a couple other people. I'm not going to mention their names, but you know, it's like this guy was saying, you know, just move away from there. Just get away from there now because it's never going to change. And that's like Sarah told Chili before he came up here, you know, no rush. Don't drop what you're doing and come here. It's not going to change, you know, between now and whenever time you get here. If you show up tomorrow, you know, or 3 years from now, it's going to be the same thing going on. So, and you know, we have like my lawyer told me whenever, you know, I was calling him off the hook, Sarah's lawyer, and I'm going to put his name out there because this guy, he really needs to straighten his shit up, and he really needs to represent the clients that he's given because he gets paid to do so. And he's a public defender, and everyone says he's the best lawyer in town because he's friends with the prosecutor. But what they don't know is that he's running for prosecutor. Right. And his name's Gene Meadows. And anyone who gets this guy and they tell him, well, you know, he's a great lawyer. He'll get you the best deal. Fuck that. What if you don't want to take a deal? You
Hey,
know?
Tim, I got a question for you. I've recently sat through a couple court cases here and there, just little quick things with a couple people. And you know how, I assume you know how this works. Most people do. They, at some point, your public pretender, or excuse me, your public defender will at some point disappear from you. And when he comes back, he'll have this deal that him and the prosecutor struck without you being present, but they tell you about this
And
deal,
from
and
my
you can
understanding,
either
you're supposed to
sign.
be president. You're supposed to be
Well,
president. Excuse me, I'm a little
but
shwilly, but
right, but follow me for just a second. So they come up with this deal that you can take where, you know, if you don't take this deal, you'll get 150 years instead of the 5 years we're going to give you, or whatever, you know, whatever the deal is. And but I noticed something very interesting after that deal is signed and court
it's
is
called a
convened.
buffalo.
After we're sitting in the courtroom and court is convened again, and the judge is back on the stand, as they call it, I guess, on the bench, whatever the hell they call it. He says something interesting. He says, do you understand the nature of the charges against you? You know, talking about what they had just signed. And most people say, yes, I understand. And he says, did anybody offer you any deals? Did anybody offer you any rewards? Or did anybody offer to put a gun to your head and make you sign this piece of paper? And most people answer no. Well, that seems to me like the judge just made them admit under oath that there was no kind of a deal struck anywhere at any time. Now, I don't know, but that's the way it seems now that I've seen a couple of these go down. I thought that just seemed rather suspect to me.
Well, you got to think of the word court and what it actually means. The word court is usually applied to sports. You know, you got your basketball court, basically. And, you know, when he says that, and he basically gets you to admit that, it's on record. You know, you're not allowed to record in there, but they are recording, and you can get the transcripts. Only it might cost you $100. You know, it's all about the money. These guys, they worship money.
I agree with you, John Broders. I'm trying. I'm doing everything I can to quit talking about them, but unfortunately, people in the chat keep bringing it up. And
you know what? That was my fault. But like I said, I had to prove a point because, you know, he had a good point, but. You know, we told him like it wasn't going to change anything. There's a woman, and her daughter had passed away. There's an elaborate story behind this, but I can't share the whole story because I don't want to disrespect the woman that shared it with us. But you know, a lot of people have shared a lot of stories with us, and you know, like Terry said, if you don't have all the facts, you can't really put it out there because in the end, you'll look like a knucklehead for putting out false information if it was. So you got to get all the facts before you put it out there. But her daughter had been given a lethal overdose of, what was it that they shot her with, babe?
Hot shot.
It was fentanyl and meth. Okay.
Hot shot.
And when they found her daughter, she was found in an ex-police officer's home. Okay. And she hired 3 different investigators, private investigators, to follow up and find out what actually happened to her daughter. And what she got was all 3 private investigators coming to her after digging into the situation and digging up all the dirt they could and finding out what they could find out. They came to her and said, drop it. Just drop it. Don't pursue this. Just leave it alone. I'm not going to do it. You should just drop it. And that goes back to what my lawyer told me. Now, this is an out-of-towner. He's from California. He was a film broker. You know, Sarah's lawyer, he never answered not one email, one text message, one phone call ever until the day of court. And she was on him every day. We want the body camera footage from all the officers that were involved there, because what that would have shown is that Spoljaric, Fouch, and what was the other officer? Borders. And Borders, all 3 held her freedom over her head. They said, if you tell us his information or just cooperate with us, tell us what we want to know, we'll let you go home with your sister. We're still going to tow your car, but we'll let you go home. So now she has this ultimatum. It's cooperate or go to jail. So when they put on her charges, obstruction of official business, and you can watch this on the CVS incident, Terry, if you ever feel like going back and watching the whole video. They collaborate. They get together and they collaborate as to what to call the charge to arrest her with. And then and eventually they said they were going to charge her with obstruction of official business because Akers told Spoljaric and Fouch that she grabbed Akers by the arm. But in the police report, he wrote that she grabbed me while they were pulling me out of my vehicle trying to arrest me. First of all, if you watch that video, my feet were the first thing to exit the vehicle because I was trying to stand up because I knew they were going to cuff me, but they didn't allow me to do that. They took me straight from my car, straight to the ground, face first. Okay. And then they tried to coax her into telling them my information because I didn't give it. And so eventually they arrested her for not telling them my information. And the body camera footage would have proven that. But her lawyer knew that, and her lawyer works with the prosecutor. So what they did was they strung the case out for like 4 months. And then when that body camera footage was no longer available, they dismissed the charges and let her go. But she still wanted that body camera footage, and now she can't get it because they gave it just enough time to have been deleted.
You do know that I do have a request in for everything that I can get on your case, right? I've told you that.
You're not going to get it, bub. You're not going to get it.
Whether I get it or not, you do understand that I have put in those requests. Yours and some others. Yours wasn't the only one. I'm still waiting on everything. I have received nothing. Now, the interesting thing is, if I go to the clerk's office at either courthouse, those ladies are very, very helpful. They answer every question I have. They do it with a smile on their face.
Well, those ladies.
But as far as getting that information, I haven't gotten anything.
Some of those ladies are really in back with the chili thing, no one else came here and tried to uncover some of the stuff that was going on. Now, there's people on the inside of it that know what's going on, but they're afraid because they don't want to lose their positions.
Right.
They're afraid their lives are going to be ruined. I have a recorded phone call that I think that you know about, right, Terry? With a particular woman that talked about the Spoljaric situation. Okay. She was more worried about losing her job or losing her, or even being retaliated against.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at. We've got a bunch of scared people that know what they're capable of, and they've seen it firsthand. It's just not happened to them yet. And they don't want it to happen to them.
And I don't want it to happen to them.
You're dealing with organized crime here.
Absolutely. That's what I was going to say.
On the highest scale imaginable.
Yep.
So
the only thing
I think the worst part about it is, and what people don't seem to understand is, if you want change, you're not going to get that on the sidewalk with the cops. Right. I mean, that's not going to change anything. Now, it might keep it at bay. If you protest that they are playing for my camera, as a lot of people put it, but they have to be on their best behavior because I'm there with the camera, then they'll have to be on their best behavior no matter who has the camera.
That's not a bad thing.
Right. I understand.
This is why
Well,
I
see,
understand
isn't
what you're
that,
saying,
isn't that
but
why? Hold on.
I
Isn't
understand
this
what you're
why?
saying, but here's my question. What is it changing? Because it's not changing anything. All it's doing is holding it at bay. It didn't change anything. The moment, according to what I'm understanding, if you believe that they're playing for the camera, the moment they get to stop where camera's not there, they'll do what they do anyway. I mean, if
Well,
you know,
let's
if it be true that
let's
that's
look at
what's
this
going
in the
on,
reality, Terry. Let's
you
look
know,
at this in the progression of how it went. Okay, cops were doing fucking horrendous things to people, right? So what did they do? They ended up all this cry for cops to have body cams and dash cams, right? And so they went ahead and they did this. Okay, so they got dash cams and they got body cams. Well, then what happens is then if it doesn't no transparency there because they either don't give you the fucking body cam or the dash cam, or they redact it, and like they did with my dash cam footage, made it look
Or
like
they
some
stall you in court long enough to have
right,
it
right,
tabled
right.
and then say, "Oh,
So
well, it's okay. Your case was dismissed. Why do you still worry about it?"
so then when
Well,
people started filming cops, now we're seeing this thing where there's places that are passing laws saying you can't film the fucking police anymore. I don't know how the fuck that stands, but anyway, they're doing it. So I'm like, what the fuck is it take to get people to realize that, all right, look, here's the problem. We don't have to prove that they're bad. They prove that they're bad themselves by not wanting to be accountable for their actions. Okay, that right in itself says it all, right? Who doesn't want surveillance cameras in the fucking store? Shoplifters. There you go. So that's the problem is with the quality of people that we're putting in these positions, and even much more is even having people in these positions. I mean, given the actuality, if these guys got enough time to spend pulling people over for a fucking blinker and searching through their goddamn car for 45 fucking minutes, it tells me that there's not a whole lot going down and there's no need for you. You're an added expense, because in all reality, police are not fucking they're not actionable. They're reactionary. Okay,
well, you
they're
heard
not.
Akers when he pulled us over for the well, this is a go-to with the Ironton police, because when they don't have a reason to pull you over, they'll go to this. It's you didn't use your turn signal 100 feet prior
Yeah.
to the place where you're returning. Here's my problem with that. How do you know where that 100-foot mark is? Just by using your eyeballs. What are you, RoboCop?
Mhm.
Like, do you have some kind of measuring device and some kind of contact lens that tells you that that was 100 feet and that I didn't make that mark? Like, so there's that. But not only that, but it, like I said, it was just a made up excuse. They recognized the vehicle. They got their little circle in the police department. I'm not saying all of them are bad or all of them are a part of this circle, but I know at least 4 of them are.
Like
And these are the 4 same officers that continue to do the same things. And
I
we're
want to
not the only
respond
ones.
to
There have
John.
been other people.
I want to respond to John here. He said, if you want to fix things, you have to get active in your own town. My town is stable because we, the people, stand together. I'm very happy to hear that. That's exactly what I want for Ironton. That is exactly what I want for Lawrence County, the state of Ohio, the entire tri-state, and every other state in what we consider our union. However, it would seem that, and the funniest part is neither Tim or me, but myself, we do not live in Ironton. We are not residents of Ironton. I live out in the country. I'm not actually a resident of the city of Ironton.
Well, I did
So,
kind of grow up there. And,
well, I did, and I've
know
been out
all
here my whole life.
some of these cops that are riding around now, pulling people over, lying on police reports and stuff. Some of their dads were cops when I lived in Ironton, and when I was, I've got a colorful past, and and I know a lot of people in Ironton, and people reach out to me like, the cops are doing this, the cops are doing that, and what can I do? What did I do? I gave him Chili's number because he was here exposing the cops.
Right.
But it's like, what can you do?
Right.
I want to say something here, just in the name of safety, because I have been out there. It said that Arizona is passing a minimum distance of 8 feet. If that's true, I want you to understand that there are going to be times when being 8 foot or less is going to be okay with you and with them. There are going to be other times when 8 foot might be a little close for them and they may not like that. And you'll know when those times are. And I hope that you operate a little responsibility and common sense if you get out there with a camera, that you don't try to enforce 8 feet to an exact and carry a tape measure and be too much of an ass. Be careful, because sometimes you never know what you're going to run into. And there was an event, an evening where, you know, my partner and I thought that we were going to be shot. So, you know, I mean, you never know exactly what you're rolling up on if you're doing what I do. You know, if you're just walking through a big city and, you know, there are lights flashing, it might be a little bit different. But around here, it's, you know, you never quite know what you might be getting in on. So just be careful, have some common sense,
You
be
got to be
safe,
careful
be
when opinions
responsible.
come into play, because
Right. Just
opinions.
make sure you
Right.
never turn out to be their enemy on the sidewalk, because you don't want them to have to fight you too.
That's why, you know, Terry, I watched a lot of your videos with the cops, and I saw them, and I'm not gonna lie, my blood boiled on every video just watching them do what they do, and then you record it. But then I had to realize that it's not Terry's fault. You know, what can he do? You know, is he gonna yell at them, say, "Hey, you pulled him over for a traffic for a turn signal. Why are you searching their vehicle?" You know, but what I really wanted was to get into the person's ear that got pulled over and say, "Hey, tell the cop fuck off. He don't have a right to search your vehicle." And, you know, and I'm all about getting the meth off the streets, man. It's a bad thing. I've had friends that have passed away. I've got friends that I don't even recognize anymore, that I don't even, you know.
But don't you think that that's a problem, that if it's just left alone, it'll work itself out? I mean, really,
Maybe.
I mean, if you think about it, if you was just to go, okay, everybody who wants to have some meth, here you go, all you want. I've never seen anybody.
You kill yourself. But what you're dealing with now, you've got police officers that are, you know, traveling around with meth in their pockets while they're doing these pullovers. So who's to say they're not planting it?
Right.
And not only that, and, you know, I know a lot of people don't know about the stuff that's going on in our life, but we've got good reason to not trust these officials. And, you know, there's a gentleman that died recently. He was picked up from the hospital by two friends. They went to his hotel with him. Well, actually, they talked him into getting the hotel room, and he paid for it. They left. Now, here's where it gets messed up. They left with his wallet, his book bag where he had all his belongings in, his prosthetic leg, and his phone. They left the room with all that stuff. And the hotel clerk, I don't know how she knew to come there and check the room or whatever, but she's the one that reported that there was an overdose. And it was marked off as an accidental overdose. We reached out to Aaron Bollinger, which is the head investigator of the drug task force in Ironton. It used to be within the police department. Now it's within the sheriff's department. I know for a fact that Aaron Bollinger is crooked. I can tell you so many stories about this guy and the stuff he did and this and what came of it. And that's a
Now,
whole.
hold on. Let me explain something here at this point. I have to give a little bit of a disclaimer, as I do sometimes when I'm with David on his channel. Just because I'm on the panel and just because I have people on here telling you what they know, don't assume that I know and agree 100%, because I don't know everything that Jeebus knows.
I can understand that.
I want to make that clear. It's not you I'm explaining it to. It's to the people in the chat, so that they're not confused, so that they don't think that necessarily all three of us up here are saying this is how it is. We're
And I
allowing you to
understand
tell
that,
you.
Terry, and that's why we take up for you a lot, because, you know, we understand why you do things the way you do it. And we don't want to see you come under any harm, and we don't want to see these guys do to you what they do to other people. And, you know,
Well,
at this
believe me, I
point,
don't
a
want to
lot
have
of
it
people
done
are
to me.
watching. So maybe, you know, maybe the problem's on its way to being fixed, or at least, you know,
Either that, or it's on its way to us just giving it up and not giving a shit anymore, because no one else does.
I can't do that, though. I can't do that. But, you know, with the story I was telling you, this guy, these two people, right, that left the hotel room, and then there's the hotel clerk that comes to the room and finds the man unresponsive. He's barely alive, but he's unresponsive. Now, she gives him a Narcan shot, not knowing whether or not he's overdosed or what, which I don't know why she wasn't questioned as to why she did that, because this guy that we're talking about, he's got all the diabetes, right? and he's got a lot of health problems, heart problems and stuff. He had recently had limbs amputated, digits amputated due to diabetes. And, you know, the cops come, they, you know, they check over the scene, they rule it as an accidental overdose. He was given lethal doses of fentanyl and meth. And the two people that were in the hotel room with him left, and the investigators know who these two people are, and they know that they left with all his belongings, including his prosthetic leg, which is the only thing that he can't walk without it. He can't leave that hotel room. So why is there not an investigation launched? You know, because according to their policies and whatnot, we've been reading up on this a lot. They're supposed to treat, if there's any suspicion whatsoever revolving around what they would deem an accidental overdose, they're supposed to treat that as a homicide, because it very well could be, but they didn't. And when we called Aaron Bollinger with the sheriff's department and we explained to him that there were these two people, he already knew. He said, yeah, I know who they are. He told us the names. Now, he also told us that the investigation was closed. But what we found out was that there was no investigation. There was a woman recently found dead in her car in Ironton. The woman was from Portsmouth. She was found on what they call Lawrence Street Park, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Storms Creek Park? Something like that. It's right by the riverbank. It's this little
Storms Creek Park,
spot.
I believe it was.
Yeah. So they found her in the back seat of her own car with the windows rolled up and all the doors locked, and she was deceased. They could tell she was deceased. If you go to the police report and to the news story about it, they knew she was deceased. They said that. What did they do? They broke the window in and got her out of the car. What didn't they do? They didn't take fingerprints from the window. They didn't secure the scene, check cigarette butts for DNA.
Are you saying they did not investigate a
They did
possible
not
murder scene?
whatsoever investigate as to why this woman was dead in the backseat of her car. They ruled it as a quote unquote accidental overdose. Now, we read this other article from Portsmouth given by a guy who claims to be a former confidential informant that says that this hot shot is what they're calling it. You know, this is what they do to people that they don't want to talk, like snitches, what they call snitches, or you know, people that
Could possibly make a problem.
could make a problem for, you know, the dope dealers or whatever. You know, I'm not saying that all the cops in Ironton are dope dealers, but I'm saying we know at least one of them were. So, you know, where do we go from there? You see what we're dealing with? We're dealing with a real scary situation here.
Now, hold on, Tim. Technically, we know that he possessed it. We assume he may have been consuming it. We cannot prove. We can't prove he didn't sell it.
And I
but
can't
at the
give
moment,
you my
I can't
opinion.
prove that he can. You know, you're left to assume some, and I'll leave that up to each individual how they feel about it.
Right.
Well, in the eyes of their little system, that's more than a user amount. That is a distribution amount.
Which was the initial charge was trafficking, right, because of the amount. And you know, we don't know whether he was actually selling drugs to anyone, whether, you know, he could have had a girl that was an addict and she was vulnerable. You know, maybe he was trying to impress this girl and giving her drugs to do, you know, go with him or do whatever, or, you know, but do you honestly think that he's the only one that's doing that? And then all of a sudden his wife doesn't want to,
look, that's what I'm saying. It still isn't a one-man thing going on.
I've heard you say it. You know, that's why I brought it up.
I mean, I'm sorry. That's just not a rogue cop. That's just not.
And what I'm seeing, and this is my, like, you know, this is just an opinion. This is just what's going on in the back of my head. Was I'm seeing, you know, a few of these other cops in the same department going to his wife. With he's not really with her, but it's his wife. She's the one that reported him. She got sick of the whatever was going on, and she said, "You know what? I'm going to tell on you." She saw that there had been some light brought to what was going on, and it wasn't completely hopeless for anyone to believe when she tells them what's going on. So she went for it. Now, all of a sudden, after he's in the court a little bit and the shit's hitting the fan, she kind of eases back. What I see in the back of my head is that some of these other cops have called her, contacted her somehow, who knows, and said, "Hey, I get you're mad at Brad, but you're gonna get us in trouble. So ease off, man. Don't get us all in trouble. We don't deserve it." But you got McKnight, and just to be clear, I want to tell everyone that that's Sarah's second cousin. We found this out. She knew him when he was little. Her cousin is his dad. They're from Kentucky. Now, he's got this guy in his house and staying with him, from what I understand, and he's got a kid. So this guy's like, okay, you got a kid. I'm going to take the blame for this. I don't want your kid getting taken away. Well, that's a problem, because anyone that knows or has any dealings with CPS in this area know that anytime that there's drugs around a kid, or whether their parent knows it or not, if the parent had a roommate staying there and that roommate had drugs and they caught that roommate with drugs, that kid would have been taken away from anyone else.
Tim,
and I don't wish that upon anyone. I don't think they should take his kid, but why didn't they?
Hey, Tim, I'm about ready to answer that for you, because I have it from a different source who seems just as reliable that he was not arrested at McKnight's house, that story is not true. I was told, and again, this is what I was told. You know how stories, as Eugene usually says, a pair of lips will say anything. So take it for what it's worth to you. But I was told that he was actually arrested at the ex's house. I don't know if that's who the lady was in court, if that's the new girl, an old girl. I don't know who these people are, but apparently, at least from what I was told, he was arrested at the ex's place, and that's how his truck came into be. So I assume he had them with him there, and that explains why, or it could explain why all these people have these questions about McKnight and his children and all that kind of stuff. They would have no reason to go to McKnight's house if that's not where they arrested him.
So they didn't find him at McKnight's house. He was just staying there. The drugs weren't recovered from McKnight's house. That's what you're being told, right?
That's what I was told. Now, whether there's any validity to that or not, I don't know, but it's just as valid as the other point stating that he was arrested.
So then we got to look at, if we know that's the truth, even if, it's not just hearsay, if we know that's the truth, and we know that they found it on him, right? And he claims, and his lawyer claims in their disposition that, a friend gave it to him and he just didn't turn it in. Well, if that's the case, then why are you carrying it around on you then? Why is it in your vehicle? Why is it in your pocket? Wherever they found it. See, I don't have all the facts either, but a lot of questions are unanswered.
I am assuming that there is a lot larger investigation than me and you are personally able to do going on right now. This is an assumption.
That's not an assumption. I know that for a fact.
Well, it's because I don't have ironclad proof to show you right now. I believe that there is, but I'm just saying I have to assume that this is happening. So I intend on seeing how it plays out and see what comes out of it, because there's no way I can influence it at all except for get in trouble trying to do it. But I want to respond to Sue here. She said, what happens to someone that has evidence of corruption? Where is one supposed to go that is safe because the corruption runs so deep? Where does one go? Well, I tell you, people here in this area, or any area for that matter, if they want to get with me or send me any information they have, that's great. But here's the thing. I am not going to have people telling their story, because without the proof to back it up, it is just that, unfortunately. Whether I believe it or not is irrelevant. It's not about what I know. It's about what we can prove. So if there's evidence of corruption, that's one thing. But someone saying this happened to me and I have absolutely no more proof of it than the cops do, then that is not evidence of corruption. That is a story. And so it's not that I'm trying to make light of what's happened to people. That's not it. I want you to understand that if you bring me something, it has to be something that I can prove it. Otherwise, I can't go with it, because I have to be able to prove it to be correct or not correct.
Hey, Pat Gallagher down here says ragu with mushrooms always need more mushrooms. I agree. Always more mushrooms.
In the form of chocolate bars?
Well, in the form of chocolate bars, or you can just eat them normal. If you ever eat them wet, that's nasty, but I put one on a salad. That was awesome. But
I've never had a mushroom, I'll say. I've never had one of those.
Oh, no. No, don't say that. Come on. Well, we're gonna have to talk. But I wanted to go on about something you were saying about like with the PD, but you know, he's supposed to be your lawyer, right? But do you think he all right? So we look at who pays the judge's paycheck, right? Fucking state, right? So who pays the prosecutor's paycheck? Same motherfucker, right? So who pays the public defender's paycheck? The same person. So do you think it behooves the public defender to actually defend you, whereas that would end up jeopardizing his job? Because the whole people who brought the case against you, the state, there's a huge conflict of interest here. So that being said, his job is not really so much to defend you, but to go in there and broker a deal. That's all.
Yeah. He gets paid to show up no matter how many times
Right.
your case gets continued or how many times you come back. He gets paid every time he shows up.
It's all just commercial bond shuffling is all it is. It's a bunch of
You know,
commercial-
guys, I want to give a little bit of advice to the people in the chat. If you have evidence of corruption, and you have real evidence, and you know, I mean, as you know, it runs deep. I don't care where you're at, what town, USA, or probably what town in the world at this point. If you have evidence of that and you're looking for a safe place to go, I wish I had a 100% thing to tell you. I don't know, because it runs so deep. But the problem is, just my best advice is be very careful of what you say and who you say it to. Be very careful in who you trust, because a lot of the people that feign trust to you, you couldn't trust at all. So just be very careful that you don't say too much to any one person that you're not sure of where it's going, because what's going to happen is, if what people say is true and corruption does run that deep and it is that big and bad, then that means all you did was put a target on your back, you know.
Right.
And
Well,
you know,
it's
so I
almost like
just
that
be very
kind
careful
of
who you trust.
that kind of trust is kind of like one of those movies, like where somebody moves to a new town and then they slowly become aware that there's a satanic cult that's murdering people and shit, and it's comprised of her neighbors and stuff. So she's got to be real careful, and she's like, oh shit, where do I go? And she goes to the fucking sheriff and says, you're not going to believe this. And so he goes to look at it and ends up that the sheriff is the fucking high priest. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta like, you don't know who you can trust, Sue. I don't know, man. That's a good question. I mean, we know we can't trust the FBI. Hello, Hunter's laptop. Hello, all this other fucking bullshit. They're not really a law.
So the question is, if you're going against law enforcement, what law enforcement do you go to? If your
Right.
constitutional sheriff won't do it, or if your local law enforcement won't do it, then, and if the FBI won't do it, then who, you know?
I would
guess
say
the big question is,
I would say
who do you
attorney
trust?
general. Your attorney general's got to be your next step.
I have been told, now I personally have not called the attorney general, but I have been told by a few people who has, that he told them they needed to call the police chief.
Well, yeah, see, that's just passing the buck. It's just passing the buck. You need to get more people on that. If people would mass call the fucking attorney general like they have been in these goddamn police departments, now maybe you can get something done. But you're not going to get something done by yelling at the waitress. That's what I'm telling people. Nothing's going to change yelling at the fucking waitress. The menu's going to remain the same. You got to go to the fucking corporate guy. You got to go, hey, corporate guy, your menu sucks, man. You need to change this fucking shit. That's the only place you're going to get anything. I'll be right back.
That is a good question, Don. I guess that's kind of what I'm asking is, you know, we all have a common enemy, and that is exactly why it's important to come together. The question is, how do we do it effectively? Because, you know, while we're trying to do that here, so far we're not really affecting anything. How do we take it from this, make it bigger, and turn it into what it should be? Been an outlaw since birth. Wake up America and resist says against all government. I'm an outlaw since birth. Yeah, that's funny. Part of my family lineage comes from some old West outlaws called the Dalton Gang. So if you ever run across them in American Western history, you know, I come from a line of outlaws, so I guess I got a little outlaw in me too. And it's not that I'm exactly against government. I'm just against what government has become, because it's not what it was originally supposed to be. And you know, the way it's set up, or the way it's supposed to be set up, and the idea that I was brought up with was that we the people were in control, because we the people. And if that indeed be true, then why are we not now in control of what we've always been in control of? Well, the answer to that question is the only reason we're not is because people won't stand up and take it. They're either afraid, or you know, I don't know what it is that they're running from, but they're obviously afraid of something. So
well, they're not response able. That's what it is. They're not response able, not responsible.
That's right.
Nobody wants to be response able. Everybody, that's why I say everybody's looking for a fucking hero. They're looking for somebody else to save them. Save yourself, man. Like I said, get the knowledge. If you free your mind, your ass will follow.
I think people misunderstand sometimes. I always say that like everybody's ready for a fight, but they can't identify the enemy.
That's
You know,
exactly
I think
right. That's
I
why
think
you got all
people
this anger.
forget. I think people forget that our true fight is not really against flesh and blood. You know, I don't like to quote scripture a lot, but I will in this case, because it's not against flesh and blood, and yet we spend our time, you know, hating this flesh and blood part of it without understanding that the enemy we search for is a lot bigger than what we have our sights set on.
You know, Terry, I just want to put one thing out there for everybody, and
Go for it, sir.
somebody told me this, and I want to just put it out there. So, who's the top? Who's on the very top? Right? There's God, right? Then under God, there's what? Man, right? Then under man, we got government. Then under government, we have public officials, police, you know, government, public servants. These are supposed to be people that are supposed to be serving the people.
Utilities.
Right.
They're public
Right.
utilities.
So, you know, they're the lowest ranking individual in any situation when you encounter them, because they're there to serve you. You're above them. Somehow or another, somewhere along the line, that has been manipulated, and people have been led to believe that these cops, that these mayors, that these judges, that they have authority over you, which is not. The only authority over you is God. Then under God becomes us, us, us. And then there's the government, and then there's the public servants. They are the lowest ranking individuals on the scene of any encounter.
Yeah,
So
well,
once
try
people
to
start
try to get them to agree to seeing it that way.
Well,
Because
that's
they're-
like I said, that's the hardest part. You know, you can go to court, you can take it all the way to Supreme Court, but the hardest part to endure is going to be getting past that policy man. That guy with that ego that's going to slam you on the ground, is going to throw cuffs on you. He's going to tell your girl, you should leave that guy. You know, he's nothing but trouble. You should lose the zero and get with a hero. And, you know, all the little games they play, they're literally, you know, it's like pawns in chess. You can't tell me that the pawns aren't the hardest part of playing chess, because, you know, there's so many of them.
Well, yeah, that's, hey, if we're going to have a civil war, I thought I'd get out the appropriate weaponry. We're going to wear, what color are you going to wear? I'm wearing gray.
I'm feeling lucky.
I got this old black powder pistol here ready to rock and roll here. You ever seen one of these? This is an old Colt. What you do is you have to fill a cylinder up with the powder and the ball, and then when you rotate it around here to the where this ramrod's at, then you take that and press it into place, rotate it, put your next shell in, or your next powder charge and your ball, your wadding, and rotate it around, and then so reloading took a little while.
That's a lot of work for one bullet, man.
Yeah,
Well,
we
yeah,
all
you
did
got
the
six.
ramrod.
You get
We'll
six
do
like that,
forward.
though.
Do the forward, right.
That's definitely, that's six.
Well, you
know?
definitely learn how to conserve ammo. when you have a slow reloader like that.
Oh yeah, well, see, that was an officer's sidearm right there. That, you know, this was what was crazy in the Civil War, is they were using Napoleonic warfare tactics where they just line up in lines and shoot at each other. And at those distances that they were used to for that, you know, with the smooth bore round musket ball, it was pretty inaccurate. And, you know, casualties were, well, let's say comparatively light. So then by 1858, they developed the rifled musket with a shaped bullet. And then they get into this conflict where they're still using these Napoleonic warfare tactics, and it's fucking devastating. Completely devastating, man. This shit's going through like 3 guys at these distances. And there'd never been this horrific of casualties before. And so now you see this migration of tactics going from these lining up in a line and shooting each other to having trench warfare and more guerrilla warfare type tactics go on. It's pretty interesting how that progressed. But it was all due to the weaponry change. It really was. So an officer would carry that, and not only for self-protection, the officers weren't supposed to get so far up into the front. And the other people that would carry one were the sergeants, and they carried that because anybody that turned around and retreated, you were supposed to force them back into line with the pistol. You don't want to fight? What's wrong with you? You some kind of a coward that don't want to die? Fuck you. Aren't you?
And yes, Peter, I
patriotic?
understand that you believe that God and or gods do not exist. I'll tell you that I do. However, it
Who
is
are you
not.
trying? Hold on. Who's he trying to convince? Us or him?
Oh, it's irrelevant. I just wanted to say that. However, I do not hold what you might consider orthodox beliefs in any particular denomination or religion,
Don't
because
ever
my
confuse religion
much
with God.
wider. My view is much wider than some religious denomination's idea of what the creator of all is, and what God really means versus what you've been taught that it means, because
Well,
it may
the
or may
government
not.
surely believes in a creator. You know, everybody, and I'm sure SSUM, you know about this probably. I've seen a couple of your videos, but the Adnan and Lucifer thing, you know, they believe that the creator was the imprisoner, and that Lucifer is going to you know, liberate them from the prison that they were put in by the creator, you know. So,
Well,
you know,
yeah,
they believe in it.
right. And look, here's the thing about it too. Too many people try to they confuse religion with God, and I see them as an antithesis.
When I
of
think
one
religion, I think of money
another. Oh, absolutely, and control.
or power. You know, money, power, it's all the same. But yeah, control.
It
Well,
really
it's
comes
just
down
like
to
every other show and concert in the world. There's a stage where somebody puts on the show, and you're part of the audience, and you're not allowed to interact with the show because you just got a ticket to it, right? And if you don't put enough money in the plate, there won't be no show next week, so you got to buy the ticket, and it's all just a big show. It's not, the way if you want to use the word church service, I don't like using the words because our words mean things, but those meetings that they use, if they used them for what they're actually supposed to be used for, they would be amazed at how much they would get out of it. However, they've turned it into a social gathering, and that's why they have no effect.
Just
And they're
look
not
at your
really learning
dollar bill. Right there on the
They're-
dollar bill, it says, "In God we trust." It's like he said, "Who are you trying to convince?"
Well, the
It's
question
obvious
is,
what God is to most
question
people.
is, the question is, the people who wrote that, who do they believe that God is?
right, exactly. And where exactly are you on that spectrum? That's a kind of an ambiguous, nameless term if you think about it. Gods. What is the name of this God? This is not invoked anywhere on there. And then
Well,
we
God
have
doesn't really have a name, but if you go into the lowercase g's, there's where the names come in.
Right. Well, right, exactly.
That's
That's
because
why
the one true, there's no name. There's nothing you can really associate it with because it is everything. And you are a part of it. That is that. So, as far as gods and goddesses, they're just
well, it's basically
masculine and feminine versions of the one
exactly.
true.
Exactly.
Dom
Manifestation.
Pennington. Dom Pennington wants to know if we can start having a law discussion take place on a regular basis. I
Oh,
would say that depends on what kind of law you're wanting to talk. If you're wanting to be
well,
like, if you're wanting me to be like Chile and set up a big whiteboard clear across the wall and like link everything from 1776 to nowadays and how it's all based on this, that, or the other, I have no desire to become an attorney. If you're talking about basic laws, ordinances, especially local ones, and your rights and how those work, then absolutely, we can definitely do that.
well, I'm planning on. I've been collaborating with my son, and of course, I want Terry on there too. Where we're going to cover some more of this on the law aspect of it, but I mean where it changed, where it came into this corporate shit that we're into right now. Why we're in commercial court, what your straw man actually is, how was this created, what was actually done when your birth certificate was registered, what was done at that point. And we've covered a bit of that, but I want to go more into the basics because, see, I have a tendency a lot of times I'll go into something assuming people already know something. And I have to remember a lot of times they don't. They're starting at square one, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, what do you mean, straw man? Okay, here's the thing, man. There's this commercial takeover that took place in 1933, and you have to understand your place in this. Okay, you've unwittingly accepted it without knowing it even exists, and it does change your outlook. And whether you wish to act upon this knowledge is another thing. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. What I'm trying to bring to the table is the information. And once we can establish that, then I can work our way into how has this uniform commercial code that is not very uniform been placed as a thin veneer over our Constitution, and how do I keep myself from being subject to it? Those are really great and interesting things right there. And there again, if you can check the information, we're going to be as concise as possible with it, and I want to try to make it a little bit of fun. It's like I try to put things in a everyday type of relation about these things. Like when it'd be one thing for me to sit down and try to explain the book of Enoch by reading it to you. It's another if I just kind of tell you the story in today's language. Like, okay, so these guys they were down, here they are, they've been sent to Earth, they're the watchers, they're going, those human women are looking pretty hot, man. Yeah, I know, right? I wouldn't mind getting me one of those, right? Huh? Yeah, and it's like, you know what, you motherfuckers, you just keep talking about it all the time. You won't do it. And they're like, bet. All right, well, let's make a pact. We're going to do this. And so they did. And then after this occurred, they're like, after a drunken party, going, oh shit, we fucked up, man. God won't even talk to us, man. What are we going to do? He won't even fucking talk to us. And so they go to Enoch and they say, you're this righteous scribe, man. We need you to write an appeal to God for us because he won't even talk to us. And that's the first thing that God even says. He goes, all right, get up, stop bowing. And he says, this is totally ass backwards. They're supposed to come to me on your behalf, and you're coming to me on their behalf. This is, wow, okay. And then he lists out the indictments. I mean, I could go on, but that's the method in which I explain in a nutshell, basically, there's what went down. And like Terry was saying, I want to show that Paramount thing because that's a representation of that. When you see the Paramount movie symbol come up, you see 22, that's how many there were, 22 stars come down, they touch the waters, and they converge upon a mountain, just like Mount Hermon. And it's like, now, Is there anything to this, Peter? This is interesting because where is Mount Hermon? It's at 33 degrees latitude, 33 degrees longitude. And guess what? It's off limits. Wonder why? Strange shit.
It's
Anyway.
like the
I want to say something here, Jeebus.
in West
Je-
Kentucky. It's on the 33-mile marker. What's up with that?
Jeebus
What
said,
was
let's
it?
talk Paul and Paul Unslaved. I wanted to let everybody out there know, if you haven't heard of Paul Unslaved,
Yes.
look him up on YouTube. I guarantee you he speaks like no one you've ever heard. And if you like auditors or not, check him the hell out. I think he will be interesting for you. Definitely check out Paul Unslaved.
I want to try to get him on my show.
Anytime anybody ever says to
That
me
would be an
that,
awesome idea.
oh, you tried to pull the sovereign citizen card, and that's never worked in the history of. No, I always send him to that guy's channel because he had, just the words, that the way he handled that situation was calm and collective, and I've tried to do that.
Well, he uses specific words at specific times. That's why I say he speaks a little different. If you listen to how he words things, and the way he progresses, it's very well done. It's very well thought out. And anyway, yeah, guys, if you haven't checked him out, I agree with you, but you need to go check out Paul Enslaved for sure.
Yeah, and Terry and Sovereign, I ever since I had the first encounter back in September with Ironton and started having issues, I do nothing all day, every day when I got I call it winding down, but right before I go to bed, I go and read. I go and read all kinds of common law terms, ordinances, way things are worded. Just try to get as much knowledge about the things to discern the difference between the things that they can regulate and things that they really aren't supposed to regulate, but people don't know the difference and they just get away with it.
Right.
And
So people just consent because they said so, and we believe they have the power to do it, even though they don't.
yes, and it's extremely hard. I'm not saying to get yourself on the same level with another person, but in order to give and receive, you got to be on that same level, like a docking station or a USB. You give the information or you seek the information, and you'll receive it the way that you're supposed to make sense to everybody the same.
Yep. Because you take some stuff and you try to I see what you're saying. You have to adapt it to what the lexicon, basically, of people. You said you read a lot, Sarah. I suggest this book.
Magic.
But oh yeah,
I see your book.
Yeah.
Don't get me into word magic, man. Please don't.
This is really a good book. This is really
there is a reason they call it spelling, right? Remember, I told you it's really important
because
to
words are
understand the
spells.
definition. Yes, it's very important to understand the definition of the word you use, because anytime you write it down, you are spelling. Anytime you speak it, you are spelling.
We've talked about this.
Has power,
right?
Vibration.
And
Right.
I will say that whether you speak it
out for the chat.
Yep. And whether you speak it or whether you write it or whether you think it, it still resonates the same frequency. Those words do have power. And I know this sounds kind of crazy, but you've been in my house. When you walk into my bedroom, you see I have a little kind of station there, and I have these little, what they call worry stones. Each one of them has a word on it. Each word is a positive word. When I walk past it, I look at them. I don't read any individual one out loud to myself, but when I walk past it, I see positive words. And it's like the Hindus, when they before a lot of them go to bed, they take a copper picture, and this goes back to Emoto's work with the whole word magic, scenario. But they take a picture and they pray to it, and they put their water in it, right? And they believe that water, just like Bruce Lee taught, water fills the container, right? It's smart. It's like they got these water bottles now at the gas station say smart water, right? Because they're tuned to the exact pH of your body or what have you. But these Hindus, they believe that if they put their water in a copper pitcher, which copper, is a really good conductor, and so is water, and they pray to it.
They were changing the frequency of that water. That's what they
Yeah.
were doing.
And they make the water happy,
holds-
is what they
what's
think.
What's
They're
that?
making the water happy so that whenever they go to bed after they pray to that water, the next day they drink that water. And, since they made the water happy and the water fills the container, which is you, that when you drink that water, that guess what? That water is going to make you happy. So,
Well, whether it works or not, as long as you understand it and believe in it and operate in it on a subconscious level, it will be true. You do create your own reality minute by minute.
it works if you work it.
Have you ever heard of Masaru Emoto?
Yes.
Not by name.
Okay, he's a scientist. He just died here not long ago. And
That's
what
who we
he
were
did-
talking about earlier, correct? Dr. Emoto with the somatics.
Yeah. And what he did was by putting, like what you were saying, through intention, verbal prayer can change water. Written prayer can change water. And even just the words vibration that was placed on these jars of water, and then they flash freeze the water, gave a different cymatic patterns, whereas the positive words gave beautiful
An adult man.
symmetrical crystals, whereas he wrote on one jar, I hate you and want you to die. They put that on another one, and that just came out like blobs. Now, another interesting experiment he did was he took like 5 different students and he had them go to the same pot of water and take out an eyedropper of water. And then each student had to prepare 3 water droplets on 3 separate slides. So you've got a total of 15 altogether, right? So student number 1, all of his, when they flash froze it, all looked identical, right? Student number 2, all of his, all 3 looked identical. Student number 3, the same thing. But student number 1, number 2, and number 3, all their drops were different, completely fucking different than the other student. They didn't match. So what it was is that those eyedroppers, from the time that they took the water sample and put them on the water slides, they changed the frequency that memory held, the resonant frequency of that person at that time. I thought that was just fucking amazing because it came out of the same pot of water. The only thing different was who put it on the slide.
Hey, Sovereign, say hello to Lisa.
Hey,
Hello,
Lisa, what's up? There she is. She's here. She made it. She come here to argue.
No, she didn't come here to argue with you. She came here to hear from me tonight.
There it is. That's right. I'm not in the hot seat tonight. So that's what I
Glad we were on late enough for you to get to join us, Lisa.
He thinks his memory is stored in his biological. It's in his brain. It's not in your
The
brain.
human body's made most up of water,
Yeah.
from what I understand. And so.
Well, they find that your DNA, your memories are actually accessed by your DNA. Your memories aren't really in your head. You just access them. Okay.
Yeah, I always tell people that. I always say, if your thoughts are really your own, then tell me what your next thought is going to be.
Right.
And there's your answer.
Right.
You're just kind of reaching out and pulling them
or why is it so hard to quiet the mind and keep it from thinking? Why do we find it almost impossible to sit down in one place and completely quiet the mind and not allow ourselves to drift off in thought? If your thoughts are your own and you have complete control, how come we find it hard to have complete control?
Some of
there's
it
an interesting thing is organ don't transplants, and primarily heart transplants. The people that the recipients often have memories and also adopt talents of the donor that they didn't previously have.
Wake Up America and Resist wanted to come up. I threw the link there in the
right
chat.
Right on. But I mean, that's a really interesting. That's some interesting shit. They have found that the heart actually has brain cells in it. But there again, I think your memories and thoughts are encoded as signals that you can re-access from, I guess, for lack of a better term, the Akashic record. When I took that super dose mushroom that cured me from alcoholism, that was almost like I plugged in to the cosmic internet. It was like I got whaled with, like, my head was just crammed full of information that I previously did not have. And I don't even know how to describe it. It was just amazing. It's all there. Every thought, every idea is in the aether. We just need to access it.
Just want to say a shout out to Lisa's grandson. Glad to hear he's doing better, and that
Oh, what was wrong with it?
bronchitis and a bad
Oh.
asthma attack, from what I'm
that
reading.
sucks.
It sucks, but I guess that's better than some worse things that it could have been.
Yeah.
I always hate to hear it when a little one gets sick, man. There's no fun in that whatsoever.
No, man. I remember the one time when I was really little, I got sick with what the fuck was that I had? Oh, the mumps. Oh God, that was terrible. I hated that. But I for the most part, outside of those regular childhood diseases, I can't remember being sick. I can't even. When was the last time I was really actually sick? I don't know. Minor cold here and there. That's about
Hey,
it.
here we go. Welcome, Wake Up and Resist America. How you doing?
Good. I'm doing great tonight, my friends. I thought I'd jump in and just tell you both. I really appreciate both of you.
Thanks.
I think Terry's on the right path. Sovereign citizen, I agree with some of your stuff, and some of it I don't, but I find you're a very intelligent gentleman.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. And, I'm an old man now. I'm almost 71 years old. And I've been fighting freedom. I grew up in a hippie commune, and everything's about freedom. And we just got to get back to the basics. We have to live as Americans and not under any government. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Not even the Constitution. We don't need none of it. We just got to live as a free people.
Yep.
A free people. Go back to Adam and Eve. We talk Bible on this. That's why I like this. We have to get right back to the basics of freedom. There was no Constitution with Adam and Eve. There was, we just got to be free people. And I think free people can govern themselves better than all this election and all this crap we've gotten involved in. It's overbloated. It's a pretty simple life. We can make it a pretty simple life.
Well, people have to understand that in order to do something like that, we have to quit worrying about me, and start worrying about we. It has to be we the people. And when you have something someone else can use or needs, you should be more than willing to give that up and donate that. If we all helped each other, none of us would need any help. And therefore, we wouldn't need protection by anyone. Just saying.
I agree with that.
It's kind of like a song lyric I heard once. Everybody wants love and honor, but nobody wants to pay the asking price. A lot of responsibility comes with being part of we the people. It means you have to man up, grow up, and sometimes you got to go take care of the bad guys because you don't hire people with bad guys to do it.
Exactly. That's why I followed you to begin with in your station and everything, because it's pretty simple. You know what I mean? I'm not saying all cops are bad, all cops are good, but we don't need cops. We just need responsibility. And we got to teach our children this. My grandchildren, I've been teaching them, we don't need nothing from the government. We don't need nothing from nobody.
Well, the thing is, tell them this is what the way I explain it is that everything you receive from the government was stolen from somebody else.
Or
Right.
my grandchildren are going to be paying for it forever, and their children.
Oh man, but long before they're born, there'll be another few $1 trillion deals. What comes after a trillion? I mean, since
Oh,
since
who
our
knows?
last like
Some
6.2
other
trillion.
number, there's no such
What,
thing. On.
what comes up bigger than a trillion? What's our next hit? Because we should hit that in about the next 5 to 10 years. I think we'll have to be borrowing that kind of money.
It is sickening. Is they're just selling our children out, and our grandchildren. I just want to tell you guys I appreciate you both. I enjoy your channel, and I'm going to support it for a long time because I like free speech, small channels, good open-minded people, and thank you very much for letting me come on here.
Hey, I tell you what, we appreciate you. We appreciate each and every person out there. If there's somebody else out there in the chat that wants to come on, say so. I'll throw the link in again. We're here. I'm only allowed so many because it's like the free thing. I don't pay for the StreamYard yet, so I'm not unlimited like Sovereign is, but I think I can get 6 on here at a time.
Did you all see where I was?
Wake up! You're welcome anytime here, sir. In our chat, on our panel.
I don't even know how to do half this crap. I'm trying to figure it out for about 2 hours.
Hey, did you guys?
Both you guys, I really appreciate you. Both of you, I do.
Did you guys
agree? But we love each other as people.
We definitely appreciate the support.
Yeah.
Hey, did you guys see where I was right? I forgot to gloat. I called it.
I never seen you were right, but you can gloat.
I was. I said that the Artemis 1 rocket that was rescheduled for Friday wouldn't blast off.
Yes, I seen that. You're right.
And it didn't. And then they postponed it again for the next day. And now it's postponed for October or indefinitely because of a fuel leak. Now get ready, because here's what will happen. If they do blast the thing off, it's going to blow up and they'll say, oh, that's going to set us back a few years. They're going to keep you chasing that carrot on a stick, making you think you can live up in fucking space and play with Martians and shit.
I will agree with you there. It's like I heard him a couple years back. Oh, we lost the technology to go to the moon. I'm saying you never had the technology. You never had the technology.
The one guy said they destroyed it. He said we had that technology once, but we destroyed it, and it's a painful process to build it back again. And the funny thing is, as David always brings up, they did not pass through or supposedly they did pass through the Van Allen radiation belt, but we didn't know about it at that time. So I guess because they didn't know it, it didn't hurt them. And now they're talking about sending unmanned craft to make sure that people could survive when we already know damn well they can. According to 1969, there were people there from 69 to 72, supposedly.
Well, so those guys said that they didn't actually go to the moon. That was another story that I just read recently. That was it Neil Armstrong or
it was Buzz Aldrin.
Probably Buzz
Aldrin. Yeah, it said they never actually went to the moon. So he's in his old age, and what has he got to lose? He's an old guy.
Did he say that in those exact words?
He said this. Look, I can find the clip too. He said this. This little girl asked him. Why haven't we been back to the moon? And he looked at her, and he's always about half drunk.
Never actually went there.
So he looked at her and he says, "That's not a question for an 8-year-old, but that's a good question. And the reason is because we never went." And that's right, exactly how he said it. I can look it up, I'm sure, easily if they.
So either they went and they were told to keep their mouths shut, or they didn't go, and Stanley Kubrick kind of took over the project there.
All I know is when they were sitting there being interviewed after they got back, and they're in that big national press conference, I'm sure you've seen the video. Those 3 men did not seem excited like 3 men who had just came from a Martian landscape. They did not seem to be glowing with pride or excitement or energy to tell you about everything. They seemed very uncomfortable with the entire situation.
Have you seen the videos from the space stations where they pass stuff to one another and they do backflips with their little no gravity whatever? But there's a few out there circulating where it shows the pinch marks on the cords that are holding them up when they're supposedly floating around in the no gravity room there.
Well, see, maybe we need
station.
Maybe what we need to do is get on a panel and show some evidence of that. Instead of just saying that evidence is out there, maybe we should show some evidence of those things. Maybe we should do things step by
Oh,
step,
yeah.
we can, we can just take different shows and talk about different things maybe. But if we're going to do it, I want to have examples of what we're talking about ready to do it. Otherwise, it's just us saying, look, you can find this information if you're smart enough to go look it up yourself. And that seems more condescending than it does making them go look something up themselves.
And I would advocate for anyone to just go do your own research, regardless of what anybody tells you to think or tells you their opinion.
Or what you may have already been taught and now believe.
Right. So, there's another video on YouTube that's titled "Star in a Jar," where this guy refers to the yin and yang as the male and female dragon. And I'm not into physics and stuff, but what I saw was the guy, he created a type of barrier where he basically created a vacuum inside the barrier. He pumped a frequency into it, and he built a star inside of a jar. This is not the sonoluminescence thing. This is a whole other thing. It's, he created a vacuum inside of a big heavy piece of glass, and he had some copper. I can't really explain it, but I watched it and it completely blew my mind. It made me want to go back and research everything I learned in high school, because
well, I've come on to some stuff as I let it roll around in my head, and I'm getting to the idea. Okay, so are you familiar with the Hermetic principles at all?
No, not really. No.
Okay,
but,
well, so,
I know what you're talking about.
All right, so like within correspondence, which is as above, so below, as below,
Right.
so above, right? And
Right.
if
We're
I
talking
look
about
at
macro and micro here.
right, and so what I see in these, what I believe are free energy resonation stations, they call them mosques and shit now. But what I see is with this dome and everything is a recreation, okay, of what's above in only below, and above the cupola being like the North Star, having something to do with this, because I know that has something to do with the way this machinery works. And Mercury is involved, not the planet so much as the element. It comes from a mineral called cinnabar, and the highest concentrations of cinnabar are right around the Arctic Circle, which is the magnetic north. There we have our magnet. There we have our water. There we have our mercury. And there's some stuff I'm really working out with this, with the relationship of mercury to gold and the reaction between those two metals causing a current to become stronger. And this is even in an allegory about Saint Christopher before he was dubbed Saint Christopher. And I could go into this. There's there's
well,
a lot
before you go too far, I want to address something Lisa asked. She said, "Okay, I'm sitting here a bit confused. Can I ask why Jeebus is here? Has something changed? Not being rude, just wondering what I missed." Well, Lisa, you really didn't miss anything. Jeebus is still Jeebus, and Ironton Auditor is still Ironton Auditor, but he was in the chat tonight and wanted to come on, so I threw the link out. I'll throw it out again. If you want to come up, you're welcome to come up and talk with us too. Anybody out there that does, I'll throw the link out there if you want it. But yeah, he just wanted to come on and talk, so here they are. That's all. You're welcome to do the same. Know that whenever I say that I can agree to disagree with someone about certain things so that I am able to stand with them about others, that I actually mean that shit. And I have demonstrated that in my life. And so even Tim and Sarah and I can stand together on certain things. It doesn't mean that we have to be in complete agreement with everything that we think or believe, or, we don't, I don't feel that way anyway.
And initially it was Sarah that wanted to join the chat, and
well, you're welcome here anytime. If you all see me on, you want to come up, you're welcome here anytime.
We don't feud.
Right on.
We don't feud on here.
What people fail to understand is that, you know, like I said before, this is entertainment to some people. They, you know, they're just they tune in to view the content, and you know, whatever compels them, they follow. So my point
Well,
is
you know,
that
they
we
hear
don't
certain things
follow
said.
anyone. We're not.
They hear us say certain things, and they may read certain comments that we've made back and forth, and for some reason, maybe they think that makes us mortal enemies of each other. I don't know. You know, maybe that's where they get that. I'm not sure. But you know, sometimes in a comment, you know, you and I have talked many times off camera, so you know they don't know anything about that and wouldn't.
You know, we all assume, like, you know, Terry, you know, not to bust your balls or anything, but I hear you a lot talking about, you know, don't assume things. If you don't know, don't assume. But we
Well,
all assume, and
the great
we're all
thing is
compelled by our
Lisa.
assumptions because, you
Just
know,
know that Lisa did not assume. She did ask, and no, I don't think you were being rude, Lisa. I have no problems answering questions. That's what we're here to do.
Yeah, man.
and you know, what people don't understand also is that when they come to my channel and they view content from my channel or whatever, they're quick to associate it with delete laws, and that's because you know, he came here, he blew up some shit in Ironton, and that's that. But what they fail to understand is that, you know, don't come on my channel preaching your hatred towards another guy or whatever, because I didn't put my channel together to blindly follow anyone or to, you know, to it's not that's not why we're here.
Right.
You know, he came here, he gave us a little bit of a platform to kind of get our voice out there. But, you know, I'm not going to associate myself with someone else's hate for that guy because, hey, I've had my differences with him. We've had our falling outs. It's all over the internet. People can go watch. You know, I'm not here to you know, promote someone else's channel or try to build my channel and use other people's channels to build my channel. It's not about the views, really. It's just about our voice being heard, because there's things going on here that we want people to see and hear. And, you know, I'm a busy guy. I work a lot, but, you know, it's out there right where it needs to be.
And that's, I wanted to say something to Lisa. She said she's always been protective of me. I appreciate that. You and quite a few others, it seems. When someone has something negative to say to me, I usually have 4 or 5 people coming to my rescue all the time, and I want to say thank you to each and every person, each and every supporter out there that actually does back me. You are appreciated more than my words can tell you. And for the people who absolutely hate me and you come here just to make sure I know, thank you. I appreciate you too. You know, so apparently I'm having an effect because I have my lovers and my haters, and I have received death threats. And now, you know, Tim before, see, I kind of felt jealous because, you know, I had to relay one to him. Well, it wasn't exactly a death threat, but it was a threat. But he's gotten his own, and now I've had mine. So, you know, I guess maybe we're on our road to fame, huh, Tim? Now that we've been threatened.
Yeah. You know that thing where have you ever seen a movie called Shenandoah? It's got Jimmy Stewart in it. And it's really funny because he come up to draft his kids into the Civil War, you know. And he's like, he says, well, in the officer, he says, well, Virginia needs all her sons. And he goes, these are not Virginia's sons, these are my sons. He said, I don't remember Virginia coming along with a spare tit when they were nursing. This is Jimmy Stewart saying this, right? He said, I don't see you being there in the middle of the night when they were up with colic. He said, I don't remember the state being here for this, that, and the other. No, sir, you're not taking my boys. And it's like, whoa, they back down, you know? And I look at it like that it's going back to where somebody here said you got to make a stand. I think Dan Thompson, he said that or somebody did something about you have to make a stand. And it's like, yeah, you do. You absolutely do. And it's like I've said, with all this craziness going on with Biden and his fucking gun rules and all this bullshit and the ATF making up gun laws like they have that authority. What the fuck is that, right? And I've openly said, and I'll say it again, that I will treat any attempt at gun confiscation as an act of war, and I will respond accordingly. Boom. That's how you got to be, right there. You got to be willing to put your line in the fucking sand and stick with it. I've made it a vow that I am not going to live under the thumb of these fucking idiots anymore.
Hey,
I've spent
Sovereign.
too much of my life letting people with low intellect guide the course of my fucking future. It's over. I'm done with it.
Hey, Sovereign, check out Lisa's comment. I think it's great because you and I were just on the phone. Was it yesterday?
Yeah.
Yesterday evening, we were talking about whether or not we was going to do this like last night or tonight.
Yeah.
And we were talking about Lisa specifically, or I was, and we were talking about her potential to argue with him. So, yes, she definitely loves to argue with him, especially on the Mason stuff. She is right, and we have as much fun with it as she does, I think.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as long as she's on the same page as me and realizes that the Illuminati is really the fucking penguins and that they're running shit, we're good, man. I mean, that's who our real enemy is the fucking penguin, man. I don't know. Jeebus Chris probably thinking, what the fuck is he talking about?
I don't think he's
No,
been
I
present
hear
for
you.
Penguin.
It's well, it's like this. You know, they pretty much run the show behind the scenes, but a lot of these guys, they're just, you know, normal guys like you and me, and they get into something and they don't realize what they've gotten into until way later. Because you got to understand, these guys swear an oath to secrecy. Now, Sarah, when she was 15,
understand though that some of these guys, it's kind of like going to church. Some people get into church and they like go up through the ranks and they try to be somebody or do something within the church, within the organization. Some of these clubs are the same way. Some of these people have drive. They have places they want to go. They have goals, so they work their way up through the ranks. But not everyone does that. Some people just show up for the meetings, throw some shit in a collection plate, say hi to everybody, and go home.
well, I understand.
So I want people to understand there's like an organization within the organization. It's not that everybody out there is privy to it. So if you think that we're saying that like every Mason understands and believes and will agree with everything we're saying,
he signs up to not understand, actually, because when you sign up for that particular organization, you're signing up to sworn secrecy. And if you're signing up to swear secrecy, then you should know that there are others that are gonna keep things from you as well. And they don't know. That's the problem. They don't know until it's too late. But a lot of these guys, they sign up, and like I was getting ready to say, Terry, Sarah, when she was 15, her and her sister, which is on one of my videos, you know, they were signed up by their mother, and their mother was married to a guy who was in the military, and he was a Freemason. They were signed up to a club called the Rainbow Girls, and they went to their first meeting in Ironton, Ohio. This meeting was so creepy to them that they decided not to come back. What happened in this meeting is that they were blindfolded and they were led to these 4 pillars, okay? And these pillars had objects on them that they didn't see, you know, but later on they did when their blindfolds were taken off. But, you know, it was just the whole creepy situation as to they were swearing an oath to secrecy. So if you swear an oath to secrecy upon joining an organization or a club, then you've got to know that there's secrecy, you know, above you as well. So a lot of these guys, until they get up in the ranks of the Freemasonry and figure out what's really going on, it's already too late. You're already at like a, well, I know too much type of thing. And, you know, from what I've gathered, they're all worshiping Lucifer, and that sets wrong with me. So that's my opinion, my thoughts.
Well,
you don't have to follow me, you don't have to agree with them. That's just my thoughts, and I'm always going to speak my mind. If you don't agree with me, feel free not to, and we can talk. But
well, here's the thing too, right? So, you remember how dismayed? Okay, so there's many of you have seen my son on here a lot, right? We've had him on a couple of times, and he talks about a lot of the sovereignty issues and things like that. What a lot of you may not know is that not long ago, he joined the Masons. So he's in that. Now he is already being like skipped over. I mean, other people are being skipped over that have been there much longer than him in order to promote him. And apparently they've told him that they've never seen anybody like him in Masonry in over 80 years, that he is able to understand the material, understand the rituals and how they correspond to what's really taken, so I don't know, maybe you can come on and you might find it interesting to talk to him.
There it is, Lisa. If you're wanting the link to the panel, there it is. Give me about 60 seconds. I'll be right back.
To me, that was almost like, you remember how bad Obi-Wan felt when Anakin turned to the dark side? That's what that did to me. When he told me he joined the Masons, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I was pissed at him for quite a while. But I haven't let that get in the way. We still discuss a lot of really interesting topics. He's highly awake on the agenda and what's going on. And I don't know, the way he explains it, that there's like two different factions within that, just like within the Jedi.
It's weird that you mentioned that, Sovereign Soul, because there's a passage that I read a long time ago, and it was from one of the Star Wars books, and it's literally one of the best pieces of literature that I've ever read, and it's called The Dark is Generous. Are you familiar with that? It's Matthew Stover.
Okay. I'm not familiar with the works, but I can, by the title.
Oh, you got to look it up, because
it's a delvation into the ego, right? It's because,
hey guys,
it gives you the stuff.
We have Lisa backstage here. I'm going to bring her up. I assume she's coming up to argue with Jeebus over the Mason stuff. I could be wrong. Let's see what she has to say. Hello, Lisa. How you doing this fine, wonderful evening?
I'm doing well.
Well, welcome. And what is it that you have to say tonight?
Okay, I'm not going to argue, but I will say my dad has been a Mason for over 50 years. And he is a 33rd degree. And he does not worship Lucifer.
That's exactly what a Satan worshiper would say. No,
okay.
Hey, sorry, Sovereign. This is
I'm picking, man. Come on now.
My husband is also a Mason. And both are very good men, and they are strong Christian men.
I don't doubt that whatsoever.
So, yeah, but you're saying my dad doesn't know.
Well, he doesn't. He doesn't know, because there's higher than 33 degrees. Even the 33-degree Mason has secrets kept from him.
Oh, Jeebus. You have always said that
Chris.
once they get to 33rd degree.
No, I never said the degree. I never said the degree. That's the thing.
You did.
Well, that's the thing, is because they never know. There's higher than a 33-degree Mason, and I think it's called the Royal Prince. Sovereign Soul, you can help me with this, because I know you know it.
Oh no, I know they've got all these. Hey,
it's the tip of the pyramid, and they've got the information, and none of the others below them are allowed to know that information.
So one man has it, and they somehow have
not exactly else. One man.
Wait.
One rank.
Wait, and they have everyone below them worshiping Lucifer while making them think they're worshiping God.
Yes.
That makes zero sense. If they think they're worshiping God, they are worshiping God.
What do you think
okay, but who is God?
What do you think Christianity actually is?
I worship the one and only God.
Okay, guys, I'm going to leave you all to argue this out. I promise. But I want to say something. Christine Lovelace, thank you very much. Gave me $10 there. I sure do appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, guys, back to the argument at hand. Y'all go at it.
Well, now listen, I'm not going to argue religion. My beliefs are not up for argument, and I'm not going to argue anyone else's beliefs as far as religion goes. That's just.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
it's just nonsense to even bother
I
doing.
I
But
think I understand
Lisa,
what
you're
you're
not
saying.
wrong. That
What you're
there
saying
is
is
only
that there's
one true
absolutely.
God.
I
But
can't understand you both at the
Oh,
same time.
hold on just a second. I think what Lisa's trying to say is her purpose here is to explain that from her point of view, having a father and a husband, as apparently mainly lifelong Masons, I assume, it is impossible for her to believe that there is a secret society, like you say, inside the secret society that is kept completely secret from her husband and her father and many other, how many ever thousands or millions of Masons that there are. I think that's what she is saying. And I think that Jeebus is trying to point out that he feels that there is that secret
Yes.
within
you're
the
saying that
secret.
there's not a secret
And
society within the
so that,
secret society. That's that's a total oxymoron.
I'm looking.
You're saying
hello,
that they
baby. How
think
you
they're
doing tonight?
How's it?
You're
Can you hear
saying
me?
It's like saying it is what it is, but what
you
is it?
you are
It is what it
saying
is.
they think they're worshiping God, but they're actually worshiping Lucifer. That makes zero sense at all. None.
It would
That's
without
impossible to do.
it would
It
be.
doesn't mean that somebody didn't say it to him. I've heard something like that too.
Someone
Lucifer was what? The shining light, the morning star. Lucifer, morning star. Yeah, he was shiny.
Yes.
He was the shiniest.
Yes.
Lucifer means illumination, the light. That's exactly
He's
what it means.
over
And
music,
don't you
art,
say
anything beautiful that you can think of in this material world. Lucifer has dominion over.
oh, okay.
Okay.
I didn't
I don't
know.
believe
Lucifer and
that.
Satan are two different entities.
Yeah,
I
We're
mean,
not talking Satan here.
I
We're
will tell
talking
you,
Lucifer.
my
Lucifer was God's most beautiful creation.
Yes.
And the thing is that she didn't have a sex, androgynous, very beautiful. He stands in New York Harbor today holding his light up for illumination.
I love it.
A lot of people think that's a chick. It's not.
It's a masculine.
So
Now, how did you get underneath that copper dress?
Huh? Oh, you can
how did you get underneath that copper toga or dress or whatever that is?
Take a close look. There's no boobs, man.
I don't know. You know what?
Those are man hands. Those are man hands.
It is so damned interesting that you say that, because now that I'm sitting here, having seen the Statue of Liberty probably thousands of times in my life in different pictures, whatever, I've never actually went there, but seeing it in replicas and whatnot, I've never actually, I couldn't tell you if it has boobs or not. I don't know.
bring out
Like,
the picture.
It's a masculine looking woman.
Is that even important? I mean,
or a feminine looking man.
Exactly.
See, which is the androgynous aspect of it, which
there's
angels are androgynous. The only time that there's a male and female species or a division from the masculine to the feminine is with the creation of man in this incarnate. Because if you originally remember, God had to take the feminine from Adam. You see, of course, there's, he used a piece of rib, and that's metaphoric. The idea is that there's the duality within the one of the male and female, and it's divided in mankind. We're here to complement one another. We're halves of each other.
And you go back to the star in the jar. But the guy explains there's a male dragon and a female dragon. One wants what the other has. You can't have love without either one. You have, and that to me is God. That
is love. Love is the
all-encompassing essence of the masculine and the feminine. But like I said, you can't have one without the other. So
I was hoping I could find it. I thought I had a chart of their hierarchies in here. I have this really strange book I found on Mason.
While you're looking for that, Sovereign Soul, can I read this passage? Because I looked this up.
So yeah, look, 27th degree is the sovereign commander of the temple.
Yes.
Let's see. 30, this only lists up to the 33rd, and that's the Grand Inspector General.
There's one above that.
Yeah,
I want to say it's the Royal Prince.
The Grand Poobah.
Well,
I
what
guess.
about wasn't Prince Philip like some Grand Poobah of the fucking Scottish Rite?
Let's assume
Yes.
for a second. Hold on, guys.
One
Let's
of the
assume for a
princess was,
second.
yeah.
Let's assume for a second that what Jeebus is saying is 1,000% correct. That unbeknownst to Lisa and her father, husband, and any other in there, that
My
there
grandpa
is
and uncles and
well
everybody.
Okay.
that there indeed is a secret organization within the secret organization that only a few select people know about.
Like
Let's assume for
Scientology.
let's assume just for a second that that is 100% true and everything you're saying is true. How are we who do not have this knowledge, Tim, able to come to that knowledge? How do we find out how to know what you know about this organization within the organization? Where do we get that information?
Well, it's as easy as
Where would we start to
someone-
research, I guess?
Okay, I can post a link, and that could help.
Yeah, throw it
course-
up in the private chat, and I'll throw it into the comments.
Everybody knows the internet's full of truth and distruth, and who's to say?
Absolutely,
you have to do the research yourself.
Yeah.
But
You gotta
can I
really
just read this
dissect.
passage? I've had it sitting in front of me for a minute. I want to read it because back to what Sovereign Soul Unchained was saying of the Star Wars. I got this from a Star Wars book, and it just I don't know, it just sits with me, and
I'm listening. I just have to go around the corner here.
it's fine. Okay, I just want to read it. Okay, it's called "The Dark is Generous." All right. It says, "The dark is generous. Its first gift is concealment. Our true faces lie in the dark beneath our skins. Our true hearts remain shadowed deeper still. But the greatest concealment lies not in the protecting of our secret truths, but in hiding from the truths of others. The dark protects us from what we dare not know. Its second gift is comforting illusion, the ease of gentle dreams and night's embrace, the beauty that imagination brings to what we repel in day's harsh light. But the greatest of its comforts is the illusion that dark is temporary, that every night brings a new day, because it is the day that is temporary. Day is the illusion. Its third gift is the light itself. As days are defined by the nights that divide them, as stars are defined by the infinite black through which they wheel. The dark embraces the light and brings it forth from the center of its own self. With each victory of light, it is the dark that wins. The dark is generous and it is patient. It is the dark that seeds cruelty into justice, that drips contempt into compassion, that poisons love with grains of doubt. The dark can be patient because the slightest drop of rain will cause those seeds to sprout. The rain will come and the seeds will sprout, for the dark is the soil in which they grow, and it is in the clouds above them, and it waits behind the star that gives them light. The dark's patience is infinite. Eventually, even stars burn out. The dark is generous and it is patient, and it always wins. It always wins because it is everywhere. It is in the wood that burns in your hearth. It is in the kettle on the fire. It is under the chair, under the table, under the sheets on your bed. Walk in the midday sun, and the dark is with you, attached to the soles of your feet. The brightest light casts the darkest shadow. The dark is generous, and it is patient, and it always wins. But in the heart of its strength lies its weakness. One lone candle is enough to hold it back. Love is more than a candle. Love can ignite the stars. And that came from a Star Wars novel, Revenge of the Sith, I believe it was.
I like
Truth
it.
is where you find it, dude.
It
I
is.
want to say
Where you
something
find
there
it.
to Stefan. I assume that's Stefan. I don't know if that's Stephen. I'm not sure if I'm mispronouncing that, so
What
I
are we
apologize
looking
if
at?
I am. Stephen Martin says he was asking that how did they mate with women if they were androgynous? I think rather than using the word androgynous, would like trans be appropriate there, Sovereign? Is that the same thing where like they would have the male parts but be both more feminine?
Right.
I don't know how to
Well,
explain
when
it.
when they were cast to the earthly plane, there was I don't know. The thing about it is that they were pissed off basically because God didn't provide wives for them. And in the many indictments that God lists off to Enoch, he says, well, there's a reason I never gave you wives was because you're immortal. You have no need for wives. You don't have to reproduce. And that was basically there again, an earthly thing of jealousy, the ego. And I don't know. I've often wondered that too. You know, if they're not supposed to mate, why would you make them get horny? I don't know. There's a lot about that. Now I'm just pointing out what the story says. I think there's some validity within it.
I think there's missing detail. There's details
I
that you
think there's
don't
a lot
have.
of I think there's a
Yeah.
lot of missing detail, and well over the course of, by their standards, by their show, over 5,000 years. And I don't buy into this 4.5 billion year old bullshit that they spout. I don't believe that at all. A lot of this stuff that they say is happened in ancient times, I think was rather more recent than what they're telling us. There's a lot to be said as far as this 1,000 years of dark ages where nothing fucking happened. It's very suspect. The whole thing is really suspect. Our history's been dicked around. We've been lied to about it, and there's more to the story. And I think it's a much more amazing story if we can uncover the truth. And I think they're getting ready to do it to us again.
So, Lisa, I had a question. Lisa, did you get to say all that you wanted to say?
No, I have a couple more things, if that's okay.
You go for it. You go for it.
Okay. I believe Jeebus and Sovereign both have mentioned that the Masons have black and white floors.
Yes.
No. I mean, some of them may.
You've been into this.
Lisa, have you ever been inside of a Masonic temple?
Well, yes.
You have. Are you a Mason?
I am not.
I call BS.
Well, you can, but you know, I call it on a lot of
my
stuff
understanding
you say
that
too, so.
anyone that isn't a Mason don't just walk up into a Masonic temple.
Well, I've been there. I've been there as a little girl. I've been there. Well, before COVID was the last time I was in there.
And are you a Freemason?
No, I'm not.
Are you a Rainbow Girl?
No.
Eastern Star?
No.
Yet your dad is a Freemason.
Well, here's what you may be confused on.
Just so you know, if one of your family members is a Freemason, and you know, I'm just going to say this: there's a lot that you don't know. They're not going to tell you. If you're not a Mason,
hey Terry,
they're not allowed to tell you this.
Jeebus, let me finish what I was saying.
What was that, Sovereign? I'm sorry.
Look down there. Put my screen up on the screen.
There was not a ceremony going on when I was in there.
Oh, wait, what do we
Black
got?
and white floor.
There we go.
Black and white floor.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought so.
That one looks nothing.
Too.
That one looks nothing like the ones I've been in.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
Hey, Lisa, have you been in the one in Ironton? Are you local?
I have not been in the Ironton one.
Sarah has.
I have been in two of the two that were in Crown City.
There's one.
I have been in the Proctorville one.
You ever been in the one in Detroit?
Do they look anything at all like these?
Like that?
Because I personally, I've never been in one, so I wouldn't know.
No.
That's a courtroom too. I mean, if you look at it, really.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing like that, other than the chairs around the wall. That's the only similar thing there.
Let me see. Where's the one in Detroit? Let me see.
I've never been to Detroit.
Now that's a big one. That's a big one. My son's been to that one, I guess, down there.
But I will say too, Masons are at least the ones I'm familiar with. They are Christian people. They like to work with the community. They do a lot of stuff for kids and for widows. And I mean, it's a good organization. It's for men. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, hold on a second.
But-
I think you're confusing the Shaitan with Lucifer as well, too. And this is kind of getting it out of context. Let's take a look at.
Listen, Sovereign,
Prometheus.
I know who God is. I'm
Hold
not
on a second.
confusing
Would you just-
nothing.
You do, because I don't.
Hold on. Hold on. Wait, you can take my screen back down, Terry. If you would. No, look, here's the situation. What did
Can I finish?
Lucifer? All
Can I
right, just a
finish
second.
one
It
comment,
was
please?
very charitable toward man as well, wasn't he? He gave us fire. It's the same as Prometheus. He gave us knowledge and information, the technologies and things that we have. So is that a good thing or a bad thing? It all depends on how you look at it, right? So
Let me ask you, Sovereign, do you know of anybody who is a good, strong Christian and people want to tear that down?
I'm a Christian minister. I have been since 1996.
I don't really understand
People
what
try to tear me down every day, all the time.
There you go. That
a good strong Christian to me would be one that tries to be as Christ-like as possible. That is the
Right.
definition. And
Right.
Yeah, I
that
don't
is
go to
being-
churches.
Yeah, no, stay out of church. Church is not.
No,
God is not
No.
in
do
church.
not go. He's not there.
No.
You're to go to church, though.
Why?
Oh, are you?
Yeah,
Who said?
Okay.
it's in the Bible.
Is it?
Where two or more gather in my name.
I am there.
Yep.
Okay.
What's so special about the building?
Yeah.
Okay.
Other than it needs its rent paid and some gold. It
That's
needs
just-
my
Well,
gold.
it actually says
Your
in the
gold.
Bible, Jesus says this actually, it's a direct quote from the Bible of Jesus that says that you should go to your own quiet place and pray, not to where you will get, recognition from others,
Right.
but just your own quiet place that you're not taking credit for it. No one's, praising you for praying. You know what you're doing is the right thing. That's integrity. That's doing the right thing, regardless of whether you get rewarded for it or if anyone else knows you did it. If you know God and your personal capacity, and that's good enough, you don't
I
have
can
to-
tell that Lisa is more of an old-fashioned Orthodox type, what I would consider Christian lady.
And a good
here.
person.
Yeah, I'm. Oh,
You're
that's
the-
like an
that's what religion
anti-
is, spirituality.
Goodness.
I
Yeah.
was just talking
Religion
about.
works for her. It does.
I was just talking about paradigm and thought process.
Yeah.
Because each one of us up here are a little bit different. And if
Yep.
you realize a lot,
Argue.
you'll find some people that are kind of like-minded. I find it hard to find someone that's completely like-minded with me. It doesn't happen very often. But yeah, I would say that's what I'm getting from Lisa and her family. So
I
some
would say you're
some of the most
correct in
awesome
that.
people I know, come from that kind of an upbringing. Most of them are very moral people who really do care about their community. When they can, they try to give back. They do it all for the right heartfelt, love-felt reasons.
Agreed. They'll give you their shirt off their back.
Exactly.
Pardon me for the slurring, by the way. I have dentures and they're not in. I haven't been drinking all night.
Sure.
I know, right? No, I'm doing what Saul does.
Swallowing the mouthwash is the same thing as drinking, right?
Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah.
I've heard,
I tried to
yeah.
use that before.
I get some more of
Lisa,
But
hey Lisa,
I'll
was
step
I
down from
correct in
there.
what I
I
said?
don't want to argue religion. So I'll step down.
Well, no,
No one's asking you to step
we're
down.
not
at all.
arguing. Let me
No
let me
argument.
set something
Well, we may
straight.
not totally agree, Lisa, but you've got to respect,
Let me just
not
put
like
this
an
out there.
attack.
I'm not arguing religion. What I think all religion is a spiritual trap because it deviates away from your own conscious
See?
Yeah, I know.
contact with
Sovereign,
God.
let me say, when you say things like that, I take that as a personal insult.
Why would you take that as a personal insult?
Because religion is a very personal thing.
Well, religion. Hold on.
It depends on your hold on. It depends on your definition. It depends on your personal definition of the word religion. See, right here is the paradigm separation between the two of you, because I know what David sees religion as, and I'm pretty sure I understand what Lisa sees it as, but I don't think they understand what the other sees.
I mean, for instance,
it's my core
which religion? Which religion?
It's my
Baptist?
core beliefs.
But wait a second. Which religion? Baptist? Methodist?
I am
Catholic?
Baptist.
Okay.
Now, please
well,
don't start
then how is
attacking
that? How is that better? How do you know that one's better
Okay.
than Methodist?
All right. I'm not going to argue.
No, what I'm saying is that's
You'll have to ask someone else.
That's my point right there. That is my point. You understand? Is because somebody, if only one is right, everybody else has to be wrong. Is that correct? I mean, that's the only way I can see it. Otherwise, why have various denominations? That doesn't make any sense to me. So what I'm getting at is this, is that religion is not God. Okay? God exists outside of religion. Spirituality is a completely different thing. And it involves the same creator. It involves the same appreciation, but it's having your own appreciation in your own relationship, like having your own relationship with your mother and father, and not trying to duplicate the relationship your brothers and sisters have with your mother and father. You dig what I'm saying? It's
someone's walk of faith may not be as profound as yours, but it doesn't mean that they don't have faith.
But guys, what you have to understand is in Lisa's, see, I come from that same upbringing, that same Christian idea. So I understand that sometimes what you say in her eyes and how she feels and what she believes sounds more sacrilegious. And that's what is so offensive.
If you take my words as an attack, then, and they're not meant as an attack, then that merely means that you've got some kind of a weak spot in your beliefs.
Well, see, that right there is considered an insult as well. That almost.
I mean,
Thank you, Terry.
I understand what you're saying, but I think she's misunderstanding your intentions.
Well,
and
I'm sure because you have to understand too. Whether you were told you're a Baptist or a Catholic or anything else like that, you're still adopting someone else's. Hold on, that's somebody else's relationship. That's somebody else's idea. It's not yours. You see where I'm coming from?
However,
it's a hive mind. It's a
however, we are still, at least we're going to pretend like we are on this channel, still in the land of the free and home of the brave. And you are free.
Absolutely.
You are free to have your own beliefs, whether you have anything to back it up or not. You can personally believe whatever you want, and we're not about trying to change everybody's beliefs. But I do.
What you believe.
But I absolutely do love hearing. I do love hearing different ideas, even if it sounds like the craziest shit I've ever. Sometimes you people say some of the craziest stuff I've ever heard. But
the Prince of the Royal Ark degree of Mason.
I love theological discussion. I love theological discussion, but if people they get too fucking butthurt about it, and it's sort of like, God, man, free your mind a little bit here. Think, get outside of that paradigm. How much of that is yours? Not much.
Okay, one more question. I'll go back to the Masons real quick. Jeebus, have you ever been a Mason?
No, ma'am. But my fiance was. No, hear me out. Sarah, you know who Sarah is. She
went to the Rainbow
They attempted to induct her into what they call the Rainbow Girls, which is an early version of the Order of the Eastern Star. It's the female.
You just told that.
Okay.
So, have you been a Mason?
Okay.
No,
I don't join anything.
I will freely admit I have not been a Mason, although I will tell you that I know quite a few, and some of those are some of the best guys that I know.
Yeah.
My son's a Mason.
My dad is a Mason and has been all of his life. Well, not all of his life, but for 50 years of it, over 50 years. And my husband is a Mason, and I will ask them questions. If there's something that they can't answer, they'll tell me.
They're not allowed to tell you.
I said they'll tell me. I can't tell you. But on a lot of stuff, they do answer me. So, you know, and I find it hard to
Be
believe.
careful what you say online, because
Okay.
they're not allowed to tell you certain things.
Well, I'm
And,
not
and
afraid
they
to
are
say it.
sworn to secrecy. And I know the rituals, and I know that some of the horrific things that they swear that can be done to them if they do tell you.
What you have to understand,
Are you
Tim,
not
is
aware
that
of these rituals? I mean,
Tim,
because
Tim,
I
please
think
let me finish the
you're
sentence.
failing to understand that she just doesn't believe a word you're saying. She has no
Right.
reason. She has no reason to believe that this is based in any fact whatsoever, because there's been no fact presented to her. It's only been what people have said, particularly you and Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind.
And she's
Right.
known
And if I
safety
can
there
make
her whole life. Her whole
if I
life,
can
that's
make
been a safe
one
space.
point,
So she's
You know, so
indoctrinated.
if I can make one point, as I was saying, my dad has been in this over 50 years, and you're saying he is ignorant of what's actually going on.
Yes, he swears into that
But
ignorancy.
but you know. How do you know?
All right, here's what I'm going to say about the Mason. Whatever. There may be good ones, there may be bad ones, whatever the fuck. All I know is that every time I find some kind of bullshit shenanigans, their fucking fingerprints are all over the goddamn thing. Whether it was 9/11 or the fucking moon landing or any weather this fucking bullshit, I find their fingerprints all over the shit. So,
But see,
whatever.
there again, you would have to show people what those fingerprints are so that they would
And
see
just
them.
for Lisa, I'm not
I
saying
do.
that your dad is ignorant. I'm not saying that he's leading you into ignorancy. What I'm saying is that when you swear an oath of secrecy and you swear into a cult like that, and I'm calling it a cult, you can, it's just my opinion. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. But when you swear into something like that, you're swearing into the fact that you know that there are going to be secrets held from you as well. And what I was getting at earlier is that the highest ranking Mason is not a 33-degree Mason. That Mason will never know all the secrets.
Well,
that's not the highest rank. It's the royal prince, as the prince of the royal ark. That is the top dog.
I will ask my dad about that
that
tomorrow.
the 33-degree Mason will never know. And if you ask your grandpa or your dad about that, and he tells you, I'll be really surprised, because I doubt he knows.
I think
That's all
this
I'm
is
saying.
what Lisa,
But how do you know?
I think what Lisa's trying to say is, if it's such a damn secret,
How do you
if
know?
it's such a damn secret that she believes her father knows nothing of, her husband and many other Mason men,
of course they don't,
and their wives and families know nothing about. If it's such a secret that none of these people know anything about it, I think her question is, how do you know? How can you prove to her that what you're saying is true? That is what she's trying to ask.
Why do you get this special information?
Well, proof and evidence are two different things. I can't give you proof. I can give you lots of evidence. That's like, and we'll go back to the Ironton incident where we watched an officer pick my wallet up out of a parking lot. We never filed a complaint about that because we didn't have solid proof, or, what we had was our own personal experience, what we saw happen in front of us. Yeah. Now, are you saying because I see a UFO, over the house next door one night, and I reported, a lot of people's going to call me crazy. They're going to say that didn't happen, but I saw it with my own eyes. So what is truth to you?
Right.
Is it what you've seen and experienced, or is it what someone else is telling you?
Hey, can you, hold on a minute. If you can show evidence, why don't we do this? Why don't we plan maybe a show? Maybe Lisa will come back and join us as well, and you can bring your evidence. I mean, does anybody else care?
And once again, you're dealing with a very secretive thing here. The evidence
if you say that you can provide evidence, then we'll give it a platform and see what we see.
Hey,
I mean,
Terry,
either yes, ma'am.
What might be a better idea?
Okay.
Is if you want to do a show on that, if he just throws out stuff, I'm not going to know about it. So if he wants to give it to me ahead of time, and I
Okay,
can
well,
show it to
yeah,
my dad and stuff.
I could coordinate, you know, I mean, but between the two, so that everybody understands what we're going to be talking about on the show. I get it. That way nobody feels blindsided or isn't able to comment.
Yeah, because I
What
mean,
what what
I
what, what do
have
you
no
think,
idea
Jeepus?
about it.
Does that sound like something you do, or that you want to do?
Or are you afraid of the Masons?
That
I
would be
do
pretty
say
cool.
that
I
as a
tell you, I
joke.
could.
Did you hear me, Tim? Oh, I lost him. Where'd he go?
I don't know. I could probably get my son to come on too.
I
Well,
was
wait.
saying that as a joke. I hope
Can
everybody knows.
Can I say if we can go back? I don't know if whatever. I came up to talk about the bohos, and I don't want to. Well, we're on Mason, so boho, so cult, so right. I mean,
I got you.
all respect, Lisa, but people brought up these words, so I'm going to bring it back over to the bohos.
Okay, I have no idea what a boho is, but I am going to step
Bohemian
down.
Grove member. It's a private club that you have to be a president, an ex-president, or invited to. And right, Sav? You can add to that if you want to. We just call them the bohos, and it was like Nixon would be puking on a tree.
Okay, I know what you're talking about, the Bohemian Grove, right?
Bohemian Grove, right. So we lived, there's a neighborhood called Northwood, and we lived across the street. We lived in that neighborhood. It's across the street from the Bohemian Grove. They're up a mountain. And all you can see is the face of this mountain hill thing. And then there's the Russian River and then our neighborhood. And in our neighborhood is a restaurant, Northwood Restaurant. It's also a golf course, Northwood Golf Course, Monterey. You could look it up right now and look at it. It's got redwood trees. So we had a house. Our house was 3 stories. All the houses are built all different. And there was a 1-story house that was just off our balcony from the kitchen. It was the hooker house because women aren't allowed in that club. And it was the hooker house. And so every year these women would come up and they weren't really good looking. They were older and they were wise and they kept their mouth shut. So that's why they were their hookers. They were not the best looking women. And they'd run around and introduce themselves to the husbands that were standing outside. They'd say, "Hi, we're up." And they'd put up a red flag on the end of their porch. And then the all your politicians would cheat on their wives for those, 2 weeks that they're up there. They would also kick us off our own beach. We had a beach called the Homeowners Beach. And it's every year around my birthday, which is July 19th. They steal that beach from us, so I could never have a birthday party at my own damn beach for our neighborhood's beach. And they would come in from the other side of the mountain and say, "We own that beach. It's ours." And they would set up security so we couldn't even use our own beach. And then one year I met a musician from up there, and he was telling me that he had to be invited and that he was still not allowed to go in certain places and to mingle. Like he couldn't just walk up to Nixon and go, "Hey, what's up? Hey, Carter, how's it going? I voted for you." No, they had to eat where the musicians ate. So
they also weren't, from what I understand, they're not allowed to make eye contact or something. Isn't that
He
true?
didn't say that, but it was about as bad. They were segregated. It was like separate but equal. You know what I'm saying? Or
they get
a little less than
a lot of gay male prostitutes had gone up there. I did hear where this guy, he was a male porn star slash prostitute, gay prostitute, and he ended up dead. But he did an interview and told a bunch of shit that goes on up there and who he'd serviced and other. It's remarkable when you start finding out. Well, that guy is certainly not a good Mormon, is he?
If we hadn't sold the house and the hooker house got sold like 15 years ago or something. So I don't know where they keep them now, but for years and years, we had it 30 years. So at least about half that time they were there, and then they've moved it. So this never happened,
Sovereign.
Right?
Hold on. Hey, Sovereign, put the link down there for Jeebus Crisp again. if you would. Oh, he
I
did.
did.
Never
I
mind.
did.
Got it. He's on.
I also want to take a second and say appreciate you coming up, Lisa. And of course,
Yeah, no doubt,
to you,
man.
and of course to you, hello, baby. Thanks for coming up, and everybody else that's come up. Jeebus, he just asked for the link again. I appreciate all of you. It's always an honor having you on my channel.
All right. Well, I think I'm done, unless I did have friends that worked up there, and yeah, they did see, you know, the ex-presidents getting drunk and puking on a tree. That Nixon story, that's true. Things like that.
Well, that stuff, and it was just a conspiracy theory until it wasn't.
Right.
You know, it's just like Bilderberg. You know, I was talking about Bilderberg. I was telling kids about Bilderberg when I was like in 7th grade. I was talking to my teachers about it. I said, "Did you know that these fucking people, they do this, man? Look at this." And they're like, "Oh, that's a conspiracy theory." Huh. You know,
yeah, I was
like
told that
always
about the news too.
until
Oh,
it's
we
not.
watch the news here, and we like to be informed. I'm like informed of lies, and I'm in 6th grade, and everybody's.
Well, I'm glad that I've at least lived to an age where I'm going through like one of the biggest fucking "I told you so's" anybody could ever be granted.
And
okay,
you own that. You tell them so.
I did. I'm like, I fucking told you this shit, man. And a bunch of the stuff with the COVID, I'm like, oh yeah, okay. So now the leading cause of death in Alberta is unknown cause.
Tell
really?
your wife you know how good it feels to say "I told you so." Now,
yes, I know. I mean, in a way, it feels good, but it's
join
like,
us, women.
dumb bastards. Why wouldn't you fucking listen to me?
So.
You know, I'm like, why wouldn't you listen? Why wouldn't you fucking listen?
All right. Well, guys, I'm gonna get down for now, and I'll come up on another show another time. I'd love to argue some more God stuff, but yeah,
hey, we can
exit out and rejoin you on your show here.
We don't argue. We don't argue about God. We don't argue about God. We just have philosophical discussions about.
Well, did I say argue? I meant it in a good way. I'm Italian, you know.
If that's something that people seem to be interested in, maybe we can dedicate a show to that. You know,
I'll be watching whatever you do. I'd love to see more about what anybody has to say. I just love you guys' lives. You know,
I have a good time.
The honesty, you know, interaction, and people arguing but being respectful. Like, you know, and you catch yourself getting challenged and getting triggered and go, well, wait a minute, you know.
I prefer to say we're comparing ideas as to arguing.
We are comparing ideas. That's what it boils. That's what I'm trying to say is it boils down to then you realize you're getting triggered fighting for something that you believe is a truth and somebody else has another one, right? You both got your facts and your theories and your.
You have to learn to challenge the argument and not the person.
But it will trigger sometimes things, and it's great. You just have to go, well, we don't have to agree on that because do you really know? No. You know what I mean?
Well, you know how they always say don't ever argue politics or religion. Do you know why that is? Because they're both the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who are you voting for?
Right, exactly.
I don't vote.
Which savior are you rooting to get in? Right. You know, it's like, come on, man.
I'm not choosing between a douche and a turd sandwich, dude.
Yes.
I'm not doing it.
God. I love South Park so much.
I will not eat that. No. So yeah, I'll see you in your live chat in a minute. I'm exiting out.
All right.
Hey, thanks for coming up. It was awesome to have you. You know where to find us. Hey, Lisa, I want to say real quick that you are correct. Religious beliefs are deeply held personal beliefs. I wouldn't argue with that. I will say that when I questioned a few of my core beliefs and then I took them back to the Bible, I found that some of those core beliefs were built on something that wasn't in the Bible. And because of that, it forever changed the way I looked at a lot of things. And I'll leave that to you. And again, I'm not trying to be offensive.
Right.
I'm only saying that, you know, I because I have went and looked some of those things that I used to believe wholeheartedly, as you do, I you know, it's on shaky ground for me.
Well, as we were discussing earlier, words actually matter, and so I'm gonna kind of contest that, Lisa. that religious beliefs cannot be deeply held personal beliefs. They may be personally deeply held beliefs that have been given to you. Spiritual beliefs are there. Those are personal. Those are personal. That's like your relationship with your mother. If you have a sister or a brother, right? Your mother loves both of you. You love your mother, and your brother or sister or both love your mother. But you do not have the same exact relationship with your mother as your siblings do. And if you try to adopt that, it's not real. So that's where I get into the idea that religion is not God. It's not spirituality. It's somebody else's idea of it. That's the point. That's where I was going with that. So, and she puts a little hand in the face.
Let's just say that a lot of sermons.
No, not semantics. Words fucking matter.
Let's just say that sometimes some sermons that you hear, what has happened is they've taken sermon and built upon sermon and built upon sermon and built upon sermon. And when you go back to the beginning and you find out that what they built the original sermon on just won't stand biblically, it's those kinds of things that I'm speaking of.
Like that game you play when you're in kindergarten and you say a word and you pass that word on to someone else, and you've got 30 people passing that word into the person to their right's ear. At the end of that, you're going to get a different word. You're going to get a different, because it gets altered throughout the process.
For some reason,
get the original word ever.
Why is it that when we discuss what the Bible says, why is it that we cannot sit it down? We can't go through it word by word, decide that we agree on what the definitions of those words are, and then come to a consensus on what that verse says. Why is that so impossible for average adults to be able to do?
Well, part of it is the fact that the modern day Bibles that people are using are not written in the type of calligraphy that they were written in originally in the 1611 King James Bible. Whereas if you look into that, you find that, like for instance, in Genesis, the way the calligraphy of the first letter of each verse is drawn, it actually, those in itself is a pictographical representation of the whole story right there in pictures. If you know what you're looking at.
How many verses in the Bible did King James actually write?
Well, he didn't. Here's what happened. This is why I find so curious. It was Sir Francis Bacon, also known as William Shakespeare. I believe it's if you go to Isaiah 45. Correct me if I'm wrong. I can't be certain. I think it's Isaiah 45. That if you go to the very count forward 45 letters, you get the word shake. And when you count backwards from the end of it, 45 letters comes to the word spear that he actually encoded his pen name, William Shakespeare, in the King James Bible. But it was also alchemist John Dee and quite a few others. When you actually look at the work that was produced, it's almost like there's no way this is humanly possible that this was done like this. It's too much. It's so much encoded in it, just even in the way the artistic nature in which the letters are created, which there again, like we were talking, carry vibration. Whether it's a picture or a word, a hieroglyph, what have you, it's still the same thing, and it has intent and meaning behind it. Now, the thing I find puzzling is that King James himself, who was he? He was a notorious pedophile and bisexual. In fact, it was known, this was a known thing. And Sir Walter Raleigh, I believe, was locked up in the Tower of London for referring to him as Queen James. So I wonder why somebody who engaged in those practices would commission someone to translate a series of documents that pretty much say that's bad behavior. I find it really quite curious.
That comments to you, Sovereign.
What's he say? He says you should look up the Carpenters Union logo and see how it is the same as the Masons logo. Very interesting to me as a union member. Well, I'll do that. I'm going to look at it. Let me. I'm gonna hit my bong first, though.
Of course you are. Of course you are.
Oh, come on, y'all. Be cool.
You have priorities, right?
Priorities. I can fucking multitask. Look, I cleared that. Now I'll clear this. Then we totally forget what we were gonna search for. No. Carpenters Union.
Now you see, guys, I'm able to understand how Lisa thinks, because that's how I grew up. That was my root beginnings into, I guess, what she would call religion was was coming up in a Baptist church and learning that first.
And I grew up in a Baptist church. I grew up Pentecostal, Christian. I mean, all over it. But what do you do when you find out that the thing that you believe wholeheartedly, and that you're led to believe as a child, as a teenager, and then you grow up and you start thinking about yourself. You start delving into these rabbit holes, and you start drawing your own opinion, not what someone else is telling you, what you can relate to. And you start seeing that a lot of the stuff that you were taught is just literally BS.
Oh God, so much trickery.
Do you just hate yourself for believing it, or do you accept it? Or because
I think that if you've ever watched the True Man show, the Truman Show, that's a serious fucking truth bomb right there. What did the guy Christoph, what did he say? He said, we accept the reality that we're presented with, right? Like I've often said, if you were born in a fucking mental hospital and grew up there, you would have no idea that everyone inside there was crazy, right? Well, welcome to the biggest fucking insane asylum there is, the world. Okay? And until you step out of it and go, holy fucking God, are you kidding me? This is really happening? This is how grown adults are acting. Holy shit. You really start to look at it. And the ones that we call leaders and whatnot, these people, I can't believe people still have faith in politics after what has occurred in the last 2 years. I mean, I just can't. You've got basically a fucking rutabaga walking around being the president of the United States, right? Some hooker is his fucking vice president. And this shit, he's just out there making gaffe after gaffe after gaffe, and all the people are doing is this. Well, I'll tell you what, we're sure gonna fucking vote harder next time, I'll tell you. I'm like, oh my God, man, when are you people gonna fucking wake up and stop?
Don Pennington said, do your own due diligence before looking like an ass to your friends and peers. I'm not sure which one of us have made an ass of ourselves, or if we're talking to someone in the chat. I'm not sure what.
I've had about 7 beers.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Whatever. But this, like you were saying, is these rabbit holes, they seem to go all over the place, and let me tell you, I've been into them for a long time, some of which I found are dead ends, and you have to crawl back up out of it, and you have to go, okay, that was fucking horse shit. You're left to your own devices to really explore on these things. And I sat down and attempted to write a book, and I was like, where the fuck do I start? Because Kamala is okay. She only sucked dick to get to where she's at, man. That's a known fact, Peter. She blew downtown Willie Brown and got a promotion out of that, buddy. Listen, and she cackles like a fucking hyena. That's what's so funny as shit. I can't say it.
Don was saying that he was just making a statement, and I agree with your statement. You should always watch before you make an ass of yourself.
Yeah. So it's like, she's look, none of them are worth a fucking pinch of owl shit. Let's get real. You name one politician that has actually that you would actually think is a decent fucking person that you would hang out with for real? I can't think of none.
Peter Lemire. Listen, man, I didn't vote for either one of them.
No, voting's an immoral act. It's an immoral act. It really is.
I mean, you can go all the way back to, Clinton. At the time, I thought Clinton was a great president because, I was a teenager and I was a dipshit and I didn't really know anything. But, later on in life, when Obama became president, I saw some things that he was doing that I agreed with and I thought was awesome. But then I saw some things that he was doing that absolutely made me want to puke. You're always going to have that dualism. You're not going to be able to completely agree with anyone else other than yourself. You're not going to be able to perfectly align with anyone other than yourself. There's going to be the good and bad, and
Yes, it is, Lisa. It's a completely immoral act. You seek to impose your will on people that don't wish it.
Where
Okay, that's what voting does. You seek to impose your will on another person. And that's immoral.
Obama, he passed Senate Bill 18, and
What do you think about what Don says there, Sovereign?
What about what he said about the voting?
It's up on the screen.
Damn, not a hooker. Well, there goes my plan. Oh, let me tell you about how this is going to work. All right, you guys really want to see? And this is somebody who lived through the history of it. Okay. So you all know about the Watergate scandal. Okay, what was Watergate? The Watergate was Nixon had these guys breaking into Democratic headquarters at the Watergate Hotel in Washington, D.C. To get campaign secrets. That's a whole nother thing. And they got busted. Okay. So through this whole scandal, we had the Vice President of the United States, Spiro Agnew, resign. Okay. And this elevated Gerald Ford, who was Speaker of the House, into the Vice President position. Shortly thereafter, President Nixon resigned from office, and that elevated the not long ago Speaker of the House to be President of the United States. Now, let's take a look at what we've got going on if this order of succession goes down. We have a frail rutabaga as the President of the United States. We have Kamala Harris, she actually praised the country of Wakanda. Yes, she thought that was a real place from Black Panther. She thought Wakanda was a real African nation. Anyway, then we've got Nancy Pelosi in the Speaker of the House position. So what's going to go down? In the prospect, this is my prediction, in the prospect of the 25th Amendment being used to take frail Joe out of the POTUS position, Kamala Harris is going to resign before they do that, put Nancy Pelosi into the VP spot, then they'll take Joe out, and that's what you're going to end up with. That's just my prediction. Prove me wrong. Or convince me otherwise.
You can see that not everybody agrees with your point of view on voting.
Oh, I know, and I understand exactly why. I know they understand. I understand why they think that, but they're not right because it is.
Well, see, they would say the same thing. They would say,
Well,
"I understand
all right,
why you
I'll
think
take
you're right."
it to the next level. I'll take it to the next level. What gives you the right to dictate what I do? Let's start there.
Well, maybe it's just because I'm better than you.
Well, how? What's better than you? What does that mean?
Because I say so. I give myself this title, and now you'll submit.
Oh no, I don't accept it.
Well, you don't have a choice. I didn't give you one.
I'm not questioning your authority. I'm denying its existence. That's the thing.
So basically, what you're saying is sometimes there's a fine line between a good try and a futile attempt.
Peter, yes, my Wakanda's comment was correct. I saw her fucking do it, man. I saw her do it. You got to understand, you guys get shit late over there. I'm not dictating what you do when I vote. Yeah, you are. What if I don't want the policies and shit placed upon me that your candidate wishes to impose? How is that moral? That you want to push that onto me? For instance, like right now in the state of Texas, they're pushing soy boy Beto O'Rourke, who wants to take everybody's fucking guns away. Right? So I don't want to give away my guns. So how is that moral for you to vote for somebody that's going to try to take my guns? You see what I'm saying? That's fucked up. How about we all right here go in the chat? Who was it says that voting's a good idea? Oh, Peter. Peter says it's not immoral. And Lisa says it's not an immoral act. Okay. Everybody in the chat. I'm going to propose that Lisa and Peter Lemire give each and every one of us $20 US dollars. Everybody that's for that, vote yes. Everybody that's against it, vote no. Let's see how democracy works. Let's see how moral that is.
I just wanted to say to Hello Baby, send me an email, remind me, because if you don't, I will get busy and I will forget for days on end before I think, hey, I was supposed to talk to them like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. So, throw me an email and spike my memory, and we'll do that.
No, Colbert covered it, man. Colbert had covered it. You guys get whitewashed shit over there, man. Trust me. Trust me. You need to go down into Amsterdam, Peter, and chill out in the hash bar for a little bit, bro. You got too much state in your head, man. Too much.
Hey, he says that is not how democracy works.
Yeah, it's not how it works. That's what it is. That's democracy.
Democracy is where 51% of the people control 49.
It is. It's absolutely what it is.
Sure.
No, we don't get to vote for Supreme Court, but they're always wrong anyways. They're just a bunch of old perverts that sit up there.
Well, they're not voted in.
Well, there again, why do we need 7 special men to decide what these words mean? Are we so friggin' dumb as a population that we're not able to use a dictionary to define our own words in our own constitution and decide whether or not it's constitutional?
This damn thing was written on purpose for the common man to be able to understand. Okay? It's pretty damn cut and dry. If you can read, if you've got a literacy level above the 3rd grade, you should be able to pretty easily understand this. So why do you need these people to interpret it? Okay, because what they're interpreting doesn't have shit to do with you. That's why. That's the whole thing. They're not even there for you. I don't even know why we're discussing it. Everybody thinks government's for them and it's there for them. It's not there for them, for you. It isn't. It's there. All those people up there in the Congress, their job is to figure out how to take more and more of your shit at the behest of their banker fucking masters. That's all there is to it. Every time.
I agree with ZXL Master that the USA is supposed to be a representative republic. However, I fear that most of us are not represented very well.
Well, the USA is not. No, the United States of America, the country, the nation is one thing. The USA is a corporation.
Oh, Lisa, that's a low blow, man. Yeah, Iron's an auditor. I wouldn't even acknowledge that comment from Lisa because I blocked her from my channel. Lisa, I'm sorry, but it wasn't because of your beliefs. It was because of the things that you were saying to me. Because, like a lot of other people, you come to my channel and you preach, your opinions about some other person that's not on my channel. And that's, I just
the only part. Listen. I'm going to tell you all this is the whole real yard.
You have
the only part of this. The only part of this that has anything to fucking do with you is the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights. The rest is for the corporation.
Okay, guys, let me respond to Lisa. No, I do not want anyone like Chile. As a matter of fact, I don't want anybody special at all to be able to decide what they say the Constitution says, and then we have to agree with it whether we like it or not. What I want is for people like me and you, Lisa, to be able to read it and be smart enough to go, hey, you know what? That's what it means. And for everybody else on our block and every city and every country of the world to realize that, hey, this is what it means, because it's like plain English. It's not written in
Terry,
some
I've tried
damn
this with
language
her, and
that
it's
needs
not
translation. It's not biblical verses that need
No.
to be compiled into sermons. It's very easy to understand. There doesn't need to be 7 people to decide, and there doesn't need to be 1 person to decide. It just means what it means, and we should all be able to agree on it. It's really not difficult. The fact that we can't
Like I
agree
said,
on it
I
is
wouldn't
scary.
even have acknowledged that comment, because you can see the LOL on the end, because that was meant to be there, because she is trying to pull strings. There,
Oh, Lisa's never
people that
trying to
have
hurt
their
me,
own
so I don't have to
beliefs.
worry about that.
They're not open-minded people, Terry. They're set in their ways. They're at the point in their life to where they don't want to see a change. They don't, they're not comfortable with it, because that would mean they would have to step outside of their box and maybe give up something that they
Tim,
had for a long time.
Hey, Tim, it's exactly like this, man. It even says in scripture, it's like trying to put new wine into old skins. The seams will burst. It will not hold the wine. And that's a parable to given once somebody gets to like a certain age, usually about past the age of 30, most people are pretty well set in their belief systems, you see. And whereas the younger minds are more adept to an open thinking. Well, if they don't go so hard in the indoctrination centers, but normally that's the way things are. And so, like you're saying, the older people get, the harder it is to break them away from the paradigm. It was even exemplified in the Matrix. You remember what he said? He said once people reach a certain age, we can't bring them out because they can't handle it and they die. Yeah, that's the same fucking thing. Exactly. Once people get indoctrinated, it's you can't teach old dogs new tricks. Boom, that simple.
It's
And I
like
want to make a comment.
I know a couple of people that have spent the most of their life in prison. When they get out, they
don't know
still
what to do.
display the same behaviors. They always refer back to those days when they were in prison, and eventually they go back. They spend most of their life there, and when they come out, they are institutionalized. They
It's
can't,
home.
they want to go back. And the system knows that. The judges, they know that. The cops, they press these same people that have this history. And I'll admit, I have a colorful past. I have 1 felony charge on my record, and I fucked up. I'll say it now. I fucked up. But does that mean that, every time a cop, gets behind me or runs my name or something, should he treat me like a criminal? Am I a criminal? No, I'm not a criminal. I turned my life around a long time ago while I was locked up, as a matter of fact.
Well, isn't that what it's supposed to be?
that
Rehabilitation? Isn't that what it's supposed to
that's
be?
not what goes
Rehabilitation?
on in
It's
prison.
supposed to work like that. It's supposed to work to where you feel punished, so you're not going to do it anymore.
Well, I think,
But
we're like, hey, look, let's take a look at why you got into this mess, man. And I'm not talking bullshit state counselors. I'm talking about real deep rap. And it's like people need to look at that introspective. Hey, man, what got me here? Oh, it was me.
Yeah.
Well, what is it about me that got me here? Right. Too often, because of, like I said, people are immersed in the ego and the earthly. They can never admit fault. It's always somebody else's fault. We see that worse and worse in the generation coming out right now. Everything is somebody else's fucking fault.
More than anything in prison, what I learned was that you can't try to have control over things that are beyond your control. When, that's the definition of hard time. I'm not trying to change the whole subject here, but, when you're locked up and you have that reflection time, and you have, a lot of people, when they go to prison, they click up with gangs and different people from their area, from outside, because they feel safe in that area. I didn't do that. I had a lot of reflection time. And what I learned is that you can't just go crazy over things that are beyond your control. You have to accept, and that's the biggest lesson in life is acceptance. You know, you have to
Yep.
accept the way things
And
are.
know,
But
and you got to know those things which you can have effect of, you know. It goes right into the Serenity prayer, you know. It's
that's
so
exactly what
oversaid.
Sarah just whispered in my ear. She just said
Yeah.
Serenity right before she said that. It's
It's
accepting
exactly
things
what it
you
is.
cannot
It's
change and having the courage to change the.
Yep.
You know,
And
it's
when you're
like
on,
integrity.
and there again, along with the vibration, it's very important to maintain a high vibration, stay out of that vibration of fear. And back around to the subject of cops, those motherfuckers can smell it. They can smell your fear. It's almost like they can smell your fear of them. And when you realize that they're just a dude in a fucking suit, and you don't have to be hateful to them, you don't have to be belittling to them, but remain their equal. Just remain their equal. Only give back what you get.
There you
I always
go.
tell people though, the hardest part about that is getting past that cop, because that cop, when you talk to him like you're his equal, he's not used to that. He's used to telling people what he wants them to do or telling people what he wants to tell them, and they just agree because they have that fear of him. He's like a shark. Okay,
Conditioning.
he can sense
Hey
the
guys,
blood.
hey guys, we have been on here for a little over 5 hours, and or at least I have. And I'll be honest with you, I'm getting a little tired now. I'm going to have to get off here. It's like it's been over 5 hours. So as much as I enjoy this, we're going to have to schedule a different time. And I don't mind. We can come back, talk about this, anything, everything. Doesn't bother me a bit. I do want to say hello and goodbye to everybody in the chat. Thank you for coming in. Everybody that was here and isn't now. If you catch it on the replay, appreciate you watching. Thanks to Jeebus Crisp for Tim and Sarah both coming up. Lisa was here a while. Hello Baby
Yeah.
came up. You know, got Sovereign Soul. So Jeebus, you want to leave us with anything?
Hey, I want to ask Hello Baby,
Well-
is she gonna be around on fight night and all that good shit? She better be. I'm gonna.
Did
kick
you hear
some
that?
of
Hello
that.
Baby.
I'll be
And
pissed off if she's not.
Jeebus, do you have anything to leave us with tonight?
Yeah, well, 5 hours. Wow, that's a good conversation, but I guarantee it won't get many views. Because
No, it never does.
Oh,
You
hell,
gotta
I ain't
post
worried
those
about the views.
Well, what I'm gonna
people's
do is
attention.
like I have a lot of long streams like that, and after everybody's watched, they it doesn't get a lot of views. So what I'm thinking I'm gonna just go ahead and like take some of them and chop them up into like sushi, like different topic areas and shit. Just put those up.
Well, I
Yeah,
had planned
people
on being here
time for
maybe an
this
hour or
5-hour
two. I
video.
didn't realize I was going to be here for 5. That
Oh,
was
I
not
know.
my intention.
It always happens to me too.
But all
We're
right,
just
guys.
glad we can talk, have,
Hey, well, Tim,
know,
listen.
interesting conversation.
Hey, Tim, listen. Why don't you join on my channel on Tuesday nights? I usually have it at 9 or 9:30. We have Tinfoil Hat Tuesday, and it's like we just talk basically all the fucking conspiracy shit. What people call conspiracy theories. I call it conspiracy analyzation. Everything from 9/11, and then of course on 9/11 I'm going to have a show, and we're going to talk about 9/11 because everybody said we'll never forget, and guess what, everybody fucking forgot.
Everybody forgot. Yeah. Don't even get me started.
Yeah.
I just hope that at the end of all of it and working towards the future, there's going to be a lot of people saying, wow, I can see,
Joe Cool.
It's like that movie They Live, and
Yeah,
I use
yeah.
that a lot. Look, and what had everybody in the trance? It was the fucking TV, wasn't it? It was the TV station. And once that dude at the end, he destroyed the TV dish, and everybody was able to see what was going on. It's kind of a dramatic thing, but I mean, really, if you think
Check out
about
the new
it,
Wonder Woman movie that just came out.
all right, I'll have to check that out. Is it the Wonder Woman 1980 something?
Most
Or is it? I don't know.
1984.
Huh?
Yeah, it covers that. It talks about anyway, we're getting off topic, but just check that movie out and then go toward the end of the movie
All right.
and just watch that part because you'll be crazy. It's crazy how
Yeah,
much.
we happen to be getting way off topic because I was trying to get off here, and if I don't, if I
Sorry, I
don't
did
just
that.
rudely
Hey,
interrupt,
Terry, we love you.
we're
I'm
going to be able to do
dropping
this
off
all
now,
night. Thank you all for being here. I love y'all. I appreciate it, guys. Y'all have yourselves a great night, and we'll catch you on the next one.
Look at them
We love you too,
Illuminati.
buddy.